And now, seeing his pleasant expression, showing his beautiful soul on the inside, it was hard to keep my affections to myself. I had to bring it down a few notches and act more rational. "Derek's locked up," I informed him, following Jim and the 2 plates he carried out to the poolside table and chairs. He set the plates down, turned to me, and his expression became serious. "For how long?" "His parents aren't bailing him out of jail anytime soon," I said as I took the chair he'd pulled out for me. "Thank God." He kissed my cheek. "Yes, thank God," he said, going back into the kitchen and returning with 2 coffee mugs. "You still take it black, right?" "Always," I answered. "Easy date," he said, setting our coffee mugs down next to his picture-perfect Eggs Benedict. "And still the most difficult. I believe I'll never get the breakfast in bed thing down for you." Kind of hard to do when your breakfast date can smell food and could very easily sleepwalk to where it's being cooked anyway, I teased. "Sleepwalking to eat?" He arched that sexy eyebrow at me. "That is a tough one to beat." "Thanks for bringing me to bed and staying with me last night," I said after cutting into my breakfast and swallowing a bite of food. "I didn't expect to fall asleep out there on you." I glanced out and looked at the view this morning. This place was like a resort. If only there were a stiff breeze to push out the smog. I knew I could see the ocean from here. But I'd take this view, with or without haze, any morning. "I was merely being the best host I could be," he said with a smile. "I fucked that job up before when I sent my young bride packing in England." I laughed. "You need to stop giving yourself shit over that." I walked because I was getting too attached. I knew better myself. He dabbed the corners of his mouth with his napkin. "Really? How do you feel about me not wanting you out of my life now? Ever?" I smiled. Even after a tiny taste of the bullshit of my life yesterday, Derek's actions should have you second-guessing this commitment idea of yours. He did that irresistible smirk. "The only trouble with yesterday was the fact that I couldn't kick Derek's ass myself." "And if that feeling of not kicking his ass every time he pulls shit like that never goes away?" I looked at his questioning eyes. "If he knows you and I are an item, he'll just get worse. It'll get way worse." "Well, if I can't kick his ass, then I'll just take a run in my work shoes to work out my frustrations." "Shit, I forgot about the foot rub I owe you." "All that matters is that you slept well. You're back in my life, and I suppose the fact that my feet survived your neglecting them," he said with a smirk after taking a sip of his coffee. "I'll promise you this, though. I will ensure Derek remains behind bars one way or the other. He needs to be locked away or in rehab. He needs to fucking disappear." His expression was severe but mischievous. "Whoa. Yesterday I pinned you for a cartel guy, but maybe I should have gone with Mafia Don." I laughed. "Fucking disappear, eh?" "You know what I mean. His ass needs to get help." I watched him do that handsome pucker while he chewed on the inside of his cheek. "Let's just say that if he rejects rehab because he's that big of a dumbass and he comes after me, that's where he'll do time behind bars. Trust my word on that. He'll eventually fuck up, all addicts like him do." Then he smiled. "Perks of running and owning a successful global business. A team of badass lawyers are at my disposal." I laughed. "So, no digging holes in Vegas to dispose of the body?" Jim frowned, but his forehead creased in humor. "Who's the mob boss now?" He sipped his coffee again. "I won't be crossing you anytime soon." "I can't live in some crazy fantasy with you like I did in England." I chewed on my bottom lip. He nodded. "I really need to get ready and find out what's going on with my car." Jim licked his lips and slid his bottom lip between his teeth. "About that," he said, and I saw the tough businessman suddenly look timid. Confused, I leaned forward. "Do you know something about my car that I don't?" "I don't want this to come across as presumptuous, but I was hoping that you are okay with me securing another car for you and Addison." "Securing a car?" I said with a laugh. He loosened up some. "I called in a favor that Alex owed me. Hopefully he doesn't fuck it up." "Are we back to the mob boss shit? And my car is the victim?" "I figured you could use a new car to get around in, so I had Alex head out to the dealership today." "You're kidding." "No." He smiled. "I managed to discover they made a 4-door roller coaster car, as Addie calls it, since she seemed so impressed by mine yesterday. I also figured it'd help outrun that truck Derek has if he ever tweaks out on you again." My eyes filled with tears, and for probably the first time in my life, I felt grateful for the help instead of defensive. It wasn't like me to accept charity, but for some reason, it didn't feel like a handout. I stood up and walked over and hugged him. "How can I ever repay you for this?" He rose, and I was swallowed up by his warm, muscular chest. "Allowing me into your life again is all I'll ever need." He stepped back. "I have to be honest. I was terrified that you want to kick my ass for taking the liberty of buying the car without consulting you." "Quite the opposite, really." I smiled up at his brilliant and loving eyes. "I've never had anyone see me going through shit and give a damn. I mean, buying me a car, yeah, that's quite a monumental thing, but I could never be upset about you caring for my daughter and me like this. You are too good to be true. Hopefully you didn't drop that much on a car, though. I just need something that runs. You could have just helped me fix up Bunny again." "Damn it," he said. "Do you think Addie will be okay with saying farewell to her car? That poor thing needed to pass on to its great reward." "Addie might want to kick your ass. That was her car." I laughed at him as he bit the bottom corner of his lip. "But I did kill it." Jim laughed. "I could easily confirm that fact without a mechanic, I'm sure." "Change of subject," I said, arms wrapped around his waist. "You smell fresh, delicious, and cleaned up. Do you mind if I take a shower?" "Absolutely," he said, taking my hand. "If you'd like, you can wear one of my shirts." He paused and eyed me. "Like you did when you walked into my office that night in England." I laughed. "Sounds fun. But I do need to get ready and run home to get fresh clothes." "Well, the car issue is settled. It'll be here Monday." He gripped my hand tighter. "To the shower, gorgeous. I have some extra toiletries that I brought up from the guest bath for you. Toothbrush and shit like that." "Well, if only you could snap your hospitality fingers like that for some clean clothes, then I'd be good to go." "I can launder yours while you're showering or soaking in the bath, while you're trying to determine what you'd like to do today." "And if they're not done in time?" "Then I'll have the privilege of watching you sunbathe naked while I work on sending off some time-sensitive emails this morning." "Sounds good to me," I said, then covered my mouth when we walked into his bathroom. "You're kidding me, right?" He hit some buttons on a digital keypad for the shower to turn on, then set the temperature to 80 degrees. "Yeah, this bathroom is a bit overwhelming, but I got over it after my first shower." He turned back and smiled at me. "You have to be going insane wearing those jeans and that shirt by now. This heats up the water or cools it down," he said, bringing the digital keypad to life inside the shower. "Enjoy freshening up." "Trust me, I will. Thanks," I said, desperately needing to clean up in a nice hot shower. He walked across the slate floor and over to the large vanity area where glass bowl sinks sat on the counter. No shit. Backlit and everything. "New toothbrush, hairbrush, and whatever else you need is right here. I'll be outside by the pool if you need me." I watched him walk out, wondering why everything felt so different now. In England, it was impulsive. It was awesome. It was nothing close to this. This feeling of being more reserved with him and more respectable. It felt as if a relationship had started between us, or we'd just picked up where we'd left off. I loved all of it. I stepped in the shower and let the waterfall free the last of my frazzled nerves from yesterday's bullshit as I pondered my situation with Jim. It didn't take me long to come to the obvious conclusion. I was falling for him fast. He was an old soul, the type of man they didn't make anymore. The fact that he'd bought me a new car was overwhelming, but the thing that got me the most about that wasn't about the gift. It was the fact that he cared about me enough to consider I might need one. I didn't need Jim to give me handouts. I'd made it this far on my own without anyone's charity, but to have someone genuinely care without me saying a word, to take notice at all, that was something I'd never experienced before. I was refreshed when I stepped out of the shower and smelling like $1,000,000. I mean, with Jim's fancy shampoos and soaps, it was hard not to. While I brushed out my hair, I figured I'd throw caution to the wind and give Jim my undying gratitude. I wasn't going to lie or hold back. I wanted him. I just hoped this new side of Jim, the more sincere side that I was with now, was as impulsive as he was in England. I was about to find out if he wanted me as much as I needed him. With this aching desire for more, I walked out naked and shamelessly to the pool. I spied Jem sitting on the lounge furniture that was across the pool and under the shade of palm trees. I stepped down to the lower area and walked around the pool to where he sat. I felt my heart racing after I knew I was in his view. My smile was wide when I noted his serious expression, twisted lips and frown as he stared intently at his laptop. "My clothes ready yet?" I asked. "Hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "Jesus Christ," I heard him say. He shut his laptop, set it to the side, and stood. He took off his sunglasses, and his countenance darkened in a way that made my heart fall out of normal rhythm. I was entirely under his spell now. I felt the charge in the air as he walked toward me, and the energy shot through my body when his knuckles ran over my shoulders. "How the hell could I let you walk out of my life that morning? You were so unbearably beautiful," he said, both hands caressing my jaw and guiding my eyes up to meet his. "I hope to God you walked out here, like this, for more than naked sunbathing or hoping your clothes are ready." "And if I just wanted to sunbathe nude, I'm sure the neighbors are already calling the cops on you for this," I said, suddenly wondering how secluded this backyard was. "I have no neighbors that could see this part of my property. The only eyes that are privileged to take in your sexy body are mine," he said, cupping my ass and pulling me against him. "You have no idea the things I want to do to you." "God, I've missed you touching me," I said. "I've missed you." I was in his arms before Jim turned toward a queen-sized chaise lounge. He gently laid me on it and climbed up over my body. Jim's eyes went to my lips, and he dipped his head, and his mouth gently tugged on my bottom lip, slowly teasing it, while his strong hands brushed over my hair. A soft breeze picked up, caressing my body that was heating rapidly to a scorching temperature beneath Jim's muscular chest. I pressed my hands against his back and sighed as he gently kissed along my jawline. I tilted my head up and closed my eyes when his tongue and lips moved under my neck, my chin, and then he softly bit at my bottom lip. I opened my mouth, and his tongue swept in and met mine with desperation. We both groaned in the pleasure of this reunion that I needed more than I could have ever known. Chills covered every inch of my body that arced into Jim, begging him for more than this kiss that was exciting every female part of me. I felt Jim's hard cock and could only wonder how long he'd allow this kiss to go on. "Hell," I said, gasping for breath, my head turning toward the view of the skyline while my fingers ran through Jim's soft, wavy hair. His lips found my nipple and his tongue worked circles around it. I was turning into a crazed woman underneath his slow way of igniting my body and charging it full of so much energy that I could climax here and now. The tip of his tongue gently ran up the center of my chest, my head going back into the lounge pillows he'd laid me against. Jim's large hands framed each side of my face, his thumbs caressing along my cheeks. His eyes were mesmerizing, while mine locked onto them. "I want all of you," he said in a low, firm voice. He touched his lips to mine. "You're mine, gorgeous. You have no idea how many times I've dreamt of being with you again. You also have no idea how close I was to tasting all of you before you left me. I want it all, right here and now," he said with a look that forced a spasm between my legs. My mouth went instantly dry. All of me? I questioned, knowing he might be crossing his own lines.
Are you comfortable with me wanting to taste you?
He asked while he tempted me by gliding the tip of his tongue around my open lips. Just feeling this beautiful man's hands and lips on me was enough to ignite my full confidence with him in England. With this look in his eyes, and the way he was hungrily caressing my body with his lips and tongue, I was already falling into a state of ecstasy. His ravenous eyes made me ache for what I'd never experienced with a man before. I know I gave you a hard time about not being into oral, but I think you could easily know I've never experienced it. He pulled back, and his lips pursed in the sexiest way.
I know you haven't, he said. I understood that when you admitted you'd never came at the hands of a man, but I want you. I want to give this to you, and I want you to come in my mouth.
Holy shit, you're amazing, I said, my head rocking back when his fingers moved to my pussy. I want it all, Jim, I said in a soft voice.
I'm going to fuck you so deep when I'm done making you come over and over in my mouth.
His lips devoured mine while my legs fell open as he shifted his body off of mine.
I get the control now, gorgeous. All of it.
I met his challenging and promising gaze with one of my own. For now, I said, my heavy breathing giving me away. The last thing I saw was the greed in his eyes as his lips and tongue ran a blazing trail of fire down to my abdomen and along the insides of my thighs. My nerves tried to intervene, and Jim seemed to catch on to my tensing up immediately. His mouth tenderly massaged the insides of my thighs, his fingers moving into my opening, while his thumb ran slow circles around my clit.
Fuck, you're so wet,
he said with his mouth against my burning flesh. Yes, just like that. I exhaled, relaxing more.
Jesus, you're so beautiful,
he said in a raspy voice. While Jim's hand worked my pussy, his tongue and mouth seemed to massage every part of my body. He kissed along my hips, belly, my neck, and then he brought his undivided attention to my breasts. His teeth nipped while he sucked and gently pulled on my hardened nipples. I held on to his broad shoulders, bracing my body for what it ached for, and knew Jim would give it. God, I'm going to come like this, I moaned, aching against his thumb as it worked my clit, his fingers still tenderly pulling on my G-spot.
You're going to come in my mouth,
he said, sliding his fingers out of me and repositioning himself between my legs. I was so fucking ready to feel his mouth against my burning flesh. Jim's arms went under and wrapped around my legs, and his fingers massaged the inside of my thighs while I felt his warm, firm tongue press onto my clit. I glanced down, and our eyes locked before he closed his, and his mouth closed around my clit, sucking on it. I gripped his hair as I felt the buildup swirling inside me. Jim's tongue slowly licked the flesh around my clit, and I jerked at the phenomenal sensation it was creating in me. He was licking, sucking, and pulling at my pussy like he had hungered for this moment for much longer than I'd imagined. His groans were unbearable as I arched into him. I'm fucking coming, I said in a growl. Jim's tongue dipped into my opening while his thumb went to my clit, gently pulling this surging orgasm out of me and into his mouth. When I rocked harder into his lips, his tongue probed deeper. He and I both groaning in pleasure as I writhed and rode his perfect mouth in utter ecstasy. I reached for my nipples, biting my lip, feeling more behind this now that Jim's fingers were back inside of me.
Hell yes, gorgeous. You want more?
He asked, his voice deep, perfect, and urging me on. God, yes. Jim's mouth covered my pussy, and to have him bury his face in my hot entrance, hear his moans and feel him taking me like he would if his lips were devouring mine in a kiss, it was all too much. His fingers pressed hard against my G-spot, his tongue swirling firmly around my clit, and I was about to lose it again. Damn, was he the best at everything he did? Fuck me, I said, my legs tightening after my pussy became sensitive. I had to end the multiple orgasms Jim was pulling out of me before I got dizzy. I swear I'm going to black out, I laughed when Jim released my pussy and kissed up my abdomen.
If my condoms weren't in the house, I'd be fucking you into a blackout state.
he said with a smile.
We're doing this all day.
His lips went back to my hard nipples.
You taste so good. Your body is mine.
Getting possessive, I teased, my breathing finding a normal rhythm.
Perhaps.
He smirked at me.
I'm going to fuck you so deep once I know you're not going to pass out on me.
No. I smiled at him as he kissed up the center of my chest. I gently gripped his forehead and brought those dazzling green eyes to meet mine. Now that you've broken Jim's oral sex rules, or should I say you shattered those rules, it's my turn.
Oh, yeah?
He arched his eyebrow at me. Your dick is mine.
I think if you touched my dick, I'd come right here and now.
He chuckled, pulling himself up to lay next to me.
You look hotter than hell and tasted so fucking delicious. Jesus, I was a fool for not doing this to you sooner.
My turn. I traced my fingers over his hard V-line muscle.
I won't last,
he said with a sigh that only made me smile. This has always been my favorite part of fucking you. I reached into his board shorts to rub along the cock I wanted to taste. I love your expression when you try to hold back. It's my turn to taste you.
Chapter 24. Jim. I didn't have a second to take a breath before Avery had my board shorts down and my hard cock was in her hands. Her blue eyes were gleaming with hunger when they locked with mine. With any blowjob, I had expected her to instantly take my cock in her mouth, but she didn't. Jesus Christ. She brought her lips and tongue to my balls while she used her hand to work the tip of my dick. I could have exploded with this alone. Each of my nerves surged in a fiery sensation, pulsating throughout my entire being. Avery's thumb and fingers were slick with my pre-cum as she ran firm circles around the tip of my cock. Fuck, I groaned while Avery's mouth enthusiastically licked and sucked on my balls. I love your cock, she said in a sultry voice that assured me of the one thing I needed to know. She wanted this as badly as I did. I reached up into the cushion behind me, nearly tearing the thing open when her tongue and lips massaged up my shaft. My hands were pulled into tight fists, clinging to the cushions when she began teasing my tip. Fuck me to hell. This was taking all I had to hold back. With one hand cupping and massaging my balls and her other slick hand stroking my shaft, her eyes locked onto mine again. She was so beautiful that I never wanted to break eye contact with her. Her lips and tongue ran circles around my tip, and my aching need to have her finally take me into her mouth was painful at this point. Her eyes closed, and with a soft moan her mouth took my throbbing cock entirely. Fucking hell, I breathlessly said, my eyes rolling back when she took me as deeply as she could. With my balls being worked by her hand and the suction she created with her mouth sliding up and down my cock, I was in ecstasy. My entire body was in a continual spasm while I groaned in euphoria. Avery's lips moved faster and her enthusiasm broke through any control I had of holding back. I'm going to come, I informed her through clenched teeth. Her moans told me all I needed to hear. She wanted it, and she wanted it all. I reached down to her hair, my cock deep in her mouth, and that's when I jerked, shooting my cum deep into her mouth. Avery's sigh was the best sound in the fucking world as she continued to swallow every last ounce of cum. Still going, I slowly moved my cock through her lips, listening to her as she swallowed all of me. Fuck. That was more than a blowjob. Avery worked my ass over and only proved how ridiculous I was for being so reserved back in England. Fucking Christ, I said as my body shuddered with her full lips still wrapped tightly around me. I looked down at her sparkling blue eyes and ran my hands over her hair. This won't be the last time we ever do this, I said, feeling drunk on the blue-eyed beauty kissing the tip of my cock before she slid up and lay next to me. Avery tucked herself into my side and rested her head on my shoulder. You're right on that one, she said, kissing my neck, then draped her leg over mine. I felt like every last ounce of energy was depleted from me for the moment, and I relished in our closeness instead of fighting for more. I ran my fingertips over her shoulder and kissed the top of her head. Who's the dipshit now? I chuckled. You worked me over in ways I never expected. She laughed. You have the sexiest dick ever, so that certainly helped. She glanced up with a daring smile. And about your no oral sex rule? What happened to that little rule of yours? I shook my head. We sort of eliminated that lame rule of mine, wouldn't you say? That's why I have to ask. What exactly made you create such a rule in the first place? I gazed out at the small ripples the breeze created in my pool. It was quite a long while ago, in something of a previous life, of course. I smiled at her bright blue eyes. Of course, she exhaled with a grin. I was pretty much a wild bachelor who took whatever I wanted when it came to women. It bit me in the ass after I had some head case nearly planning our wedding day, buying us a puppy. Shut the fuck up, she laughed. No, she didn't. Shouldn't it be the guy buying the girl a puppy in the relationship? That's the whole point. It wasn't a relationship. It was a couple of nights together, and the next thing I know, I'm not only being stalked, but I ended up having to change my fucking phone number and deal with our puppy. I sighed. I don't know. After I made it clear, puppy or not, we were not in a relationship, she went apeshit. I cringed at the memory. She kept going on and on about how I had been leading her on the whole time, and it was all about the oral sex. She went crazy about it. She was asking how I could do such a thing and let her think she meant something to me. It was a whole psychotic episode. I shook my head. In the end, I lost the puppy. Jesus, it's just oral sex. Avery laughed. In her defense, however, you are very good at it. I might buy a puppy too. I chuckled. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time either. Then I thought, maybe men are different, and I wasn't being fair. Not saying all women or men are the same, but hell, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just knew that if it was going to complicate the situation for me, it wasn't going to happen again. I don't have time for complications, and I certainly didn't want to have to deal with that shit ever again. If oral made it seem too intimate, then it was easier to keep it to only fucking. I kissed her forehead. If it makes a difference, the night I got you off after learning a man had never taken care of you properly, it took everything in my power to refrain from just giving in to it all. I knew at that time that you were unlike any other woman. But that poor green bean I was chomping into scared you off? She tightened her lips in humor. I traced her perfect lips with my thumb. That mildly concerned me, I teased her. And yet, I simply treated your dick like it was my favorite dessert and relished in every second of tasting you. That's putting it mildly. Best fucking blowjob of my life. She reached for where I grew hard again, recalling the constant wave of bliss I was in while she worked my dick over. Did you have plans today? Or can we really just fuck until I have to go back to work on Monday? I do need to get my clothes for work on Monday. The car problem was settled by you first thing this morning, so thanks to you, that's off my list. I smiled. I think I'll mandate that you work in my office, no clothes, and that problem will be solved too. Hilarious. Her lips twisted adorably. By the way, are we keeping this a secret? You know, with us working together and all? Should I bring a puppy to work? I'm not sure how you want to handle it. I smiled at her laugh that I'd missed during our time apart. Are you asking if we should hide the fact that you're fucking the CEO of the company you work for? That's probably what will circulate through the 2 goddamn high-rise buildings you own. Will that bother you? I asked, more serious. Well, I don't necessarily want to be looked at like your whore, she said. Then I simply won't allow those rumors to start. Really? She propped her folded arms across my chest. How do you plan to stop them? Are you going to send a mass email to everyone in the company? You're my lady, I simply stated. They'll all learn very quickly that's the case. I don't hide shit. Secrets such as these always lead to rumors like you just mentioned, and I won't give anyone reason to believe a rumor. In one way or the other, they will all learn that Avery Gilbert is mine and mine alone. I paused to kiss the top of her head. More importantly, I'm entirely yours. I felt her kiss my side. This will definitely be interesting. I don't plan on mentioning... Avery paused when my phone rang. That shit is going to voicemail, I said, ignoring it. You and I just warmed up for what I've been craving since first seeing you again. I pinched my lips together and closed my eyes when the phone rang again. It stopped, the voicemail alerted, then rang again. If only we were in the house, I would have abandoned the phone and we'd be tearing open a condom right about now. I felt Avery laughing. You probably should get that. And then I'll gladly roll the condom on for you. I smiled and sat up after Avery slid off me. I reached for my phone that was ringing again. Jesus, Jacob, I answered my brother's call, annoyed. Tell me Ash is having the baby and that's why you're blowing up my phone like the press is on your ass again? Alex has to back out of the convention you two set up for those investors and medical professionals for St. John's. It looks like you're up to bat, bro. The gala in Palm Springs? I asked, running my hand over my forehead. Alex didn't call me. What the hell is going on? My phone beeped the call waiting tone. Hang on, Alex is calling in now. I'll handle it. Just get your ass there, it starts tonight. I'm already down here, dip fuck, he said as I clicked over to catch Alex. Hey, is everything cool? I asked, knowing my right-hand man didn't back out of anything. My mom's in the hospital, I have to fly to Nevada. They think it might have been a stroke. They're still waiting on tests to come back. Holy shit. Do you think she'll be okay? Yeah, I think so. I just need to be there. All of us are trying to fly in, and I'm the closest of the kids. Yes, of course. Go on as soon as you can. Give her my well wishes. I'll take care of everything with the medical gala. Jake's speaking tonight, and Colin will be there tomorrow to present his piece on neuroscience. We have an entire lineup of events for the convention. I emailed and faxed you the entire itinerary a few minutes ago. Got it. Is there anything I can do to help outside of this? You're taking the company plane, right? I felt horrible for Alex, even though I'd never met his mom nor had ever heard much about her. That didn't matter. It was family, and family had to come before this company or we'd all lose our minds. I'm already on a plane. I'll keep you updated with texts. All right, man, take care of yourself. I'll be here if you need anything. We hung up and I tried to gather my senses while Avery sat at my side, rubbing my back supportively. I looked over at her and gripped the back of my neck. Are you up for making your first appearance as my lady? I asked while I contemplated getting her into a gown and on the chopper in less than 3 hours. God dang, is everything okay? My VP is backing out of a significant affair we're having for the company. It's a part of a conference we're holding. He won't be able to attend after learning his mom is in the hospital. I need to take his place and be in Palm Springs tonight and tomorrow night. I bit my lip. We can pick up and bring Addison if you don't feel comfortable being that far from her. We won't be that far, though, given we'll be using my helicopter for transportation. I can have you back swiftly if there's an emergency with Addie. Slow down, Jim. She had a look of amusement on her face. Jesus, I've never seen you so worked up. Yes, Addie will be fine here. When would I be coming back again? Late Sunday night. I cringed at the idea of taking Avery this far away from her daughter. We can easily bring Addie with us. The hotel is a resort that she'll surely love. And I'm sure she'll dig the conference, too, Avery laughed. Let me call Larry and let them know they can keep Addie until Monday. It'll be easier for her to stay with them since we'll be getting back late and they'll love having her a day longer. So long as Derek's ass is in jail, then I'm not worried about leaving with you if you want me along. I have nothing to wear, though. What size are you? Wait, I have an idea, I said while Avery continued to look at me as if I'd completely lost it. I dialed Ash's number. Hey, kid, I said when my sister-in-law picked up. Your friend that you shop with, does he have any internal connections to that boutique that he always insists you buy your gowns from? The place on Melrose? Ash questioned. Wherever it is. I need a dress for Avery, my girlfriend, I said, winking at Avery. We have to fly to Palm Springs before Jake has a coronary attack. Funny, Jim. I'll call the guys and see if they can get her a gown. They're going to want eye color, hair color, size, all that shit, she said with a laugh. And I'm very curious about this girlfriend comment coming from... She paused. Wait, Avery? The woman that you met in England? You're taking her? She graciously accepted the invite, I said with a smile. Okay, perfect. Let me give the guys a call. They'll have a dress for her in under an hour. They can even come up to the house and handle everything. Why don't you give them directions to the airport where we keep the planes and choppers? I'll have them flown down. They can take care of Avery there. I'm on a time crunch to pull this off. You have designers at your disposal. Why would you want Clay and Joe involved? They're your friends, and I was quite impressed with how they managed your and Jake's wedding. I know they'll handle Avery's last-minute needs for this event quite well, I said. You and your damn heart of gold, Jim. The guys are going to shit when they hear about this. Let me get a hold of them and square it all away. See you when you get to Palm Springs. Oh, she said, her voice an octave higher. I can't wait to meet Avery. Thank God, I smiled. Once you get acquainted, I'm sure you'll both enjoy making fun of Jake and me in our penguin suits.
Chapter 25. Avery. After I'd made arrangements for Addison to stay with Larry and Annette until Monday, it seemed as though a whirlwind of controlled chaos took me and held me from the second Jim and I left his home. How the man pulled off all of the shit that happened between calling for his driver and managing things with his personal assistants, I would never know. I would also never attempt to understand how this man operated so calmly in the midst of what I would have had to sit and take a month to plan out. We made a quick stop by my house for me to change and get last-minute travel items. Once I'd thrown my toiletries in a bag, I went to my dresser. Knowing time was of the essence, I tossed in random comfy shorts, tanks, bras, shoes, jeans, and whatever the hell else I could grab to put in my small duffel bag. Jim was understandably on the phone the entire trip from my house to a private airport. I took this time to get on the phone with Addie and hear all about her day at the zoo. They were heading to the movies next, and as always, hearing Addie's excitement made me delighted that she was enjoying her weekend. It made me look forward to this trip more, knowing that she was having a blast with her grandparents, which she always did when Derek's stupid ass was out of the picture. The driver pulled into the private airport and drove the car to where a sweet-ass helicopter was. I watched in awe when a man in a dark suit walked briskly toward Jim's door, right as Jim hung up from his call. "Henry." Jim shook the man's hand, stepping out of the car. "Good to see you. Thanks for handling everything last minute for me," he said, reaching his hand back for me to place mine in. "Never a problem, Mr. Mitchell," Henry answered while I stepped out of the car. "Will there be anything else aside from what is already on our itinerary?" "Yes, I do have something else," he said, his hand clutching mine. "I want the security detail to back off a bit. England was too much. I practically had to pay them off to allow me some freedom," he said with a half laugh. "Other than that, is everything arranged at the hotel then?" "Yes, and your suite is reserved, where the conference will be taking place," the man answered. "I'll inform and update the men in your security detail about your preferences." Jim's hand slid across my lower back. "Very good. This is Avery Gilbert," he said, keeping his CEO authoritative tone. I certainly was at James H. Mitchell's side. "She will be with me throughout the entire trip. Ensure the detail has their eye on her as well." He finished by taking my hand back into his. "Absolutely, Mr. Mitchell," he answered and smiled at me. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Gilbert." I returned his smile, more nervous than anything, but playing along. Jim and I walked toward the helicopter where Jim's driver had returned from placing our bags. This was beyond surreal. Jim's phone rang, and he took the call as we stepped onto the aircraft. I'd never been in a helicopter before, so I wasn't sure what to expect. But I definitely didn't expect it to be this massive and luxurious. The smell of leather reminded me of the fragrance in Jim's luxury cars. 4 large chairs sat at the front and back of the cabin, while the middle area, with hardwood floors, had leather couches lining the windows that stretched along the entire cabin. It was more than high class. This was ludicrous wealth. Jim guided me to buckle up while continuing to throw out some more instructions about the event we were heading to. I buckled myself in and followed Jim in chilling out at the back of the helicopter in the 2 captain-like chairs. This was so fucking badass. I glanced up to see a monitor that showed the flight patterns on it. The sun was setting, and I don't think this rushed trip could have been planned better. I felt excitement wash over me when I heard the engines come to life and the shadows of the blades start spinning slowly before they whirled into a blur. The next thrill was when the cabin lights dimmed and an indigo blue light backlit the area where we sat in. The light was muted enough to set off the elegance throughout the helicopter, but it also enhanced my view outside of the windows. With grace, the chopper gently rose from the ground and hovered for a few seconds before it dipped forward and veered off to the right. I watched the ground below us growing farther away as the helicopter glided through the air, and it was so smooth that I felt nothing but the adrenaline coursing through my body. We made a few banking turns, and then the ocean was beneath us. The coast was to our left, and the lights flickered off the waves as they rolled into shore now that the sun hid behind the horizon. Jim's hand covered mine, and his thumb tenderly rubbed over the top of it, pulling me out of this extraordinary experience I was enjoying.
"Care to join me for a drink?"
he asked, pointing toward the sofa at my right and facing the windows that gave the view to the coastline.
"God, I haven't said 2 words to you since you accepted this invite. Please forgive me for that. This last-minute shit has had me strapped to the phone since taking over this event."
"I completely understand. What are we drinking?" I asked, unbuckling and standing up, following him to where he had a bottle of champagne, and then a man walked out with a tray of cheese, crackers, and fruit.
"I'm having a bourbon. You can have this champagne or anything else you'd like."
I eyed the food tray and thought I'd tease him, being that it was my first time talking to him since this whole thing was set into motion. "I might have to back out on dating you again," I said, picking off the tray. "I can't do this lavish lifestyle stuff." I shoved a piece of cheese in my mouth. "At all." He smiled and laughed.
"Unfortunately, I couldn't bring this helicopter through a drive-through window, or I'd have you eating burgers, fries, and a shake instead."
I took the tall glass of bubbly and sipped it. "It's why I can't be your lady, Mr. James H. Mitchell," I said with a dramatic sigh. "I can't eat like a bird. I thought you and I established this a while ago." Jim took the glass of bourbon he'd poured and sipped.
"I will ensure a buffet of food is waiting for you in our rooms when we arrive. The hotel will cater to any and all food cravings you have, until you have no other option but to date me because I know how to feed my woman."
I pinched my lips, trying to hold on to teasing Jim, but not able to take my eyes off the glorious coastline view. "Might work," I said, my mind drifting to the beauty of cruising through the air over the ocean. I settled into his side on the couch. "This is remarkable."
"But the food sucks." He kissed my temple. "I'll have to find time to make this right."
I leaned my head against his shoulder. "And how do you plan on doing that?"
"Well, I see it like this. I miserably failed as your host at my place, and now this helicopter food situation almost has you walking out on me again. Let's just say I wasn't finished with you at my house before the SOS call came in. I'm still planning on what we never finished after our little warm-up session out by my pool."
"I'd like to see you try to fit it in." I leaned up to whisper in his ear. "Us fucking." Jim grinned and kissed my lips. The flavor of the bourbon in his kiss sent a jolt of energy straight between my legs.
"You think I can't find a way to take my lady before, possibly during, and after this charade tonight?"
"I shouldn't challenge you." I laughed, taking another sip of my drink. "I watched you pull this whole thing off like it was nothing." I studied his eyes, sparkling and radiant, before I turned to face him on the sofa. "I have to know, are you good at hiding stress, or is this shit normal for you?"
"My brother always tries to pick my brain to figure out how I remain calm in complicated or chaotic situations. My only explanation is that I don't allow chaos to govern my mind. I wouldn't be able to maneuver through them if my mind escalated to an unhealthy level of stress. I know it will be handled, and that is the goal I strive for while confronted with things I believe would stress or upset others."
"Wow." I smiled at him. "Makes sense as to why you didn't knock Derek's ass out after he threw a punch at you."
"That was much simpler. I knew if I engaged the man, especially while he was not in his right mind, it would only fuel what I knew he wanted. I chose not to give him any credence whatsoever while trying to upset me."
He took another sip of bourbon.
"I quickly learned that my weak point with that man is you. Without question, I would fight back, knowing between right and wrong, if he were to attempt to harm you or Addie."
"Well, the prick is in jail." I rubbed his leg. Don't worry your handsome self about him hurting Addie or me. Just getting away from him helps me.
Yeah,
he said.
And Addie? She's okay with Mom skipping town on her?
She doesn't care where Mom is at the moment. I leaned against him. She's had an awesome day at the zoo and will be ready to crash by 7 tonight after the movies. She's having a little party of her own. Jim chuckled.
Good. She and you both deserve a little fun, don't you think?
We'll see how much fun a speaking event can be. I laughed.
Yeah, you gave me a glimpse of your shit show yesterday, so you get mine tonight and tomorrow.
He ran his hand over my arm.
However dull the event might be, I swear to God you are not leaving Palm Springs without me fucking you senseless while we're there. I've waited far too long for that, and after this afternoon...
He exhaled and licked his lips.
Your ass is mine when I get the first chance. Mark my words on that.
Now you're working me up.
Good,
he said, reclining against the sofa.
I need you wet and ready for your man when we get in that room.
He gently ran his hand over my hair.
Perhaps we can enjoy a hot shower together. It might be the only place where it's private when we first arrive.
Doubt that. I'm fairly sure that after this helicopter ride, your hotel room will be a house of its own.
Chapter 26. Jim. All of the itineraries were changed. The venue was amended to accommodate my standing in Alex's place, and any other possible issues that might arise from me taking over at the last minute were settled. It was always crazy the shit that had to be changed to keep people calm when soliciting them to work for or invest in a new company, be it a hospital or big or small businesses or anything really. The slightest change could create a shitstorm, and this whole conference, which was orchestrated to bring in new investors, executive team members, and more medical staff for St. John's Heart Institute, it all could fall apart with the slightest alteration. Now that we were integrating the Neuroscience Center, we certainly had no room for error. We needed this to be nothing less than superior. I felt like the biggest ass ever, having had only a few moments alone with Avery on the helicopter before we landed. My phone began blowing up with bullshit the second we stepped out of the chopper, and I'd been on it since we walked into our presidential suite. That's when Clay and Joe took over prepping Avery for the night. These guys were practically family since Ash came into our lives, and I enjoyed having them around. However, I couldn't even make the introductions. Thank God Avery took to them immediately and reacted with her usual brightness and enthusiasm. While I was stuck on my damn phone, it was Clay who took control of the scene and gave me his "what a shame that Jim is such a workaholic" look. I knew Clay well enough, and he wasn't a dick about it. This man with his own heart of gold genuinely seemed to feel bad for me, and I never really understood why he did until I met Avery. That's when I realized it was apparent that I hadn't been living a life outside of my business. Here I was proving I was no different from before because my department heads in public relations, planning, and marketing were not answering their fucking phones. "Why is Harkin not in attendance?" I asked one of the marketing representatives assigned to this event.
"They backed out last minute," she said timidly. "I can't get a hold of anyone else to help me figure out what's going on, Mr. Mitchell. It's the only reason I called you. I'm so—"
"Text me your contact info on Harkin and I'll deal with them personally," I said, cutting her off. I didn't have time for excuses or apologies. "We have 32 rooms booked for this group. I'm not playing any more games with these people," I said. Fucking hell, I thought after hanging up, checking Jen's text for the number and calling out. I swear to God that I was about to lose my shit in this room. Where the fuck were my department heads and my marketing teams that had handled this before it went sideways? It was one thing to manage my business for all of this, but an entirely different thing to do the jobs of the employees that were hired to handle these issues. We were on a time crunch and I had no time to play games and start chewing asses out. It was time to cut the middlemen out and handle things myself. My frustration eased some when I heard Avery giggling on the other side of the double doors of our suite. Joe and Clay were contagiously laughing along with her, surrounded by the parade of gowns and accessories they brought in, and I heard Ash stop in for a few minutes too. I wanted to be out there with them, and I could have been if my employees were on deck doing their fucking jobs. I refocused and sat at the desk, handling this particular medical group that tried to bail out of the conference. It only took 20 minutes on the phone and turning over my company jet to fly them all in tonight to inspire them to be in attendance for Colin's presentation tomorrow. Fucking hell. Part of me didn't want this group to have anything to do with this new Center for Our Neuroscience Research. They were becoming entitled little bitches through this entire process, and I was having significant doubts about them being around for our opening next year. No one was worth this much trouble. I leaned back in my desk chair, pinched the bridge of my nose, and forced myself to regroup entirely before getting ready to head over to the exclusive convention location at the resort. This place was to be transformed to create an exquisite and glamorous atmosphere for this event. My teams had better have this prepared as instructed. At this point, I had a feeling I'd be blowing up balloons or vacuuming next. I glanced over at my ringing phone and eyed it with annoyance when I saw the head of my public relations team calling in. After her call went to voicemail, my head of events planner rang my cell. It only took me getting on the phone, doing their jobs for them to call me back. I glared at my phone, and instead of answering and listening to excuses, I pulled up my email. I put every department and department head who'd dropped their work in my lap tonight on an email string. This was the only communication they were getting from me tonight. Alex and I needed to be on the same page with this too. If he let these departments run him over like they just did me, he needed to tighten the reins. No way in hell did I or my vice president deal with this bullshit, especially hours before a massive event that was arranged months ago. I sent out invites for an important meeting on Monday, and we would all be reminded who got paid to do fucking what. If these employees wished to keep their jobs, then I'd see them then. This was all inexcusable. I swiveled in my chair when the door opened, and I heard Avery speaking to Joe and Clay as she stood half in and half out of the doorway to this room, wearing silky shorts and a camisole. "Thank you so much again, you guys," she said in her sexy, scratchy voice that made me observe her with growing lust. "Tell Jem to take care of his stunning woman tonight," I heard Clay say. "Have fun, girlie." "Tell Jem we said thank you for the VIP treatment," Joe said, always a bit more reserved than his counterpart. "We'll see you tomorrow, Ave." "Sounds great, and I'll tell him," Avery answered with a high-spirited laugh. "Oh," I heard Clay say, "and tell Jim we're all decided on the pewter dress. He gets no vote." Avery laughed again. "See you boys later." The doors closed, and it was just Avery and me now. I watched with desire as she pranced across the room in her tank and no bra, completely unaware of where I sat, secretly admiring her. I rose, knowing I had to change into my suit, but I couldn't go the entire night without being inside her. She was washing her hands in one of the sinks when I walked in and handed her a towel to dry them. "God help me," I said, looking at her naturally sharp and striking features that had been accentuated by the way her makeup was done. "You look so beautiful." Avery chewed on her bottom lip while my eyes drank in her beauty. Half of her hair was pulled up and fashioned to complement the artistic skill of her makeup. Her vivid blue eyes held mine captive, and I seriously had to control myself. "Why, thank you," she teased me with a seductive grin. "But it's Clay and Joe's masterpiece you're admiring." "I'm admiring a woman that I'm so grateful to have in my life." She turned back to face me. "I met Ash tonight." She stopped herself, then eyed me. It had to be the expression of needing her that she saw on my face. She ran her hand over my hard cock and grinned. "We have an hour, I think, and I'm full from all the food that was brought in the room. You weren't lying about the buffet, were you?" I laughed, grabbed her ass, and lifted her up to wrap her legs around my waist. "I wasn't lying about fucking you before this thing either." Her hands ran down the center of my chest as I walked over to the mirror and turned her to face it. She smiled daringly at me through the reflection. "I was wondering if you'd failed as my host again." "Never," I said, wrapping my hands around her waist and pulling her shorts and thong down. My shorts were on the ground after. I pulled a condom out of the toiletry bag I had close by, ripped the fucker open, and rolled it on my hard cock. "In fact, I'm going to hit that spot with my cock and watch you take me like this through that mirror." Avery planted her hands on the long granite countertop and wiggled her ass in front of me. "What are you waiting for, hotshot?" she taunted with a smile. I leaned forward to kiss along her neck while I lined myself up to her wet entrance. "You want it like this? I can't promise I'll be gentle." "I don't want it gentle," she said as I slid my dick into her hot, tight sex. "Oh, yes," she moaned, her ass arching into me. "God, I've missed you." I watched her eyes close as I slid further in, knowing her sensitive spot wasn't deep. "Tell me when I'm on it," I said, feeling every last tense nerve from earlier swiftly fleeing, and all that mattered now was bringing my girl to climax. Watching her through the mirror was enhancing the ecstasy of the moment. "Fuck, you're still so tight." I bent forward and kissed her neck while moving my tip against the inside of her. I wanted to go deep and hard, but her moans as I slid in and out of her like this held back my selfish desires. "Oh my God," she said as I continued to move my throbbing dick in and out of her. I gripped her hips, using them to position her while I worked her pleasure point. "Fuck," she cried out with her voice that did more things to me than I could explain. I had one arm on her shoulder, one on her hips while I worked her sweet spot with my dick. "That's it," I said, my cock massaging her G-spot. "Come on, gorgeous," I said, feeling her pussy constrict around my cock. "Let it go. I'm going to come so deep inside you." Her eyes were trance-like when they met mine in the mirror. She was so damn sexy. "I'm so close," she said, her hands clenched into fists as I worked her pussy. I attentively watched her lick her lips, mouth open, and her beautiful tits bounced underneath her shirt. I needed to see all of her. I pulled her top up, Avery's hand coming up to play with her breast while my hand took the other. I was so intently focused on her in this state of bliss that I remained calmer than I could have imagined while helping her climax with my cock. "You want me to work your clit, gorgeous?" I whispered, my lips licking along her delicious neck. "I'm going to come just like this," she said in bliss. She threw herself back against my chest, her entrance clamping down on my cock in a spasm that flipped the switch on my nerves, muting all sensations while I watched her come. Her head shifted to lean up, and my lips captured hers while she moved, coming on my dick. My other hand worked her nipple, and I softly twisted it while we kissed through her climax. Her tongue searching and meeting mine in a soft, seductive way. She pulled away. "I want you in me so fucking deep," she said, eyes glossed over as she returned to her position of giving me her ass again. "Fuck this pussy hard, Jim," she ordered, still breathless. My hand crossed her chest and held her breast while I positioned myself to bury myself deep inside her. Her face tightened while I thrust in and out, and her whimpers sent me into ecstasy that second. I pinched and rolled her clit gently as I came inside her. "Fuck, that feels amazing," she panted out. "I've missed this." Our eyes met in the mirror, both locking while I watched her call out, coming on my dick again. "That's right. You're coming hard, aren't you?" "Yes. Fuck. Yes," she panted out. I moved slower after I felt us both relaxing into our release and finally having what I'd craved from the moment she left me in England. There were no words, both of us breathing heavily, collapsing forward against the sink. Coming down off our high, I relished in taking her this way for a few seconds longer. "Fuck, you feel so damn good," I said, feeling my dick rubbing inside her, loving fucking her from behind. I dropped my lips to cover the back of her neck and over the top of her shoulders. "How's that for timing?" I said, easing us out of this position and bringing her to face me. "Too short, in my opinion," she countered with a kiss to my lips. "You've left me wanting you more now than ever," she teased with a laugh, wrapping her arms around my neck. "I've missed us." She took my face in her hands and pressed her lips softly to mine. "I've missed you. That ended too early." "The night is young, gorgeous. That was just a taste of what I'm going to do with your little ass later." "Don't make promises you can't keep, Jimbo." She laughed, forcing my eyes to open wider in humor. "Jimbo, huh? I see you've not only met Ash, but you've met my brother Jacob, too." I smirked before disposing of the condom. "If it weren't for your different eye colors and hairdos, you'd be almost identical twins." "We're told that all the time." I smiled, following her out of the bedroom and into the closet. "I'm guessing he's cool with his presentation tonight? He enjoyed a beer and some food, if that's what you mean. Oh, and he said that he wasn't going anywhere near this room with you on the phone, so that's probably why you didn't see him." I laughed, half-dressed now, and pulling out my black suit. "My brother the saint," I said, searching for my burgundy button-down shirt and plucking the freshly pressed items off their hangers. Mine and Avery's conversation was cut off as we finished getting dressed for the event. Once my tie was on and the knot perfected, I put on my cufflinks, socks, shoes, and then I was ready to grab my jacket and get this night started. "Good God," I said, walking into the sitting area and seeing Avery in her silk, slender gown. "You look ravishing. Your ass is in dangerous trouble tonight. I won't make the entire event seeing you in this dress all night." "You did mention a before, during, and after fuck, right? And I will make good on that promise." "Jesus Christ," I said with a smile. "I believe tonight may be the first test of me being a jealous man." "Doubt that, Mr. Mitchell." "Mr. Mitchell is going to have his eye on any asshole who comes around you," I laughed. "Let me call Jake, and then we'll head down." I smiled at the beautiful woman who would be on my arm tonight. "We do have to get out of here, or we're going another round." "If it helps, I'm going commando, lover man." She winked, leaving me unable to respond after Jake answered the call.
Chapter 27. Avery. I sat at a reserved table in the front of the venue next to Jim's sister-in-law, Ash, and other executives from Mitchell and Associates. I was in awe from the second we stepped into this hotel conference room. The decor transformed the area to look like we were at some massive convention. The tone was set with the perfect lighting, a stage, and a large projector screen behind a glass podium. Maybe this was what all resort conference rooms looked like. I had no idea since this was my first time attending anything like this. We watched a fantastic presentation that was underscored with music that kept you drawn into the history of Mitchell and Associates. It felt as if we were at a badass movie theater. Hell, I already worked for this company, and I'd even gained deeper respect from watching clips of its powerful mission and values on a global level. I almost forgot it was Jim's company until the presentation ended and the lights came on, illuminating hundreds of eloquently dressed attendees as Jim crossed the stage and walked to the podium. "Good evening," Jim said with a smile that enhanced his painfully handsome looks. His voice was commanding. Everything about him was intriguing to me at the moment. The room fell silent from its post-presentation chatter the minute Jim's smooth voice greeted the room. "I'd like to thank all of you for accepting our invitation to join us over the next 2 days," he said as his eyes scanned the guests. "First of all, I want you to know that you are sitting in this room for a reason. Each one of you were purposefully selected to attend this event based on your value, who you are, and what you stand for. With that said, please know that we've taken every measure possible to ensure that your time is not wasted. Mitchell and Associates understands your time is valuable." He cracked a smile, but his face remained firm and unwavering. "You see, I'm a man who values his time greatly, and I extend the same courtesy to you. Tonight I am speaking to the most important people I may ever cross paths with. We have exclusive investors, executives from the medical industry, board members from highly accredited universities, and," he grinned, "I believe you all may be asking yourselves this question after our opening presentation. Why am I here? This young CEO better not be wasting my time." He smirked when the audience laughed in comical agreement. I'd listened to him speak in his James Mitchell CEO voice before, but never had watched him in action like this. "Tonight's portion of our 2-day conference will introduce you to why you were each exclusively selected by my company to attend this event. I also know why you accepted our invitation. You've watched the compilation of videos regarding Dr. Jacob Mitchell and Dr. Colin Brooks, both world-renowned surgeons who have proved they are irreplaceable in their talents and work. St. John's is more than fortunate to have 2 men who have not only earned awards in multiple areas of their respective fields, but through their work, they've achieved a level of exceptionalism that has garnered global attention." Jim looked over to where his brother Jake sat, alerting us to the doctor in the room that would be taking the stage after his opening statement. "So, why are you here? And why has Mitchell and Associates selected this particular group of individuals to present our newest ideas to?" The answer is simple. St. John's new expansions of our heart and neuroscience institutes will not work without you seeing our vision. You see, I am a man who strives to be the best in all I do. He eyed the room with a somber expression. But in our work, there is no room for anything short of greatness to ensure the success rates of our patients. Even with having 2 of the best doctors in the world at St. John's, we need to think bigger, and it's imperative we think better. He gripped the podium with his strong hands, leaned forward, and with a calculated emphasis he stated, "In doing so, we need to expand with only the best there is in the medical industry." He glanced toward the audience to his left, then out to the center of the crowd as he continued. "We also need investors who are serious about where they invest their money. Earlier today, our exclusive investors in attendance were invited to see the return on this particular investment. Mark my words, even though those numbers looked healthy enough for you, those are conservative estimates. You will see a higher return on this investment, and whether it be proceeds or pride in a worthy cause, it will not return to you void. I guarantee that to you, and this is why." He glanced over to his right. "Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Brooks are only willing to accept interns who graduate at the top of their classes, undergo a grueling interviewing process with them, and have a passion that's evident in their work ethic. This, ladies and gentlemen, is when you will see something unlike any other hospitals have done before. You will have the best in the medical industry working with overachieving medical professionals who are eager to learn and work with those 2 doctors closely." He glanced around the room. "We plan on taking this to an even higher level, having universities bring in their finest students and create a new course of instruction while students watch live surgeries performed by these 2 doctors as they explain their procedures while performing them." I remained silent, watching Jim and Jake exchange smiles that came from nowhere. I grinned at how handsome both men were, while they smiled at something all of us could only guess was humorous. "And with that, I would like to share with you why we must act on this vision. The reason is quite simple. We have deemed it the bus test initiative." I grinned with the way Jim said it, wondering what the hell he was talking about. Everyone else seemed to follow me in being thrown off when his speech shifted towards some bus test. What the fuck was he talking about? "Now that I have your attention," he looked over at Ash with a smart-ass grin. "Allow me to explain the bus test. Dr. Mitchell's wife is happily pregnant and has cravings at the strangest times. Dr. Mitchell will stop everything to ensure his beautiful wife is cared for, especially in the food department. You see, Mrs. Mitchell might crave something that will undoubtedly lead Dr. Mitchell to cross the road tonight to purchase from a convenience store. If Dr. Mitchell were to step off that curb and a bus were to flatten my poor brother." I could tell Jim was refraining from laughter after looking back at Jake, rolling his eyes. "Every skill my brother has, everything locked up in his genius mind, would die with him. We would be left wishing we had an opportunity to learn from such an amazing man." Jim looked back at Jake. "Or if Dr. Brooks were to get hit by the same bus on its return route." He chuckled while Jake shook his head. Jim became serious while the audience laughed. "Listen, it's a silly point, but it's a fact. If we were to lose the knowledge these men have amassed because of a tragic incident, I would consider myself to be a fool never to have embarked on this quest." Jim's eyes roamed over the audience again. "I only ask that you listen closely and seriously consider the worthiness of this investment. We need these men. We need more men like them. And the truth is, we only have a—" He paused and looked over to Jake. "How long until the baby arrives?" he questioned with humor in his voice. He looked back to us with a smile that stole my breath away. "Regardless, we have less than 9 months to come to an agreement." The room burst into laughter at his wit and charm, and I just felt a few feet deeper for him. Jim held out his hand to introduce Jake as he walked to the podium. "Please allow me to introduce to you my brother and chief cardiovascular surgeon." He shook Jake's hand. "And someone that I surely hope doesn't get hit by that bus anytime soon. Dr. Jacob Mitchell." Jake leaned into the mic. "Leave it to my brother to announce my importance as a doctor by sentencing me to death by bus." He looked over at Ash, who laughed along with me.
If it happens, you have this one to thank for it.
As the night went on, I sat in awe of the company I worked for. The event was primarily directed toward their owning St. John's Hospital and ensuring it would be recognized as one of the best hospitals for cardiac and neuro patients, if not the best. I sat through all of the presentations, fully absorbed by them. Who would have thought sitting through something like this would be so informative and intriguing? If that wasn't enough, Jim had stolen my heart on yet another level. The charismatic businessman had me, and the entire room, connected to every word that came out of his mouth from the moment he approached the podium. I should have known he was this smooth with words, this direct with his approaches, and this passionate about his company. I'd never met this side of Jim until tonight. I'd been more caught up with the man who ate Big Macs with me, who role-played as my husband in England, and who took care of me after fleeing his car for the nearest cemetery. The Jim and Mitch who dropped whatever he was doing to pick up my daughter. That was the man I knew more than this one. It sounded ridiculous, but I found myself fascinated with him as a whole now, and the respect I had for him had grown by leaps and bounds. The bar is open. I tapped Ash on her shoulder after Jim thanked everyone for their time and closed out the last of the presentations. Would you care for something non-alcoholic? I smiled at the beautiful young woman who was married to Jim's younger brother. Her swollen abdomen complemented her petite figure. They say that women have that beautiful glow while pregnant, and that was apparent on all of Ash's features. Her brown eyes sparkled, her smile was brilliant, and most of all, the young woman had a fun and caring aura that radiated from her. I felt like I'd met a kindred spirit in the small amount of time we'd talked while Joe was doing my hair. I almost felt like I instantly had a wonderful family or a group of lifelong friends, and I'd only spent a few hours with them. Ash chuckled and pushed her chair back. After 2 hours of sitting, I need to walk or something. I'm dying here. She cracked a smile that easily made anyone who looked at her smile back. I'll head to the bar with you. After the remarkable presentations tonight, everyone in this room will most likely bombard Jake and Jim now, she said as we stood together. I definitely think Mitchell and Associates won the crowd over tonight. I completely agree. Jake was fantastic. Maybe that's why Jim's afraid he might get flattened by a bus tonight. I laughed. That was classic, she said with a grin. Let's hope I don't need him to cross the street for anything I might crave tonight. Aside from Jim's goofy analogy, I have to agree with Jim about how important it is that Jake shares his knowledge. I grinned as we stood behind people waiting to approach the bar. His presentation actually made me feel more comfortable about coronary disease, if that's possible. Before he and I were an item, he saved my dad's life, Ash said as we made our way to the bar, people moving away after getting their drinks. Jake really is the best there is, and I'm not biased. I guess I have to agree with Jim's bus flattening Jake analogy tonight, too. She laughed, her sweet laugh, and took a sip of the ginger ale she requested. The bar itself was adorned beautifully to match the splendor of the room, complete with a crystal counter that was backlit with a magenta glow. The entire event was as fancy as it got. How long have you and Jake been together? I asked, interested in the adorable couple's relationship. She grinned when I sipped the martini I ordered. Well, honestly, when we first met, I thought I was only having a one-night stand with some sexy guy named Mitch. That was the name he gave me anyway. And it turns out that alias he used that night is poor Jim's nickname. She rolled her eyes and laughed. I think he does that shit to intentionally piss off his brother sometimes. Mitch? My daughter is fascinated with Mitch as her good friend. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Jim met her and tried to help her gain some trust with him by saying that people call him Jim or Mitch. Mitch stuck with Addie. Oh, shit. Ash laughed. Well, hopefully if Jake meets your daughter, he won't die laughing when he hears her calling him Mitch. So how did Mitch become Jake? I asked. By saving my dad's life. I could see her eyes glow with passion. He nearly died, and who would have thought that my one-night stand was the surgeon who would save him from his heart attack that night? It took some time, Mainly time for me to get over myself, and Jake and I realized we just couldn't push away the attraction we had for each other. I love that. What a special story, I said. It's pretty crazy, though. It all happened so hard and so fast. It took me a while to understand I was in love with the man. It's sort of hard to accept that word, you know? For me, anyway. I looked out into the crowd and saw Jim standing with his brother and a group of other men. Earlier, I thought I was gawking and obsessing over this new side of him, but could it be that Ash was onto something I wasn't daring to admit to myself? It is, I answered. It can be such an overused word, I think. It's the commitment, the pull towards someone, and you just can't resist it even if you tried. Yes, she said, and as we were getting through the small talk, she was cut off by a man to my right. Dirty martini? I heard a low, humorous voice, a little too close to my ear, say. I pulled my eyes from Ash's narrowed ones and turned to face the robust man with blonde hair, sporting a suit that most likely cost a few pretty pennies. And I'm about to order another, I said. Are you here with the medical groups? One might say that. His grin broadened. The man was pretty damn fine-looking, a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, yet I instantly didn't like him. I'm not asking what one might say. I'm asking what you say, I said. I hated it when men in bar situations tried to play coy. You're either with the group or you're crashing this place for free booze, I said, looking at his gin. He smirked. Maybe there was a stunning woman I caught a glimpse of and I decided to crash it for her instead. Are you hitting on me? I must have had the most bewildered look on my face because I couldn't believe something so ridiculous was happening at such a stylish event. Going to report me, Blue Eyes? He said, his dark brown eyes locking onto mine as he sat on the stool next to the one I took moments ago. I might. You probably shouldn't hit on the girl who's with the man who could have you thrown out. I saw one of the men who'd been assigned a security detail to Ash and me take notice of what was happening. He was dressed sharply in an all-black suit, and he had one of those curly plastic earpieces that people in the Secret Service wear. Is this gentleman giving you a problem? The man asked as he approached and stood protectively by Ash and me. He can and will be removed if that's the case. I glanced around to see that Jim's eyes were locked on where Ash and I sat. I'd like to say this was that jealousy thing in him that he was talking about earlier, but his dark gaze, the scorched earth look, was telling me he wasn't a fan of the random dude in a suit who was talking to me. I smiled at him, letting him know it was all good at the bar. He nodded, did some lethal eyebrow arch toward the man at my right, and I could tell he was doing his best to remain in conversation with the group that surrounded him. I'm fine. I smiled at the secret bodyguard, and then to Ash's playful grin. I'll handle the trash in here. I'm sure you get paid to handle the real men. The man nodded and backed off. I turned back to the idiot that I could instantly tell Jim didn't like, and I was sure it wasn't because the douchebag was flirting with me. Looks like your ass is hitting on the wrong girl, I said, hoping to move him on. He smiled and leaned against the bar counter. Trash, huh? He covered his heart. This Tom Ford suit tells a different story. Tom Ford, Henry Ford, who really gives a shit? And the suit may tell a different story to you, but... I took a sip of my new martini. I'm pretty sure what's underneath it is trash. You've got a sharp tongue, don't you? That's pretty fucking hot. What the hell do you want? I said, now that the curse words were commencing. I just want to see what James Mitchell's little charm is all about. You've got to know that's what you are, right? Just something to show off. I rolled my eyes. I'll take that as a compliment. I smiled and looked back to see if Ash was cool with me continuing to interact with this dick. She smirked, arched her eyebrow at me, and I turned back to the douche. A compliment? To be some executive's playmate for the weekend? You have no idea. I decided to roleplay this bitch out of my presence. No idea. I playfully grinned at him. How much I'm enjoying being his playmate. He tightened his lips and eyed me.
Where did he pick you from?
Pick me from? Let's pretend that it doesn't sound like I'm a contestant on a game show for a second, or that I live in a cabbage patch. Does it matter? I responded, swirling around the olive in my martini glass. Who the hell are you, and why do you give a damn who's on Jim's arm tonight?
Perhaps that's for me to know, and you and that cutie carrying Jake's kid to find out.
A man of mystery? Ash asked from behind me. Oh, he's definitely got me intrigued, I said, staring at him. I want to know more about being James Mitchell's playmate and what others think about that.
You have heard of the circle he plays in? The man said, seemingly pissed but not leaving. He and his boys are the Billionaires Club, only fucking girls who don't reach into their pockets for handouts.
I nearly choked on the sip I was taking from my martini glass. Holy shit! I glanced at Ash, laughing. Jim's in a club? This is news. I feigned, being amazed, while trying not to laugh at this dipshit who was trying to make Jim look like an asshole. She pursed her lips and became serious. Yeah, sorry that I didn't let you in on that one. It's very exclusive, she chuckled. Sadly, Jake was kicked out of it after he hooked up with my poor ass. Is that so? I questioned her with a smile and turned back to the douchebag. Well, now I feel like shit for being here with him.
You should, he said. He's using you.
Using me? I questioned. I hate to burst your bubble, but I'm not worried about that part. It's just that I don't measure up to these exclusive Billionaires Club standards I've just learned about. I have a feeling that now, since you've managed to crack this case wide open, he might get his ass kicked right out of it. I looked over to see Jim was still in conversation, face dark and unreadable. I'm broke as fuck. So, please tell me, have I ruined the man's billionaire reputation by being here with him?
James Mitchell would never date outside of money, he answered. Someone said that about a certain doctor as well, Jim's brother Jake said as he walked up to the man and looked over at Ash. However, some woman took the heart doctor to school with her free spirit and charms unlike he'd ever seen.
Indeed, Ash said as the douche and I watched Ash and Jake interact. Charms, huh? I heard she was dabbling in the dark arts so she could take the good doctor down with her. Jake gripped the dick's shoulder, and I smiled when he virtually jumped out of his skin at the gesture.
Far from that, Jake said. She was the only one, you see.
He looked at the man who stared darkly at him.
Who could tame the wild side of the doctor. So they say.
He sighed.
I believe it's what they say anyway.
Ash nodded seriously. Well, it's universally known that she trapped him by getting pregnant. She was a college dropout, and you know those ones will do anything.
Tell me about it.
Jake's blue eyes seemed to twinkle as he stared past me, his hand shaken off from the jerk.
And the horror when he found out about that on their honeymoon as well.
Jake sighed.
She took him for more than just his heart. Fucking amazing heart surgeon falls for her and loses his rightful throne in this Billionaires Club that he helped co-found.
Billionaires today just can't catch a break, I chimed in. You think Jim will get kicked out when they find out he's with some chick who drives a beat-up 1980 VW Rabbit?
Jake smirked. Last I recall, she's a single mom also. I even heard he already bought her and her kid a pretty badass car, so that's something.
He looked at the dick, who managed to stick around this entire time for some unknown reason. If the asshole left now, it was apparent he'd have to hold his head in shame, and from what I could discern, this guy wasn't here for that, and he was most definitely too prideful to walk at this point.
This is a joke.
The man stared darkly at Jake.
Does it look like I'm joking?
Jake became more serious.
What the hell are you doing here, Mason? It's Mr. Forrest to you, Doc.
He countered, and all the lame-ass bantering ended.
And I'm here because I'm sick of your brother's company sliding in and taking every business under the sun. Perhaps that's because Jim is a goddamn genius, and you're too slow and unable to keep up with his talent.
Jake stepped back and eyed the man.
And now, here you are hitting on his girl. Big fucking mistake to piss off this particular CEO. Yeah? The man rose from the bar stool, trying to meet Jake's height. What the hell is your big brother going to do to me? You're in a bidding war for that. Jake waved his hand in the air. Who was it? Who the fuck knows? He sighed. All I know is winning that account over Mitchell and Associates would take the Forrest Group and bring them the business they need so as not to close up shop. You need that deal. Even I know that, and I'm not running my family's business. Jim is nowhere near securing that deal, he countered. No fucking way. Then why is your sorry ass here in this room? I asked, more interested in this dickbag who was here, spying on his competition. Then you decide to come at me because I'm here with Jim? Give me a break. Is this how you wealthy assholes work? Spy on the competition when you get intimidated? Jim's speech was pretty badass, so I know that must have stung a little. I smiled at his reddening face. Now, here we are. You're trying to make him look like a sleaze to the girl he walked in with. God, I wasn't wrong when I referred to you as trash in a suit. You're a little mouthy cunt, he said. Now, Jake said. That's no way to talk to a lady, is it, Mason Forrest? Fuck, man, did your parents hate you or something? Mason Forrest. Shit. He looked over at Ash. Make sure we pair up first and last names with the little ones so he doesn't end up sounding like a goddamn idiot when he grows up like this guy. Fuck you, Doc, he snapped. Mr. Forrest. Jim's voice cut through the bullshit, and I could tell this was going to end and end quickly now that we had a CEO tone slicing through the air. Is there a reason you're in attendance tonight? You need to back off our deals, James, he spat. Jim's hand took mine while Jake walked over to Ash and stood behind us. I asked why you're here, Jim insisted. I'm unsure as to why the vice president of Forrest Group is at my convention. You'll explain here and now why you chose to walk in on something that is none of your company's business. Mitchell and Associates better back the fuck off our medical groups, he demanded. We are not on them, Forrest, Jim said. They chose to show up tonight, and while you were over here acting like some kind of viper with my lady, I was closing and securing handwritten signatures of all the executives and investors that are insisting on funding and joining St. John's new medical center. Gotta learn how to do the job, man. Jim's voice lightened some. The days of playing games with a man's woman to piss off the competition are over. You see, I play chess with my business tactics. You're playing checkers. Did you merge with Brooks? You're fucking joking, right? I heard Jake say from behind me. I'm not. I want to know, did Colin turn that company over to his best friend's brother? If you follow the stock market, Jim said sternly, which I'm suddenly questioning if you even know how to watch the damn thing, you'd have your answer to that question. Jim's face grew severe. Unless I call for a personal meeting with you, I don't ever want to see you sniffing out my company and its business again. You and I will never have another conversation unless it's when I'm buying your company out, and I'm quite certain that if you keep up these childish games, it will be very soon. The man said nothing, only glared at Jim, and then stormed out of the enormous banquet hall. Jim looked at me. Did that asshole say anything bothersome to you? He asked, looking like he was still in CEO battle mode. Avery. I smiled at him. You must have completely forgotten who the girl is that you're wearing on your arm tonight. I sighed and looked over to Jake and Ash. Though he did mention that Ash was the reason Jake got kicked out of the Billionaires Club. And I'm going to hit you straight, Mr. Mitchell, I said, looking back at Jim. Dating a broke, single mom? That shit's going to destroy you in that elite circle. Jim frowned and looked over at Jake's smile. For fuck's sake, he said in a low voice. That buffoon brought that up to Avery. Gave her all the criteria and everything, Ash chuckled. We're all betting you're out next, Jim. Jim shook his head and rolled his eyes. I swear to God that when old man Forrest turns over that company to that idiot, that company will fall. And you'll be there to catch it? Jake smirked. Nope, Jim said, the lights dimming and the music picking up to fill the dance floor. I'll let it fall and acquire all of the failing businesses under its umbrella. All because he has no idea the meaning of busting your ass to keep a company going and growing. Lately, I found myself exhausted with entitled assholes. Forrest showed his value in coming here tonight. What a singularly stupid fucking idiot. All right, it's mingle time. Jake eyed Jim. The event is now in your hands. Jim smirked. I need a goddamn drink, and not in the company of guests. He glanced at Ash. You know you're not forced to deal with all this nonsense. Jake and I will handle the room. Ash smiled at him. Go grab your drink. We'll manage the rest from here. Why do you always give in to him? Jake looked at Ash with a funny smile. Because you're forever dumping stuff on Jim. She laughed. I think Jim and Avery could use the break after rushing down here to take Alex's place. Thanks, Ash. Jim smiled at her. How about you, Avery? I just know I'm starved, I said, prompting Jim to laugh. Then he saw the daring expression on my face. I was told I'd have some food before, during, and after this fine event. I'm thinking that while dancing is commencing, we could step out for a few minutes. Better get this one back to the hotel room and feed her, Jimbo. Jake laughed and shook his head. Ash and I are going to mingle while you two are eating. He arched a knowing eyebrow at me. Make that shit quick. Regardless of what my beautiful wife says we're doing, I'm certainly not fielding all of the BS questions from my brother. He winked, and then he and Ash drifted into the crowd. Jim didn't hesitate to take my hand and lead me out of the large hall. We walked briskly to our room, no words spoken, and the man who towered over the douche walked with a purpose that made my insides swirl with excitement. I glanced up at his expression, and I knew this interlude might turn into something I wasn't expecting from him, but would never forget. We barely made it into the hotel room, the door forced closed by his strong hand, and I was now up in his arms, and his lips on mine in a way they had never been before. I was trying to keep up with his urgent and devouring kiss, but my adrenaline spiked. Fuck, I was so taken by him. His tongue was forceful, and his groans sent shivers down my spine. You remember me telling you that you're mine? He said in that commanding James voice. Yes. I bit my bottom lip. The territorial look in his eyes was so fucking hot that I could hardly think. Are you about to claim what's yours? I tried to tease him as he placed me on my feet, and his hungry lips found my neck. I ran my hands through his perfectly styled hair as his mouth skimmed lightly over my shoulder, following his soft but firm hands as they steadied me, standing in front of him. I'm going to do more than that, gorgeous, he said, dark eyes locking intently onto mine while he stepped back, slid off his suit coat, and draped it over a chair. I watched him with a desire of my own as he removed his tie. Holy shit, I thought the mirror sex was pretty hot. My thoughts and voice were cut off when Jim walked back over to me, and I was lost in this gorgeous man's fiery look of passion. His emerald irises searched into my damn soul. You looked so stunning tonight, he said as goosebumps covered my sides where his fingertips gently caressed my skin as he eased my dress off me. Having you back in my life like this, being back together again. He paused, tracing his knuckles down both of my bare sides. It's like we never were apart. I feel the same, I answered, reaching up and unbuttoning his shirt. I want to pick up where we left off in England. Even after our fallout in England and knowing I'd probably never see Jim again, much less getting back together, I felt a draw to him unlike anything I could explain. I felt so comfortable, secure, and complete with him. Jesus Christ, I did love this man. I'd already fallen in love with him in England and didn't know it until this moment. My head dropped back as Jim's hands cupped my ass and his starved mouth covered my nipple, hardening the moment his teeth gently captured it. God, how I loved his teeth and mouth on me like this. I could sense the hunger and urgency in him every time he brought his mouth to taste my body. He made me feel so beautiful, which no man in my life had ever done before. I was fucking spinning and couldn't keep up with this new, aggressive, yet gentle side of the man I just recognized I was unreservedly in love with. There was no doubt about that now. I loved the Jim and the James side of him.
I was going to be in serious fucking trouble if I lost him after I embraced these emotions wholeheartedly. There was simply no replacing him.
I want you in more ways than you know,
he said as he lifted me into his arms and carried me into the bedroom of our suite. I worked to slow the wild man down, his eyes still dark with a desire that sent shivers through me and between my legs. How do you want me? I asked, after Jim was completely naked and he pressed my body firmly against his. He was hard, and I needed him inside my body that was aching for him. I took the lead in stepping back, pulling back the covers and crawling onto the bed. My heart was racing with anticipation when I felt Jim's warm body move next to me and his breath caress my cheek.
You have to know that I'm utterly in love with you by now,
he said as I turned to lay on my back.
I want more with us, Avery. I hope to God you feel the same as I do.
His voice was different. It was sincere and suggestive in a way that made me wonder if there was more to his words. What are you saying? I asked, my heart pounding under his gaze as his hand massaged the inside of my leg. Because I know what I want, and that is to never be without you again.
I'm telling you that you're the only one my heart has ever loved. I don't want anything to ever come between us again, including that fucking piece of latex. Tell me you're using any method of birth control, he said. I want to give you something I've never given any woman. Mostly, I have to know if you would even want me like I want you now. When I say you're mine, this is partly how I desire to show you that.
My heart nearly stopped. Jim, I said, reaching for his face. If this is because of that asshole, don't do something you might regret.
I couldn't care less about that clown, he said. Being up there tonight, speaking.
He kissed my side as his hands roamed over my stomach.
Seeing you.
He stopped and looked up at me.
That's when I realized that I was more than in love with you. I can't imagine my life anymore without you in it, Avery. Having you in attendance tonight was the most incredible part of this entire thing. You supporting me. Fuck, your goddamn smile. I could hardly think.
I licked my lips and smiled at his eyes returning to mine. Didn't seem like that from where I sat. All I saw was a man who knew what he wanted, charmed the room with more than his looks and expensive suits. And I saw your passion for your company in just the way you spoke. All of it. It was intriguing for me to finally experience this side of you.
My passion for the company is earnest, and nothing has ever replaced or matched that. And until tonight, I never believed anything would. Then my eyes fell on the one person that has helped me find life again. Life outside of all the bullshit that suffocates me at times. I never understood everyone's pity for my being married to it until you pulled me out of the pit I'd fallen into. I wasn't living. I was running a goddamn business and using that to help others have better lives while putting mine on hold.
He took my hand and brought it to his lips.
You have reminded me that my happiness was lost, and now I see that. I saw it tonight more than ever.
Jesus, Jim, I said, my heart sort of breaking for the man. Was it all that bad?
You have no idea.
He smirked, his lips caressing my jawline now.
I won't lose the best thing that's ever happened to me, Avery. Even Addison and her sweet, fiery spirit. It's more than I deserve, but I'm not shying away from stating that I want it. I want it all, gorgeous.
I smiled at him. Shit just got real with us then?
It was real before.
He kissed along my abdomen.
It's just more solid now.
His eyes drifted up to mine while his lips massaged along my hip.
Unbreakable. When I say you're mine, I mean that sincerely, and I want to take you and me to a level where I've never been before in my life.
I've never been here, I answered. I couldn't imagine what it is you're referring to now. His body covered mine.
You and me, gorgeous, forever. No matter what may happen with your ex, anything, I want you wholly.
I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I'd never had anyone, damn it, anyone feel this way about me. What the hell did I do to bring this compassionate and loving man to beg me for a solid relationship?
Avery,
he said while he cradled me in his arms, his hands drying my tears.
Talk to me. Did I take this all too far and too fast on you?
No, I reassured him with a kiss to his lips and then smiled at him. Jim, you have to know that I sighed, pulling back the tears that I didn't expect to surface. How do I say this? My life has been nothing but shit, and I'm not even close to exaggerating.
It's all in the past, he said. I'm here now and never letting you go. It's you and me now. If anyone wants to waltz in and try to fucking bring tears to your eyes over anything, I won't tolerate it. I will protect you and Addie from all of your ex's bullshit. Anything you ask. I'm here for you.
I swallowed hard. Is this even real? I softly laughed. What did I do to make a life of horrors turn into this dream come true with a man like you?
I feel the same as you do. He smiled. I had my own hell that I'd built for myself before you, and your sexy little ass pulled me out of it, he said, nuzzling my neck and rolling my body to mold into where he laid next to me on his side. I love you, Avery. I fucking more than love you.
I bit and tugged at his bottom lip. All in and forever, eh? You're taking on Addie and me and never letting go?
I'd make one phone call, and both of you will be calling my home yours as well, he said. Or we take it slow with Addison. I'll let you lead the way with what's best for her.
Why don't we start with the fact that I am on birth control? I eyed him. I've never had unprotected sex before.
Nor have I, he said, more serious again. Though, I must know, does that mean that you adopted Addison? He teased.
Broken condom. What are the odds, right? I trust nothing but the pill after that, and because of that scare, me being too drunk to be smart enough to not screw Derek for the hell of it, I had my ass tested for everything. I shrunk down some. I'm telling you, you might not want to commit. Addison is here because I was too drunk to think. Had sex with an addict I'd just broken up with, and the condom broke. Still interested?
Sometimes beautiful things come from bad, he said. Finally, a first for both of us.
A first? I questioned.
No condom. I want you, and I don't want the damn thing blocking any further sensations I'm aching to feel while having sex with you anymore.
I don't want to kill the moment, but can we save the awesome sex experience for after this gala thing? I figured this was a quickie and we'd be back down there before your brother killed you. Jim dismissed everything I said by kissing along my throat and reaching his hand down toward my hot pussy. Jim, I said, breathless as he ran his fingers over my clit, igniting my nerves. Jake and Ash.
Jacob is set to give the final farewell. Colin flew in early.
His lips more concerned with my body as he continued to massage it with his lips.
I'm no longer needed. I was merely here for the opening and to secure signatures from our significant guests. We can either do this or go dance. He looked up at me. Right now the bar is open and the dance floor filled. Your choice.
I looked at him and smiled. So Jake was just
being Jacob. He smiled. I'm done for the night with anything having to do with my company. It's all you now, as it should be.
Are we crazy for being all in so fast? I mean, it is fast, right? I said, part of me thinking it was something I had to say to get it out in the air. It didn't feel fast in my heart, but I needed to know we were on the same page.
When things are meant to be, it just works. And this, you and me, it works. We just had to wait for the correct timing and for our paths to cross finally.
I looked at him and smiled. I love you, James Mitchell. That was all that he needed, and Jim and I were well on our way to stamping this commitment in stone. He was right with his philosophy about our paths finally crossing and the timing of it all. I knew I would have never appreciated this man as I did now if I had met him before Derek, or even a year ago, when I was so defensive towards people that I was officially the world's biggest bitch. It was strangely perfect timing for the man I felt a connection with and who my daughter loved instantly. Talk about stars aligning. Things like this didn't happen unless fate was smiling down on you. And that's why I wasn't fighting him or this. I was all in.
Chapter 28. Jim. I laid Avery on her back, needing to see her vibrant blue eyes that had shone beyond the beauty of the extravagant room where the gala was held. Her smile helped assure me that she was as confident as I was, creating a closeness I'd never shared with any woman before, and she was so fucking beautiful that I couldn't resist not being inside her a second longer. "Fuck, Jim," she writhed beneath my hands, her voice making that moan that I loved so much. "Please," she begged as I continued to maneuver my dripping wet cock along her belly while relishing in the taste of her soft and full breast. "I need more." Her fingers slid through my hair, gripping it, and her legs fell slack. I ran my hands up her arms, bringing them to rest in the pillows above her head. "Can you come for me, gorgeous?" I asked, bringing one of my hands down and sliding 2 fingers between the seam of her heated entrance. "You're so tight. I want you to come in my hand," I said, massaging her pleasure spot. Avery bit down on the corner of her lip and called out while I felt her pussy in a spasm around my fingers. "That's it, Jim," she moaned my name, her body moving beautifully flexed in a spasm that made me work to hold back coming then and there. She was so hypnotically sexy when she came. "Jim," she muttered my name while she rode my hand in pleasure. "I love hearing you call my name like that," I said, breathless myself, feeling how hot and wet she was. Avery smiled, her eyes still closed. "I need more, Jim. Now," she begged in a voice that called directly to my aching cock. I forced all of my eagerness into a deep and aggressive kiss while I lined my cock up to her warm pussy. Fuck me to hell, I thought as I slowly pushed my unsheathed cock into her tight entrance. She was so wet, so hot, and this was so goddamn surreal that it halted my breath while I moved in and out, my cock feeling the warmth of a woman for the first time in my life. I'd been scared to consider this, but it was her. It was the woman who managed to breathe life back into me that made this the best fucking moment of my life. Avery's hands pulled out of mine and her fingertips dug into my back as I moved slowly, to save myself from instantly exploding in her, while adjusting to this sensation of her warm juices surrounding my cock. "Fuck." I kissed along her cheek. "You're so warm, tight, and fuck, Avery. This is so goddamn amazing," I said, finding a rhythm that I could hang on to. Avery moaned the deeper I went, accepting me fully with her legs open and knees resting on the bed. I could only imagine how sexy she looked right now, her hips pulling off the bed and her head buried back into her pillows. She was all mine, and I could easily see she was just as taken by this as I was. Her nails dug deeper into my back the farther I slid into her. "You're so fucking huge," she croaked out. "It feels so good. Damn." She licked her lips. "This feels so fucking good." My cock was almost buried fully when I reached her deep spot, and her fingers went to my hair as they always did when I thrust my sensitive tip into this spot. "Harder? Tell me what you want and how you want me, gorgeous," I said, knowing I was now in full control of holding myself back. "Slower. God, I love you. Right there," she moaned. My forehead went to her chest, feeling her pussy clamping down on me. "Shit, gorgeous, you." I was silenced when her pussy clenched around my cock tighter than before. "I'm going to come again," she trailed off, her hands pressing against my back. "Come on me, gorgeous," I pled, bringing my head up and needing to watch her. "Open your eyes. I want to see you come." Her eyes reopened and shimmered in their blue and spellbinding color. "Come on, Avery. Let it go. I need to feel all of it." I reached down and massaged her clit, knowing it would send my lady over the edge. Avery's breath halted, and that's when I matched her in cursing while feeling her juices around my cock more than before. I felt the pulsating spasm of her hard orgasm pulling the cum out of me in that second. She turned her head and I had to see those beautiful eyes while I came in her. "Look at me, gorgeous," I said, pumping harder. "I need to see your eyes," I begged while I brought my hand up and gripped the low headboard behind her. Her eyes returned to mine. "God, this feels so good," she said, coming down. "I want all of your cum inside me," she said, her teeth capturing my chin and then pulling at my bottom lip. "Harder," she begged, her mouth sucking and pulling gently along my neck. My fingers dug into the headboard. The feeling was more than I could take. Avery's body was molded and buried beneath mine as I fucked her pussy harder and deeper than I'd ever done. I was too lost in the sensations of euphoria to be gentle with her, and couldn't stop now unless she begged me. Holy fuck, I growled, holding the headboard with both hands and fully burying all of myself into her. My release moved hard and in a spasm that shot violently through me, forcing another groan of pleasure out of me. God damn, I love this, I said, hearing and feeling that both of us were unraveling together. Oh my God, she arched into me. Again, she half laughed and moaned while her teeth and mouth went to my neck. That enhanced my expanded feelings of ecstasy of this moment. Can you feel me coming on your dick? She asked in her raspy voice of pleasure that I loved. My cock was sensitive and felt more than I imagined possible. Yes, I said, staying buried in her but carefully shifting my body to meet her lips. Our mouths collided and our tongues fluttered against the other to taste every ounce of each other's kiss. Avery's response was hard, aggressive, and it felt so perfect. All of it. With Avery taking all of me this intimately and my cock having nothing to shield it from the only woman I ever wanted to have again, I felt more from our connection than I believed I would have. I loved her, and there was nothing stopping me or straying my mind from that now. My movements slowed. I could fall asleep inside you like this, I teased, kissing her nose and rolling to my back, bringing her with me. This is the most amazing fucking feeling in the universe. No shit. Her teeth captured my chin playfully, a mannerism she always seemed to be fond of doing. I almost bit the hell out of your neck, though, she said, laying her head on my chest. I cupped both of her perfect ass cheeks in my hand, not letting my cock lose its favorite place in the world just yet. A hickey would have gotten me out of tomorrow's conference. I'll remember that if we decide to keep at this all night. You feel amazing right now. I ran my hands through her hair that we managed to destroy from its previously perfect style and now was cascading down my side. All of this. I leaned my head up and kissed the top of her head. Fucking unreal. It was, hands down, the best sex I've ever had. Her hands grazed up my sides in a way that killed every part of this moment in less than a heartbeat. Fuck, shit. Don't, I squirmed. What? Avery said, her eyes devious and playful while my cock unfortunately fell out of the one place it could live for eternity. Are you ticklish, Mr. Mitchell? I smiled. I was entirely at the mercy of this playful woman with wild eyes. I'm just sensitive, I lied. The hell you are? She ran her hands up my sides in that damn way again, and it made my body jolt. I tightened my lips and closed my eyes. I was so fucked now. I saw it in her eyes the minute she was tuned in to my ultimate weak spot. Well, she said in her playful voice. Looks like I've got the big bad CEO at my mercy. I gently maneuvered her hands away from my side and rolled her onto her back, she and I both laughing at how this had destroyed the aftermath of fantastic sex. I've been at your mercy since seeing these gorgeous blue eyes and your perfect smile when we met on that plane, Avery Gilbert. She smiled. I still have no idea how that incident stays with you. I was so livid pissed about that last-minute phone call from my sister, and your sorry ass got to hear all about it, the entire flight. I loved every second of it. Your cussing and making the other first-class passengers uncomfortable was priceless. You raising your voice so I could fully grasp how shitty it was that you had to put up with whatever it was you were going on about was pretty adorable also. I smiled, recalling how bold and captivating she was, how different it felt to be in a strong woman's presence who didn't give a fuck about what I or anyone else thought. Was I that obnoxious? I was certain, and still am, that they put you on the no-fly list. I chuckled. Looks like you'll be taking the private jet from here on out. She rolled me off of her. Shut the hell up. She leaned on her side, and I followed, facing her. I kept it down, especially when I cussed. Really? I teased. Because there were a couple— No, she arched an eyebrow at me. Those people didn't count. That lady was a bitch and you know it. I laughed. Why was she a bitch? Because she thought she should have a cabin to herself and the child seated in front of her quietly playing games was not to share first class with her? Yes, exactly. That little boy wore his headphones, played his games, and then slept most of the way. People like that woman are always in first class. They are quite annoying with their unnecessary attitudes.
Are they wealthy and they just look down their noses at the rest of us?
Not necessarily. I pursed my lips and tucked her hair behind her ear. It's usually the ones who went in debt for a first-class ticket who act like they own the plane.
I think it has less to do with money and more to do with manners. Maybe it's just me.
Avery sighed.
I'm glad she was uncomfortable with me up there. It's worth taking a boat across the pond since I'm on the no-fly list now.
I laughed. As fun as that might seem, when you and Addie are able to join me on trips to London, we're probably going to be flying on my plane.
You have a goddamn plane on top of everything else?
As I mentioned to that joker earlier, you have to actually work and work hard to be where you want to be. I didn't take handouts. That man does. I took a company over that my dad busted his ass to build. I worked my ass off in school to graduate at the top of my class, and my dad made me start at the bottom of Mitchell & Associates and work up from there. I earned that chair after he passed, and it made it easier to assume the monumental role I took on after that. No one respects the trust fund brat who steps into daddy's shoes straight from prep school. I wasn't about to be one of those guys. My father wouldn't allow any of his sons to be one of those guys, and that was well known in anyone's company we kept. So, with all that said, I earned that airplane too. I smiled at her. It's what I also find so admirable in you. I see that you have Addison first, not looking for handouts, and you're busting your ass and letting nothing stop you from achieving a living for yourself.
Wrong about the handouts though, buddy. She playfully poked my chest. You just ruined all of that by buying me a car. Since I have a car that I can actually depend on now, I can definitely live a little better, knowing I'll make it from point A to point B.
I grinned. You don't feel as though you earned something like the car I purchased you?
That's a tough question. Sometimes I feel like the shit in my life happens because I sort of deserve it. I mean, I don't take any bullshit sitting down, but I seem to get my face rubbed into the ground no matter how many times I get back up to fight back. It got exhausting at times when I was always fighting for myself. The ultimate bitch, I think people would say.
She laughed.
But it all changed when I had my baby girl. Yes, life still seems to want a piece of me at every turn, but I have more determination than ever. I have Addie to fight for now, too, and I guess that makes it easier to get back up.
Her face became solemn.
Now I feel like I've gotten a break from the shitty hand life dealt me.
Her eyes looked soulfully into mine. And what was that?
Simple. You.
She shrugged.
I've never met anyone in my life who gave even half a damn about me as you do. Who knows, maybe the plane crashed on my way to London, your dreamy face was the last thing I saw, and this is all my slice of heaven. Here I thought I lived a life that would surely send my ass straight to hell.
She laughed. Straight to hell, eh? I ran my hand along the beautiful curve of her body, from her shoulders, down her sides, and over her hips. What happened when you were growing up? You said you were afraid of Addison going into the system should you fight for full custody of her. Her eyes diverted from mine, and she frowned.
I don't think anyone would believe it. I was shocked that Derek's parents believed it, but they knew my foster mom after my sister hung out with one of their friends for a while. When I came back home, they already knew my story, so I didn't have to share it.
I continued to run my hand along her side. Avery, I'm not any of them. I'm the man who cares for you more than you know. Tell me what happened.
Well, I'm no saint, she said.
All children are products of their parents' behaviors, I said, trying to lighten her up some. Her expression had me concerned. However, you mentioned that you ran away from home. So was there no parental figure in your life?
My mom died when I was 5, she said softly. I guess she had that shit coming. She brought all kinds of men into the house.
Avery's eyes filled with tears. They didn't fucking touch you, did they? I instantly grew furious out of protective instinct.
No, she shook her head. My mom took them into another room. At the time, I didn't like the noises she made. It scared me. As you can imagine, she was using her body to pay the bills.
I watched Avery shiver, and I almost did the same as I imagined my beautiful woman as a sweet 5-year-old girl having to deal with that horror. Oh my God, I said softly. They pulled you out of that shithole then?
No. She laughed in disgust. I found my mom unconscious on the floor. The child in me couldn't understand why her mom wasn't talking or waking up. I dialed 911, probably the only thing my mom had ever taught me to do if anything were to happen. And that's when things changed. She exhaled. I found out later that my mom had overdosed. That's when they put you in the care of a foster family? Holy fucking shit. And here I thought Jacob and I had it bad growing up. I never found my mother dead on the ground. I just was aware that she was bringing men home to fuck and feed her addiction behind my dad's back. That's nothing like finding your mom gone at 5 years old. My foster family at the time was worse than living at home with my mom, bringing guys in for money. Those motherfuckers starved all of us children. They locked the cabinets and fridge, and at the time no one came to check out the living arrangements. I just remember always being so goddamn hungry all the time. I tightened my lips. And with the way my girl loves to eat, I can definitely see you fleeing the house. Avery didn't laugh. I'd thrown her back in time, and I could tell she was reliving this nightmare. The psychiatrist said that is probably the reason why I feel like I'm hungry all the time. Dr. Maxwell said that after I brought it up as a joke, but it makes sense, I guess. Anyway, after running away at 10 years old and getting caught, the law dealt with those people and shut them down. That's when I moved in with my grandma. Unfortunately, she couldn't get past the death of her daughter after 5 years, and so she took her own life. Maybe it was seeing me that made her do it. I have no idea. Sometimes, when I think about it, it feels like it was my fault. I have no idea, except to state what I always say when shit goes south. My fucking life and luck, it would have happened after I moved in. Avery, are you fucking kidding me? I asked, totally floored by this revelation. Your grandmother took you in, then fucking killed herself? It was all bad, she said. I didn't grow up on the right side of the tracks, so the saying goes. I survived it all, though. I'm here. I have Addie, and I'm happy. She ran her hand along my cheek. Even before you, I found a way to be happy. I'm sure I have issues. In fact, I know I have fucking issues from all of that shit. It's why I ran away from Jill's and lived in Santa Cruz. At 13 years old, I was a hellion. Anyone who was trying to lay down rules for my own good, I would flip them off, and so finally I took off on Jill. It's why Brittany is the way she is with me, too. I fucked Jill over, and Britt knew it. I lived outside of life's reach for hurting me. That's how it felt anyway. But the truth is that all it did was destroy me. I tried to clean my shit up, and then there was Derek. And you're pretty much up to speed on that now. I think you're one of the most profound and strongest women I've ever met. I've never known anyone to deal with so much tragedy and come out the other side. To go through that nightmare. I stopped and smiled. Yes, I'm reading between the lines here, as you don't need to divulge details to me for me to grab on to the point. However, if you ever want to talk about this, any of this, I'm here. Always. I know. I guess I should have spoken up about my past a while ago. I understand childhood trauma isn't something people bring up on a first date. You have no reason to feel obligated to have done so sooner. I can only imagine the strength it takes to talk about it at all, so please know that I'm glad you told me now, I said, bringing my lips to hers. I will do everything in my power to make sure you and Addie are happy and well taken care of. I swear to God, if there's anything I can do, I'll do it. If the house is too fucking big and you want to move into a nice neighborhood with children playing around, I'll buy us a place that will suit us three together. You weren't messing around when we went down this road tonight, were you? No, I said. It might not be a marriage proposal, but it's everything like that, and more. When the time is right for you and Addie to trust me, you'll be my missus. Might want to hold off on the suburbs, champ. At the rate you're going, we'll be married tomorrow night. Here at the gala? She smirked. It's probably the nicest decor in a room I've ever seen. Who needs wedding planners when you have it all set and ready? Guests all including doctors, board members, investors, and executives? Why not? She laughed. Someone's got to show up for the wedding of the century. You, Avery, I brought her into my arms, are seriously too much. And don't think I didn't pay attention to the neighborhood you currently live in. If anything, I'll buy you the house in the suburbs right now, and I'll move in when you're ready to bring me into your life like that. What if Addie and I don't want you to move in? I laughed. Well, that will suck really fucking bad because I would very much like to come home to both of you one day. Call me a spoiled little bitch, she poked my rib cage. But I'd rather live in your resort in the hills. In the city, but still high above it. Rooftop sex? Rooftop sex?
I arched an eyebrow at her, and suddenly my dick wanted to enter the conversation. You can move in tomorrow night after we land. Your car is being delivered there anyway. Let's go slow for Addison. Let me find you a better neighborhood then, or I'm sleeping on your fucking couch. No, Avery said in this commanding yet charming voice. Derek has no idea we live there. He's our only threat, and that's when he's high. Other than that, Addie and I are safe. I love that you care, but I don't need to be taken care of like that. In this department, I need us to move a bit slower. I know you are perfectly capable of taking care of yourself and Addie. Okay, fine. I sighed and conceded. For now, though. For now, she simply stated. I know we're trying to play a heavy commitment game, but trust me on this, okay? Avery, I won't hurt you. I promise you that. I know, she said, but I saw the sadness in her eyes. Sadness as if I'd already hurt her but had no idea what I'd done. Hey, she pushed up and sat on her knees. I'm jumping in the shower. Want to join me? You don't even have to ask. I sat up, pulled her into my chest, and kissed her lips. I already want you again. It's just about how I'm going to take your sweet little ass this time around. She laughed, kissing my nose. You love to run the show in this department, so you have to share the little sexual interludes, Mr. Mitchell. You realize I hate hearing that come out of your mouth, right? She laughed with that sweet, scratchy, sexy laugh. Well, you are Mr. Mitchell, the fucking CEO of the company I work for. We'll have to find you another job, I said, rolling my eyes. To everyone I have to be an asshole, I'm Mr. Mitchell. To you, I'm Jim. I love hearing you say my name like you do. No nicknames, no professional work titles. I'm Jim to you. The Jim that enjoyed every minute of having you with me in England and having you back in my arms again. Oh shit, she covered her smile. Ash told me about Jake using Mitch as his alias when he screwed her before they knew each other. Their one-night stand? That shithead used the name the guys call me sometimes. He used it every time he messed around and screwed women over. And guess who was getting eyes on them out at the bar when the name Mitch was called? My sorry ass. You're kidding. Nope. I bit the inside of my cheek. I almost got decked by some prick whose girl cheated on him with my brother. Are there any chicks still hunting for this player named Mitch? I haven't been looked at oddly, nor have we gone to any of those bars recently. I think it's funny as hell, if I'm honest. Avery got up, and now my eyes were on her perfect ass. Are you coming, Mitch? She stopped and laughed, looking back at me as I followed her, unamused. You just realized you killed the moment for me, right? She laughed while I went to turn on the shower. I killed the moment for myself. No shit, I laughed at her. What do you say we ease Addie out of the Mitch name? She loves her friend Mitch. Perhaps one day I'll be more than a friend then, I smiled. Avery grabbed my cock and I jumped in shock as she started pumping my dick in her hand. It might be a long night for you and me, Jim. That wouldn't bother me at all. We stepped into the shower and my inward hope of seeing Avery's lips around my cock happened. One thing was for sure. This woman and I would not be leaving each other's sides anytime soon. I knew that as much as I wanted her 100%, I needed to take things slowly and carefully, and I needed Avery to take the lead with Addie. I was deeply devoted to Avery, yes, and even though I felt that sure of this, the reality was that we needed much more time. We hadn't been together long, but I knew without a shadow of a doubt there was no one else in the world that I'd rather be with. I knew it from the first time I saw her and became more than intrigued with her. Call it love at first sight, call it hopeless romanticism, call it crazy, but I knew this was worth everything. More than all of this, though, the heart and innocence of a child was involved, and Addison's well-being had to be considered over my desire to beg for both of them to be in my life forever. Avery was a single mom who knew how to manage this better than I. This would be the first time I released the control over anything I wanted to pursue. If I truly loved Avery, I would respect her wishes in how we approached our relationship with Addison involved as well.
Chapter 29. Avery. Our second day in Palm Springs went as smoothly as the first. Colin did an incredible job with his presentation. Jem expounded upon what Colin had to say by speaking again, standing there in a dark suit with a new glow on his face. The crease in his forehead and his brilliant smile captivated the group, and it wasn't long before the people were responding with lively excitement. All in all, Jem and Colin had enchanted the room, making everyone seem to enjoy this day and the reason they were here even more. I was on Jem's arm most of the time, and it was euphoric in its own way. No nasty looks from people I understood were in the upper class of the leads. There were only casual conversations and a lot of fun. I would have thought that Colin, the gorgeous neurosurgeon, would have been far too young for his position, and the same went for Jake. By the looks of them, you'd think they were young and naive doctors, but the men were brilliant, captivatingly intelligent. Thank God for that, too, because if they weren't, this conference would have been a waste of time. The night we flew home was as mesmerizing as the helicopter flight in. This time, however, Jem surprised me with burgers, fries, and a shake. He said he believed I would appreciate that more than roses or jewelry in gratitude for joining him to Palm Springs, and he wasn't wrong. He knew the way to my heart was through my stomach, and that was enough for me. By the time we got to his place, and after our commitment of love declarations to each other the first night in Palm Springs, I thought Jem and I reached a mutual understanding that he didn't have to thank me for anything. I loved being with him, and now I was having to pull it together while getting ready on Monday morning for work, knowing we'd both be going our separate ways. This was going to be my last morning here at his home. I had to think about Addison and all of this. I had to make sure Jem and I were solid, like he said we were. We needed much more time together before I made any dramatic changes with Addison. A lot of this stemmed from my own trust issues, not of Jem, but myself. Derek seemed to be great in the beginning, too. I was blinded by a lot of things when I thought I was in love with him. The way I felt about Jem was more than anything I'd ever felt for Derek, though. That was a fact. Maybe that had me a little frightened, too. I don't know. I just had a gut feeling we needed to try our hardest to take our relationship slow. I was single, but a single mom. If I was hurt, Addison did feel it. No matter how hard I tried to hide it from her, she was already dealing with a fuck-up for a dad, and the last thing she needed was her mom prancing around, acting spontaneous and free-spirited. Stability and security didn't come free in my experience, and that was for fucking sure. I hated feeling this way because all I wanted was to be with Jem, but I had to be cautious. I knew how the world worked, and it didn't change overnight just because I did. "Yeah," Jem said as soon as I finished sliding my lipstick over my lips. "Your new position is in my office." He smirked. I had no idea how long he'd been leaning in the doorframe, looking handsome in his three-piece suit. "Firing your personal assistant?" I teased. Jem stood up straight from leaning against the doorway. "You wouldn't be half wrong about that, but Summer had nothing to do with dropping nearly the entire event in my lap last minute. It'll be my events planning team who will hate the hell out of me today when I'm done with them. Them and the 2 PAs who have been assigned to this for months." Jesus Christ. I'm not going anywhere near your office today. I laughed, packing up my makeup. I didn't think anything was wrong. I shrugged as I cleaned off his bathroom countertop from any makeup residue I may have left behind. It was all badass. "The reason I couldn't even introduce you to Joe and Clay, and the reasons for another company not showing up at all yesterday, was all their responsibility. Apparently, they were having cocktails by the pool while my goddamn phone was being blown up." I walked up to the tall man whose face was hardened now, pissed for reasons he hid well from me. "Shall we fuck before you head to work?" I thought I'd tease him and knock the look off his face with my proposal. It worked. I was taken by one of Jem's arms. That light-hearted expression was back, and his lips were on mine. He pulled away and brought my free hand to his hard cock. "That gets to stay with me while I wait it out all week until we're together again." His eyes were pleading. "There's no way." "Jem," I smiled, scooting past him and trying to get to my bags I'd packed up. We discussed going to the beach with everyone this weekend. Addison hasn't even seen the new car that her friend Mitch bought her. Let's start with that. Sleepovers, however. I started laughing as he grabbed me from behind, and I spun around in his arms. I put my palm up against his hard chest and arched an eyebrow at his beautiful expression. They have to wait. Then I have to have you now, perhaps during your lunch. You are one very naughty CEO, I said, walking into the room and zipping my makeup bag into my duffel. You have to wait. After you get off work, then? I smirked at him. With those cameras in your office? Yeah, I'll pass. Shit, he chuckled. I can't win, can I? I take lunch out in the courtyard garden area at noon with Alyssa and Amir. If you'd like to join us, you can. I have a meeting then, he said. It's one that I can't move. And I'm on the clock. I have a set schedule, I said, putting my hands on his waist. This is going to suck, isn't it? Jim took me in his arms. More than anything. It won't be as bad as losing you in England, but after the weekend we've shared, yes. You have no idea how much I'm dreading coming home to an empty house. I want to see you and watch Addie play in that pool or something. I know. I stood on my toes and kissed his lips. Addie deserves you and me having more time together as we did in Palm Springs. I might need to start farting or something. We have to get more familiar for her sake. Jim's face tightened in humor. If you love to fart so much, he kissed my forehead, then you and Colin will be the best of friends. I laughed. He does have a fun and witty side for a neurosurgeon, doesn't he? Not that I know many neurosurgeons, but he's a 180 of what I'd expect from one. You have no idea what that man. Put him and my brother in the same room with a few beers and the comedy show rages on all night. A night like that sounds like fun. We'll do that on Saturday night, after the day at the beach. You and Addie are still going on vacation and staying at my beach house, correct? Yes, I conceded. The first sleepover. Okay, he sighed. Then his phone beeped. He checked it and smiled at me. Someone's new ride is here. Let's go handle the pink slips, or we're both going to be late for work. When I walked out to Jim's driveway, I was looking for a regular car, not this badass four-door black Aston Martin. I quietly followed everything the man and Jim were saying. The damn thing was at the top of its game after Aston Martin decided to make a four-door vehicle that would sweep the market in luxury sports cars. I glanced back a few times to see how it matched Jim's car, what he said Addie'd referred to as the roller coaster car. I signed the dotted line, my hand shaking at the fact that Jim was gifting me this car. I was utterly speechless. I'd never had a pink slip to my name, ever. Now here I was, standing in front of a car that I didn't quite match. Shit, this thing was going to get ripped off at my apartment complex. Maybe Jim and I would have to move in together. We pretty much adopted a child with this thing, and I instantly didn't want to scratch on it or anyone fucking with it, mostly because it was a beautiful gift from Jim. While Jim finished with the man, I peered into the car. I smiled, seeing a custom car seat for Addie in the back. Jesus Christ, this was too much. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, I heard the man say. Have a good day, Jim said, and the man was gone in a dealership car that followed him to Jim's place. Think Addie will be impressed? He asked, while I looked at him in awe. And perhaps you could try it out while giving me a ride to work. How is it that you think of everything? I asked with a smile. How in the living hell did you manage to get a car that matched yours? Alex is my car guy, the go-to man, so to speak, he said with a broad grin. He mentioned it after I asked if there was anything out there like my Aston Martin. It turns out there was. Well, partner, I was holding back tears of gratitude and overwhelming joy, although my cracking voice was giving that away. This is quite a step up from the car I had. Tell Alex I said thank you. And you? I shook my head and swallowed back more tears. God, thank you. I hugged him and was molded into his body, smelling his delicious cologne. Thank you, Jim, so very much for this, for taking care of us. He pulled away and his lips brushed gently over mine. Always. I'm just hoping that you don't kill this one, he teased, easing me out of the explosive, ugly cry of gratitude. I'm not a crappy driver. You saw me driving in England. Big difference. Well, my darling, he said, walking to the passenger side with his briefcase and putting my duffel bag in the back seat as the garage closed.
Let's see if you're a leadfoot out here the same as you were in England.
He kissed my cheek as I sat in the most luxurious leather seat, more like a cockpit. The steering wheel even felt glorious. I took a deep breath and looked at him. I don't think I can handle this kind of extravagance. I started laughing. What if Addie spills something in it?
Or gets French fry grease on the seats.
He smirked, adjusting the seat back to fit his long legs.
Then it will be the perfect family car, I would say. Right now it's new and needs something spilled in it.
My ass! I eased the car back and then turned the beautiful baby to purr down the road. This car begs you to floor it. Listen to this motor, I said, hearing the throaty growl of the sports car.
If you fucking kill yourself in this because of that lead foot of yours.
Chill out, I said, easing through his driveway and wishing we were near an open highway. At least this will be comfortable in traffic, I said, wiggling my body in the comfortable seat.
We're taking back roads, gorgeous,
he said, pulling up the business address on the GPS.
I'm never on the freeway unless I have to be.
Through the hills, then? I smirked at him.
Just keep us on the road, please.
Hey, if we bite it because I let the car get away from me, the workers you're going to rip into today will be that much happier, I teased.
Fuck,
Jim gasped when I stepped on it, finally letting the car loose.
Avery, swear to God if you...
Quiet, darling, I said, using our fake marriage pet names from England. I'm trying to focus. I don't need your bickering nonsense as a distraction. Jim laughed.
We need to do something, like a new driving test or what the fuck ever. You like speed way too much for comfort.
I love fast things. I glanced over at his serious yet humored expression. And huge cocks. Jim closed his eyes and smiled.
Drive the damn car, darling,
he said, pulling out his phone after it started ringing.
Just get us there alive.
Chapter 30. Jim. I sat in my office perusing a spreadsheet and crunching numbers on a company based in London that I wasn't convinced Mitchell and Associates should acquire. The decision could easily be made without flying out to the London headquarters, but this one wasn't looking robust enough for me. The market was saturated with these particular pet products, but perhaps party pets could raise more awareness toward organic food being brought in for animals. We'd certainly have to change the name and relaunch the company, which would be easily done. However, the owner's proposal gave me the feeling that company names would be more of a struggle than reaching an agreement on company shares and money issues. I leaned back in my chair when Summer announced herself, and with my best friend right behind her. I smirked and shook my head when Alex's flirty eyes held hers for a second too long.
Mr. Mitchell, I've called for the heads of HR to conference room D for the meeting with public relations and the team leaders you requested from the Palm Springs event. It's in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Summer, I said. I think we're all set.
The head of marketing has also set up the video you requested for the meeting as well.
Excellent. Summer left and Alex sat across my desk. I swiveled my chair back and forth, studying my friend and giving him a look that told him that he was playing with fire regarding Summer.
What the hell is that look? He asked with a smile. My mother is fine, by the way.
I know, I answered with a smile. You assured me of that on Saturday. You should have stayed longer, though. That's your mom, for God's sake.
A mom I hardly knew, he answered. Or do you forget the part where she walked out on us when I was 3?
Yeah, I know. I smiled and leaned forward on my desk, crossing my arms. How is it most men seem to have daddy issues, but somehow we have issues with our moms screwing us over? I shook my head. I'm glad she's well. You're a good man to forgive her for her trespasses. I, however, am never going to fare well in that department. Seeing that addict piece of shit that Avery was with, all it does is fuel my hatred for those selfish motherfuckers.
So the rumors are true? Alex chuckled. James Mitchell's got a sweet spot for the hot woman with blue eyes in marketing?
I figured all of it would start circulating through the circles and eventually into the company after I brought her to the medical gala this weekend. She was fucking awesome there, too. I smiled, recalling how I loved having Avery there with me this weekend. Even Forrest, who waltzed in like the bottom feeder he is, tried his hand with her, and she took him down before Jake showed up to handle him. I was in the middle of securing 3 goddamn companies for us, and all I had was, Jesus, man. Alex cut me off. You're a smitten fool, Mitch. He started laughing, then looked at the clock. Hey, we only have 5 minutes for you to spit it out. I pursed my lips and shook my head. The rumors are true. That's all I can say. I grinned. But those rumors are likely not as dangerous as the ones that will start on the top 2 floors of this building if you and Summer don't keep your personal affairs outside of work. Avery's different, and you know that. Summer came from Bracken & Brothers, our only real fucking competition, and her sister still works there. You can't take chances with my office assistant, and yet here you are, lighting the rumor mill on fire yourself. You're both being too obvious. Too obvious? He pulled out a note and waved it in the air. How about this shit for too obvious, brother? He said, waving what I saw was the note that I had sent with Avery's lunch delivery today. Hey, gorgeous. He cleared his throat, mimicking some deep voice that sounded nothing like mine, I hoped. Lunch is on me. I figured this would agree more than the flowers you deserve. He arched an eyebrow at my unamused expression. Forever yours, Jay. How did that make it into your hands? I asked, wondering if I'd caused Avery any trouble with my note. She did text me thank you for the fish tacos I'd had delivered. Well, in Avery's words or mine? He asked. How did a personal fucking note for Avery end up in my VP's hands? I asked, slightly annoyed. You aren't going to believe me, but I'll tell you anyway. Alex started. It looked like a 3rd-grade lunch cafeteria when Summer and I walked through the garden courtyard after lunch. Avery was trying to grab this from some dude's hand like he was playing keep away from her after he found Willy Wonka's golden ticket. I stepped in and took the note from the idiot before Avery threw him to the ground for acting like a dipshit. She was fine after that. She knew I'd handle it. Who was the person? I asked. Did Avery do anything that would cause HR to throw this in her face? No, she didn't do anything wrong, Alex said. In fact, HR stepped in after I heard him call her a cunt, and his ass was leaving early today. He's been fired because of this and subsequent complaints. It turns out Tyler Matthews, some asshole supervisor in my acquisitions department, has had a few women come forward with grievances since this happened. Avery and your cute little love notes blew his bullshit wide open. What the fuck? I said, more concerned. This shit is going to hit the news. What the hell has he done, and for how long? Son of a damn bitch, man. I'm handling it, Alex said. Calm the fuck down or you will fire everyone in that meeting. They're already nervous that you're going to drop the hammer. What complaints have the other women come forward with? Why didn't I know about this when it happened? Because HR and I, the vice president of Mitchell & Associates, did our jobs and did them efficiently. It's being handled appropriately. I settled down some. Fuck, man, I answered. You know I hate shit like this in our business. Well, it's in every business, and tens of thousands of employees from the U.S. to London. It's why we have a special HR team. If I couldn't handle it, I would have called you. Just be glad you and your sappy shit helped to free up women from this bag of dicks harassing them. Sexually, I cringed. Verbally, he answered. And he's fired. If anything, we'll put out a public statement and start backing a movement for employees to have a platform to speak out against their hothead managers. I'd like to see that happen. Managers take advantage of their positions too easily. I've seen management-level pricks lording themselves over employees too often. It's fucked up. Since that's all out of the way, he slid the note over to me. You can give this back to Avery. He stood up. And now that you're in full-blown dick mode, we can go deal with the groups that dropped the ball this weekend. I left the bullshit of this guy, Tyler Matthews, in Alex's hands. I didn't have time for it, and quite honestly, Alex ran this company arm in arm with me. I had nothing to flare up over, but it was disturbing to know that there were those in my company who had verbally abused others. Everyone but Alex and I sat at the boardroom table, the lights dimmed, watching a ridiculous 1980s instructional video. The cold air blew on my neck where I stood at the back of the room, arms crossed and watching each employee who'd pissed me off this weekend. They sat like mannequins watching this stupid thing. It was seriously some kind of show that came out of a business education class in middle school. "Why the fuck are we watching this goddamn nightmare?" Alex leaned over and whispered into my ear. "You'll see," I said after the video ended and the lights slowly brightened. I walked to the front of the room and stood at the head of the table in front of the 14 people who'd had a part in fucking up Palm Springs. "I believe I can read all of your minds at the moment," I said, eyeing the group of young and old men and women trying to maintain their composure. "Why in the world," I said dramatically, "would Mr. Mitchell waste our precious time with such a mundane and highly obtuse video? Am I correct?" The group stared at me. I smiled. "It's a simple question. If you enjoyed the video, by all means take it home as a gift from me to you. If you found it to be a waste of your time," I held on to that word, "then you'll easily understand how I felt when I was doing all of your jobs this weekend." I grew more solemn, ensuring I eyed each individual. "We all are tasked with a job in this company. Each one of you at this table is accountable for that job. However, apparently I failed to get the entire team's memo that we clocked out on one of the largest conferences of the year." "Mr. Mitchell," Gary, one of my PR heads, spoke up, "we had no idea about half of what happened, or that Jen was sending all the calls to you." I narrowed my eyes at the man. I so wish I loved hearing excuses. It would make my life so much easier. Unfortunately for you all, I despise them. I like solutions, Mr. Maldonado. So instead of trying to excuse the fact that none of you knew that multiple groups were bailing out on us last minute, leaving me all but vacuuming the banquet hall for the event, I want solutions for why it won't happen again, why my time won't be wasted again. I pointed at the screen behind me. As I just wasted 30 minutes of your precious time. "Solutions," I said, eyeing him and the rest of the room. "Do I need to bring in the solutions department to educate you all? You, one of my most trusted groups of associates who Alex and I depend on greatly for hosting these events?" "No, sir," some said. My God, I sounded just like my father. I hated having to rip into my teams, but I couldn't let any of this slide. No fucking way. I might have sounded like my father, but they had behaved like children. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. Truer words have never been spoken. "Now, we have an expo coming up in 6 months," I said. "I have to be able to depend on all of you up until the last piece of trash is picked up off the floor. The expo will yield one of our highest investment opportunities yet. The media will be there, and many journalists as well. This event cannot fall on my or Alex's shoulders when things start falling apart. All of you are getting paid nicely to do your jobs. Please remember that when putting this event and any other event together and seeing it through until the end. I will never field calls like that again. Does it all make sense on how it was pretty unfair for you to all throw this last-minute stuff in my lap while I'm trying to do my job?" "Absolutely, sir." That being said, what you did organize was phenomenal. Everything ran flawlessly. I expected no less, and you didn't disappoint. You're all creative geniuses, and I appreciate every one of you. I would hate for any negativity to cloud my appreciation for your great talent. That is all, and you may return to work. I met Alex in the corner, a tactic we used in pointedly avoiding any kiss-asses after we had to bring it in to remind employees of their jobs and how they have to stay on top of shit. "I need to speak with Avery," I said to him. "Then call her to your office. Why are you telling me?" "Just go escort her up here, please. I thought of something with that pet company in London. I'm going through the proposals. I need to start it now, though, because I have a feeling they'll hate that I don't like their company name." Alex laughed and waved his hand over us as if he were making a rainbow. "Party pets," he exclaimed. "Taking your pet to a party in healthy ways." I rolled my eyes at him, the room now empty. That's why that damn name needs to go. The catchphrases would be ridiculous and distract from what this company could do for animal health and well-being. "I'll go get your girl," he said. "Handle your shit. It's Kinder's tonight, right?" "Every Monday," I smiled. "For now, anyway. If Avery and I finally move in the direction I want, then I'll be passing on eating out. Unless, of course, you'd all like to change the venue to McDonald's with her and Addison." "I can see Jake and Colin now, fighting for the Happy Meals." "Get the hell out of here," I smiled, and was prepping myself to apologize to Avery for any inconvenience that the lunch letter might have caused her.
Chapter 31. Avery. The week went faster than I'd imagined it would, and Friday was finally here. Addie and I were packed up for our vacation on the coast. We'd be staying at Jim's beach house tonight and coming back on Sunday night. It was the perfect getaway. Little by little, we'd break her in like this. At least, that was my plan. Jim was buried with the deal he was working on for his London office, and the only communication we'd had all week was through text. When we tried to talk on the phone, he was always getting interrupted by calls that he couldn't miss. Around lunchtime every day, he would text me and tell me he wished he could join me and the others, which was a better alternative than sending a note after the last debacle. In the evenings after Addie was asleep, a text would buzz through from him telling me that he missed me and that London had just woken up, which to me meant that he was going to work with the London office while I fell sound asleep. It was pretty cute, and I could tell he was trying to keep what we had in Palm Springs going. But I wasn't a complete idiot either. The man ran a fucking empire. I saw that with my own eyes at the gala. I missed him, but I worked and had a life too. Thankfully, I had Addie to fill the time when my mind would wander toward wanting desperately to see him again. Luckily for me, I didn't feel lonely. I had a routine and didn't necessarily stop until Friday anyway. Weekends with Addie were spent like this weekend would be, doing fun things like going to the beach, the zoo, movies, or the park. Weekends without her consisted of going out with the girls when I could, but seeing my friends was few and far between on its own lately. I'd not seen my sister in longer than usual, and I had a feeling that when we reconnected, she was going to shit a brick when she found out how things were going with Jim. I could guarantee that she'd throw up a million red flags in my face, too. She would warn me off of dating the man for every reason under the sun. I guess I'd given her the right to do so, since everything she'd ever witnessed from me was reckless and impulsive. This time, however, for the first time in my life, I was with a man who made me feel far from reckless. I was the one who was forcing myself not to do what I really wanted, which was to spend every night at his house and move into that badass place. But I refused that for the sake of Addie. One might say I actually was learning from past mistakes and finally growing out of doing things impulsively. It was 10 in the morning, and I was intently going through the mundane tasks of my morning routine by answering calls and setting appointments for approval of the managers on my floor. The managers I'd only seen the day Jim had shown up. "Mama!" I jerked when I heard Addison's playful voice. "Mom!" I swiveled on my chair, pulled off my headpiece, and my heart nearly stopped when Addie's bright blue eyes met mine with a brilliant smile. Her hand was locked into Jim's, who stood smiling at me. His green eyes were dazzling, and my heart forgot how much I loved and missed the man wearing the same mischievous grin as my daughter. "Good morning, Mr. Mitchell," Amir said, my eyes meeting his wide ones. I smiled, seemingly starstruck by the man myself. "And to you as well, sir," Jim said. "That's Amir, Mitch," Addie said, running the floor like she owned the place, not Jim. "Hey, Addie," Amir said. He'd gotten to know her pretty well during the lunch breaks when I would steal her from the daycare to join us. "Will you be having lunch with us today? I brought too much hummus again, and I think I'm going to need your help to finish it." "I might be," she answered him. Jim and I probably looked like two complete idiots by now, both lost in each other's eyes. Addie and Amir were the only ones on the floor who said a word. I think time just slowed for me, though, because Jim couldn't stand on this floor and lose that CEO composure. "We're here to ask a huge request of you," Jim said after nodding to my manager, Stephanie, and another dude I'd only seen once before, both with looks of utter shock on their faces. The room slowly grew into whispers and murmurs, but my daughter was still the loudest, forcing Jim to hold back a smile. Go ahead. I folded my arms and leaned back into my chair, wondering if Addie broke loose and found Jim in his office, and he was here to bring back my lost child to me. You both look like you're up to something. We need to get beach stuff, Mom, Addie said, with her usual sass. Really? I looked up at Jim. Right now? I figured we had everything we needed. The entire company knew about Jim and me, and I'm sure there was plenty of gossip outside of my friends, Amir and Alyssa, but I didn't give a damn. So long as Jim didn't mind it. I'd dealt with worse shit before than rumors about fucking the boss, but this was the first time everyone on my floor saw it with their own eyes. I had a feeling Jim was working this in his own way. Maybe gossip had floated across his desk, and he came down to clear it up. Who the hell knew? Not quite, Jim said. Would you mind me stealing away Addison to have her sized for a wetsuit and a life vest? The water is cooling, I said, looking at Addie's vibrant smile. She doesn't? Nonsense, Jim said. We're off to the beach this weekend to enjoy every ounce of it, Mom. He winked down at Addie, and she looked up at him, hoping I'd give in, and he'd convince me of this. If you don't mind, it will be easier for me to take your car with her seat in it than call for Blake. I pulled my keys out of my purse and smiled at him. Here, please don't let her con you into getting extra things. Jim grinned. I've got this. We'll be back in time for lunch. McDonald's, Addison nearly screeched. Addie, shh. I tried to calm her down. Now give me a hug, I said. Addison did her choke hug of excitement, while my eyes never left Jim's. I'd give anything to feel his lips on mine again. Tonight, I reminded myself. We'll get you a wedding suit too, Mom, she said, looking at Jim. I'd love one, but I'm chilling in the sun. I looked at Jim. It's been a long week for Mommy. It's been a fun week. We have a new car, Mom. Yes, I smiled at her and Jim. We certainly do, and I want to think about that the entire time my eyes are closed, and I'm soaking up the sun. Can I speak with you for just a moment? Jim asked. I could see that Jim needed to have a quick conversation without Addison being present, but I could also tell he struggled with letting her hand go. Hey, baby, I said. Why don't you sit in Mommy's chair, and if my phone rings, have Amir get it for me, okay? We can answer calls together, little mama, Amir said. She doesn't touch the phone, Amir. I eyed him. We've got this, he said, smiling at Addie as she climbed into my chair. I turned back to Jim, expecting to follow Mr. Three-Piece Suit out of the cubicle area. Wrong. Jim took my hand, intertwined our fingers, and the sea of people who were moving around on the floor parted for us. We walked toward the executive elevators without a word, and I was confused as to why I was leaving my kid at my desk. Once in the elevator, Jim pressed the doors to close, then stopped the thing. I looked at him with a confused smile. You taking me to your office, Mr. Mitchell? This is the only elevator without cameras in it, he said. It's been extremely tempting not to request you meet me in it, so I could fuck you senseless. God damn, I've missed the hell out of you. He brought me in for a tight hug, and his cologne swept me out of my right mind right then and there. I'd take that. I teased his skin with my teeth. Jesus, he sighed, and then rose and looked into my eyes. I had to just have a moment alone with you. I'm sorry that I've been so busy this week. Week is over, handsome, I said, straightening the perfect knot of his red tie. Seriously, don't let Addison scam you into buying the entire store or wherever you two are going. Wait, I said, his lips ready to devour mine, and I fucking stopped it with a mom-girlfriend moment. How in the hell did you make time for taking her shopping today? This morning? He rose back up, his hands holding my sides while leaning back against the elevator wall. It's partly the reason I've been gone all week. The London deal is kicking my ass, but we finally closed it at 4 this morning. On top of that, I pushed my Friday meetings out and canceled the ones I knew would go over. That's another thing, he said.
I'm going to have to give you the address to the place in Malibu. I'm calling ahead to have the security let you into the place. I planned on being out of here at 5 with you so we could drive down together. However, I have to meet with an investor at 5. I'll be done no later than 7, and the freeways will be cleared up then, so I'll be at the house at 8, possibly earlier.
You trust us, and what I am imagining is one hell of a house in Malibu? He grinned.
I've had pool toys delivered, and the hired help is stocking food, and they have taken care of setting up the pool for Addie. I think you're going to understand what I want to see for my own eyes.
And that is?
Seeing her smiling and swimming in the pool. I haven't forgotten how adorable she was in that video you showed me in England, he said. Those pools are used for my exercise only, and would love to see her face when she splashes the hell out of the pool area.
The things I take for granted, I said with a laugh. You know it drives me insane when she acts like a maniac in the pool and disrupts everyone trying to enjoy our pool at the apartment, right?
That's exactly what I look forward to. He pulled me in. Now if I don't kiss you, I'm going to fuck you here and now or something.
Something tells me you'd do both. He smiled.
It wouldn't be fair to you.
How so?
Your boss didn't seem to realize I was making plans to take you and Addie away, so you'd have to stay back and work while I left, utterly satisfied, and got to go shopping.
I pulled his tie and brought his laughing and gorgeous lips down onto mine. The kiss was just as hungry as I'd imagined it would be. The worst part was that we should have found a way to make a quickie happen, but we both knew everyone who wanted to check, and some asshole likely did, would know the elevator never lit up, showing it hadn't gone anywhere. They probably already thought that we were fucking in here anyway. We should have just gone for it. You made it all worse, you know, I said, pulling out of our kiss.
I can handle the office, Jim said, his voice returning to CEO James mode.
I'm not talking about that, I said, feeling my flushing cheeks as the doors of the elevator opened and led us onto my floor again. He smirked at me and pulled his phone out. As he typed, I looked for Addie, who was in some great conversation with Amir and Alyssa. My phone buzzed as Addison ran to Jim.
I'll see you tonight. Addie will be bringing lunch back for you two.
He winked. And after I kissed my daughter, they left like a king would with his little princess. It was a pretty, beautiful sight. My phone buzzed a second alert. I picked it up.
Jim. It might seem like I made it worse, but trust me, it'll be worth it tonight.
Buzz again.
Jim. I've missed you.
I smiled at the text. Avery. Yeah, about tonight. Addie will be in the house, remember?
Jim. We're in the car now. Can't text and drive. I'll cover your mouth. I had a room made up for her. Will she sleep alone?
I covered my smile. Should I let him wonder? He did get me all worked up and piping hot for more in that elevator while he took off. Avery. Yes, but it's a new place. She'll be very excited and not able to sleep, no matter how cool the room is. Sorry, you're out of luck, buddy.
Jim. Might have to wear her out in the pool then. We're leaving now.
Time for Jim to experience life as a parent, especially with a child who went full steam ahead in new, exciting environments. Jack shit was happening tonight, unless I set an alarm for 3 a.m. I smiled, trying to imagine how this would play out with our first night together under one roof. I missed the hell out of him.
Hey, sister, Amir said with a laugh. You going to survive? You haven't seen him all week, and then he comes down looking like a hot piece. You have to be dying.
I'll manage, I said, trying not to agree with him too eagerly. Well, he certainly looked like a goddamn snack, if I do say so myself, Alyssa said with a laugh. Never thought he could get better looking than his airbrushed front page magazine covers. You lucky girl. That man is all yours. What? I laughed, this stupid, nervous, excited laugh I didn't realize I was capable of making.
Oh, please, Amir said. The entire office saw that look on his face. Come to think of it, Amir looked at Alyssa. The 3 times I've seen Mr. Mitchell on the floor, he's always looked like a dick. A gorgeous dick, but a dick nonetheless. Now he's totally chill.
My office phone rang, and I answered it.
Avery?
It was Larry.
Did I finally get the right extension?
Yes, Larry, you did. It's Avery. What's up?
Addison left her backpack and her stuffed puppy here. Mom just found it.
Shit, I said, relieved. It's been hell this week without Pup. I had to lie and tell her he must have found a lonely little girl who needed to snuggle with him. It was working, but staying at the beach house tonight might have been a nightmare without her little comfort pup. He laughed.
Well, we've got it, hun.
Addie and I will swing by and get it tonight.
I can meet you.
It's not a problem. Jim's getting off late anyway. It works out fine. Besides, Addie loves riding in her new car.
No kidding,
he said.
Okay, well, see you tonight then.
I texted Jim and told him that I had to head to Larry and Annette's before driving to his place, and with traffic, the drive from downtown LA to Anaheim and then back to Malibu was going to be a massive bitch. It was a damn good thing we loved this car because we'd be arriving at Jim's place about the same freaking time as he would be. We'd finally made it to Larry and Annette's at 6:30. Traffic was a bear, but this car kept Addie content with her videos, and I could relax forever in the comfort of the seat. When we walked up to the door, the screen door flung open and my heart nearly stopped. Addie, go say hi to Papa, I said in the calmest voice I could manage, and close the door. Once the door shut, I turned around and glared at Derek as he walked toward my car. What the fuck are you doing out of jail? Pissed was not even a word I could use to express the rage I felt.
Believe it or not, Avery, people sober up,
he said. He didn't seem high, but who knew?
Nice car. Did that douchebag let you borrow one of his trust fund toys?
None of your business. I felt my entire body shaking. My life had been so carefree for a whole week. It was like I'd let my guard down, and now reality hit me like a Mack truck. A week in jail doesn't sober up someone who's as sick as you. You need rehab. You need to do it for Addie.
Does your rich boy toy know you're just as bad?
What the hell are you talking about? He waved his hand at the car.
Rich assholes like him, James Mitchell, they don't fuck with hood rats. So either he's got you a supplier, or you're using again, or...
You are out of your fucking mind. And here I thought you weren't high. You're on something, just not fully tweaked yet.
Did you tell him who he's dating, Avery?
Derek lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and pointed at me with his cigarette between his fingers.
You could make the front page of the news with your past, fucking with a CEO like him. You act like I'm so horrible, but you were always the worst, and that doesn't change.
Shut the fuck up. My past is in the fucking past. Quit trying to fuck with my mind. I hate you so much.
I'm just saying, if you're falling for this asshole, you'll probably fall flat on your face. That guy is so far out of your trashy league that you don't even have a clue, do you? You just like pretending you aren't some glorified whore.
You can go straight to hell, I said. Addie and I are leaving. I'll think about whether or not she comes here next weekend. I'm done bringing her around her dad, who is constantly high as fuck. She deserves better. Why don't you stop worrying about me and start getting the help you need so that you can see your daughter again, huh? What a novel idea.
That man and all his fucking lawyers can't help you get the custody you think you deserve. We've both done jail time. And what will the judge think about that, along with everything else you've ever done? They'll take her from you too, and it will be all your fault.
I did one fucking night in jail 7 years ago.
Tell that to the custody lawyers. You'll bring my daughter next weekend. You fuck it up, and I'm taking you to court. We both know my parents will get Addie.
Fuck you, you motherfucker! Fuck you! I screamed. I was so furious that I could hardly see. I stormed into the house, my nerves tightening with every passing second. Addie, let's go, I said in a stern voice that my daughter didn't deserve.
Mommy, are you okay? She asked. You're crying. Daddy made you cry?
God damn it, I was fucking crying. I took a deep breath and smiled. I'm fine, kid. Do you want to go and get some McDonald's?
Yes,
she squealed and gave everyone hugs and kisses goodbye except for Derek. She walked past her dad and smiled at him.
Hey, Daddy.
Does Dad get a hug?
He knelt, and I watched the scene in disgust. Jim knelt to bring himself to her level with so much kindness and adoration, and it was the most precious sight. But this? A drug addict asking his daughter to hug him goodbye after being a complete fucking dick to her mom? The man disgusted me more and more, and I didn't even need Jim in my life to realize that. I barely made it through McDonald's with Addie. I was a wreck, and holding it all in as best I could. Derek had brought out my biggest fear again, the custody fight for Addison. Jim questioned why I didn't fight for her, and this was precisely why. Because even though I didn't see myself as the drug addict that I was 8 years ago, Derek treated me like I'd never changed. He made me start to believe that this stain could never be wiped out of my life, never removed. When my mind started veering in the direction of breaking it all off with Jim, believing Derek was right that I could somehow ruin the man's image and life if anyone dug up my past, I knew I needed to go home and regroup for the night. Addie was already asleep in the car anyway. It was 8 o'clock, and we could just go to bed and head down to the beach early in the morning. I wasn't going to spiral, believing the master manipulator and his bullshit just yet. I wasn't giving up on myself. I deserved better. I deserved to be with a man who loved me. I deserved to be with Jim, whether or not he was wealthy. Derek would never see past the wealth part, but I did. I didn't fall in love with James H. Mitchell. I fell in love with the kindest, most loving man, a man who gave a damn about me. I fell in love with Jim. Chapter 32. Avery. I was up at 3 in the damn morning and wishing I was in Malibu. I'd let Derek get to me yesterday, but I woke up with one thing in mind. My life had reached an ultimate turning point, and I was moving forward with it. I was fearless and content to accept myself, my past, and the fact that history had helped me to learn from those mistakes so I could raise my daughter to be happy no matter what. So, I wasn't going to let the demons of my past scare me from going after what I wanted. They'd never frightened me before, so why would I allow them to stop me from having what I wanted most now, which was Jim and happiness for Addie and me? Jim didn't hassle me about staying the night at my place. I could tell he'd reached the end of his day as well when I called him to let him know about Derek and that I needed to head home to cool off. The fact that Addie was already asleep made it an easy decision anyway. If I'd have driven to Malibu, she would have ended up taking a nice, long car nap in time to play in the pool until midnight, and I wasn't having that under the best of circumstances. We both agreed that if I were comfortable waking up early and taking Addie to watch the guys surf in the morning, it was just as convenient for us to stay at my place. We were finally packed in our swimsuits and flying up the interstate to Malibu to meet up with the group. I was excited to do this. Even during my bad days, when I went surfing, I felt like I was truly living, being out in the ocean. Was I surfing this morning with the guys today? Hell no. I hadn't been on the board in years, and I wasn't in the mood to drink half the ocean and have the other half up in my sinuses. Today was a relax in the sun day, even though we were heading down so early. I'd surfed at Santa Cruz waters, but never this far south, so I didn't know much about where the best spots were. When I talked to Jim this morning, I figured out that the guys were sacrificing their usual surf spots for Addie. They didn't have to do that on her account, though. She loved jumping shallow waves and building sandcastles, and she probably could have done that at any beach. But it was a sweet gesture. We followed the GPS and pulled in where a badass CJ7 Jeep was parked next to a classic 1970s Bronco. Both tops were off, and I could tell that the surfers were here. I smiled at the idea of how cool it would be to ride in either one of those restored vehicles. Next to those were 2 sleek sports cars. Yep, this is the right beach. Addie and I walked out past a nice restaurant that had an outdoor bar where you could drink, but still be safely and legally on the beach, protected by the restaurant's outdoor seating. Next were all the cabanas. We had definitely upgraded from our usual beaches. I glanced through the cabanas, guessing that if Jim and all his friends were out here, the guys most likely already had one reserved. I was wrong. Ash walked over to us from a nicely set-up area. Surfboards were lying out in front of canopies, keeping us closer to the shorelines. Beach blankets were laid out carefully, and there were chairs that I could sit on and fall asleep in if I wanted to.
Hey, you, Ash said from under a floppy white hat with oversized sunglasses, looking stylish with her pregnant belly and her swimsuit and beach cover-up. The guys are already out there screwing off. You just missed Colin's wipeout. She chuckled and looked at Addie. Hey, sweetie. I'm Ash. You look like you're all ready for a day at the beach.
I am. I'm Addie. Can I surf too?
She pointed out to a man in a wetsuit who just took a wave. Ash laughed and looked at me. That's Jake. He's my husband. At the rate he's going, you're going to watch him bite it, and then you might not want to do it. How about some smaller waves? She looked at me, wondering if she'd overstepped her bounds. I smiled. We'll see, Addie. Let's just relax and watch the guys for now. You can take those cool beach toys that I know you conned Jem into buying you and play with them.
We didn't buy toys, Mom, she said.
That was Jake and me. Ash smiled and looked at Addie. We thought you'd love to bury Jake in the sand. Addie giggled her tired laugh.
I'll bury him to his neck,
she said, making Ash laugh. Then I'll help you give him a mermaid tail. Do you like mermaids?
I love mermaids and unicorns.
Addie started to perk up. Then we'll make Jake a mermaid when he comes in and is too tired to care, she said, leading the way to the cabana area they'd set up. So do the guys own this part of the beach or something? This is insanely awesome, I said, sitting in a lounge chair next to Ash. They definitely act as though they own it, she said with a laugh. We're rarely here, so this is a nice change. Maybe if we're all not wiped out this afternoon, you guys can come to take a look at my gallery. I have some neat mermaid paintings. She shrugged. Jake pulled off some miracle, and with the lighting in there, it looks super cool. It blew my mind, and I painted the damn... She covered her mouth, Addie sitting in front of us but still ignoring us. Oops, I'm sorry. Dang things. She shook her head. It might be fun for Addie to pick out a picture. You all are too good to her, and me. It's nice to have the company of a woman I can relate to. The guys are all great, but having a woman around who's not prattling on about superficial stuff all the time is a breath of fresh air. That bad, huh? I smiled. I'm just glad you're here, she answered as she reached for a thermos. We brought coffee. Do you want some? Yes, please. I take it black, thanks, I said, reaching for the cup she handed me. So, are they all single? Alex is messing around with a girl named Summer. She's come around once or twice, but being that she's Jim's secretary, they're trying to play it low-key. She seems sweet, but she hardly talks, so I don't really know. I'm not one to judge people prematurely, but she seems more interested in the superficial side of Alex. That could just be a bit of immaturity. Who knows? As long as he's happy. She eyed the men out there catching waves. Colin is hit and miss. He brought one woman around, but she acted like she was being tortured by having to hang out with people who were beneath her. Jake and Jim instantly didn't like her. She seemed like maybe she was more suited to date a prince or something. Honestly, I don't blame any of the women. These guys aren't exactly serious. Maybe someday, she finished with a shrug. I get what you mean, I said, knowing Ash was probably holding back so she wouldn't sound like a beauty parlor gossip. Some people made it hard to have something nice to say about them, and I got the feeling these guys attracted a lot of those types. It was hard to attract meaningful people if you acted like a goof, though. Ash was right about that. Then, Ash hung on to that word while I sipped my coffee. I never thought I'd see Jim loosen up the way he has since being around you. She pointed out to where Jim surfed, disappearing into a wave that curved beautifully. That is something no one thought we'd be seeing today. Jake said last night that if Jim got on the board today, he thinks you're sticking around forever. He's never seen Jim living it up this much. It all started since he came back from England. She smiled at me as I watched intently to see if Jim could stay ahead of the wave. He popped out and then did my favorite part of surfing, carving the board back and jumping the white, dominating the wave. Nice one, I thought, feeling my legs aching to be out in the water and on a board again. I gave him a pretty hard time in England. I smiled at her. The poor guy lived on that phone. It didn't take much to realize he was married to his work. We drove through the gorgeous English countryside, and he missed it all because he was staring at his phone. I felt bad for the guy. He had all these remarkable things, but I didn't see him enjoying any of it. Ash laughed. Did you know who he was? I had no clue, I said with a smile, pulling my hood over my head, chilled by the cool morning breeze. We role-played this ridiculous act of being husband and wife like crazy people. It was pretty hilarious. Role-played? She looked at me in confusion. I have no idea how it started, but we faked a fight, and then the crazy BS started flying. We faked it so much at one spot that we had to go eat somewhere else. Ash laughed. You're good for him. She looked at Addie. And so is she. I'm still trying to wake up from it all. She giggled. I felt the same with Jake, too. She relaxed under the blanket she draped over her. That's why it's nice having you around. You're down to earth. The other women who come around seem to act like they're owed it all. I don't know, it just creates a tense environment when we're all together. This is nice, though. She smiled. It makes me more and more excited for when our little one is here. When are you due? November, she said. I can't wait. It's the best. Holding and seeing your baby for the first time. I looked at Addie, then watching them grow into their little personalities. It's the biggest trip. Oh, there goes Jim again. Ash chuckled. He's schooling those guys. They all made bets that Jim would hear his phone from shore and stop after one wave if he got out there at all. That's a good one. I laughed and then leaned on my elbows to watch my man surf. When's the last time he surfed? Jake said they grew up out here, surfed almost every day. Jim was the natural, but once he took over the company, he never went out anymore. I know Jake is loving this. All of them out there. We spent the morning watching the guys catch waves, and I loved every second of their mini pro surfer competition. The waves were breaking much bigger than I expected, but fall and winter brought big swells to the Southern California coastline. It didn't take long for Jim to paddle in and Addie to pop up and run out to meet him. He held his board with one arm, trotting through the knee-deep water and smoothing back his onyx black wet hair. I knew I had the cheesiest grin on my face, watching him with lust. Then my expression changed from lust to covering my mouth as I watched the sweetest thing this mom could ever dream up for her daughter and herself. Jim made it to the sand and was hurrying to where Addie was pointing and squealing at him. It looked as though she wanted in that water so bad, but it wasn't the water she wanted. It was the man who'd scooped her up in his free arm and met her with as much happiness and eagerness as she'd met him. I leaned forward and folded my arms over my lap, watching this beautiful moment play, and wishing I had recorded it on my phone to watch over and over again. Jim managed to maneuver her to his side while hanging onto his board, and then our eyes met. I smiled at him, Addie pointing at his board as he walked up the soft, dry sand toward us. He set down the board and let my crazed daughter, who was now obsessed with it, examine it. "Careful, Addie," I said. "You can snap that thing in two. No getting on it."
"I'm just petting it, Mom,"
she said, not looking back as Ash and I laughed. Jim's smile was beaming and his eyes bright as he approached me, sitting in my chair. He unzipped the top portion of his wetsuit, and before I could admire his tanned abs, his lips were quickly pressing hard against mine. His wet cheek met mine. "You look beautiful," he whispered, "and tonight is ours." He brushed his lips across my cheek and sat in the chair to Ash's right. "Here, trade me," Ash said, starting to stand. "Relax, little sister," Jim said, positioning his chair to face Addie and us two ladies. "I'm fine. Besides, the best views are right where I'm at." I smiled along with Ash, but Ash's attention was drawn out where Jake had just caught a wave. "You looked pretty fantastic out there," I said. "I didn't pin you as a man who surfed." He glanced out to where Jake disappeared into a barrel. The waves were badass. I was feeling a yearning to get out there. Too bad I didn't take Jim up on the wetsuit situation yesterday. "Well," he shrugged, grabbing a bottle of water. I figured I'd lost it after all these years, but the guys all bet against me, so I felt inclined to prove them wrong.
You did amazing, Jim, Ash said. Jake's gotta pay up. He's the one who started the whole bet.
Of all the people, Jakey knows that when my own brother places wagers against me, I'm going to beat him.
He laughed, eyes dazzling when they met mine again.
Even if I kill myself.
I couldn't focus. I wanted to be in his arms. I wished I'd just gone to his house last night. I glanced out at the ocean after Addie lost interest in Jim's shortboard and went back to digging for treasures in the sand. Those waves are incredible.
Then get on the board, Jim said.
Funny, I looked over at him. Tempting to take that on in a bikini, but not tempting enough.
Good thing that I asked Ash to borrow one of her wetsuits after an adorable little girl told me she wanted to surf like Mommy.
What? I frowned. She's only heard stories. Jim laughed.
You have a wetsuit waiting for you. Get back on the board, Mom.
Yeah, Mommy,
Addie said. You two are starting to work dangerously against me, I said. Go have a little fun. Where'd you surf? Ash asked. Santa Cruz. I smiled, wondering if I should do this. More surfers were out, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with assholes.
Hey,
Jim said, standing up and walking over a badass wetsuit.
Get into this thing. The guys will make sure no one drops in on you out there.
My lips twisted as I studied the wetsuit.
Ave,
Jim said, snapping my attention to him. No one shortened my name like this except my sister. I suddenly loved that coming out of his mouth.
What happened to the girl who taught me how to live life? Will she sit on the beach and miss the last of these perfect waves?
I have a kid, I smirked at him.
Addie's on my watch now, he said. I promised I'd build sandcastles with her anyway. Go live a little.
Fine, I said, Jim sparking up the adventurous side of me. She doesn't go into the water. I'll make sure she doesn't bribe Jim, Ash laughed. We've got Addie. Go have some fun. Chapter 33. Avery. I squeezed into the wetsuit and took out a board that was a little longer than Jim's. Hopefully, Colin didn't have a special attachment to the one I initially thought was Jim's other board. If I jacked it up, it was on my dumbass for thinking I still had it when it came to surfing. I paddled out and duck-dived a wave that curled over me. It was a good sign that at least that part came back to me naturally. Then I was out past the breaks and paddling to where I saw Jim's brother, waving while the three guys sat on their boards catching a break.
And she comes out to make us all look like fools?
Colin, the one I'd met for a few minutes at the medical conference, said.
Good to see you again, Avery.
You too, I said, pulling myself up to straddle the board and watch the ocean currents. They're breaking nicely. I never thought Malibu got this kind of action.
You'd be surprised,
Jake said, as everyone kept their eyes on the currents.
It was that storm over the Pacific that went south this week. We're pretty much on the last of the good tidings that it brought the coastline.
He smiled at me.
You know I lost a bet over you today.
What, that I wouldn't show? I asked, hands in the water, keeping the board in place.
No, that my brother wouldn't get his ass back up on the board.
He looked badass out here. I smiled.
Yeah, it's nice to have him out again,
Jake said, then splashed water over at Alex.
Your two dumbasses left the therapeutics of the water for far too long.
Alex nodded in my direction.
We've got this one to thank, he said with a laugh. I swear to God, you've changed my best friend entirely.
I shook my head. I'm glad he's enjoying life. Guess he and that phone finally broke up.
Not just that,
Alex grinned over at Jake and me.
Remember how he was going to rip into that entire team on Monday for fucking up Palm Springs? Did he fire them?
Colin laughed.
He showed a fucking 30-minute cartoon instructional video about doing your job and doing it right. Shut the fuck up.
Jake laughed and arched an eyebrow at me.
Avery Gilbert, saving jobs and CEOs' overworked lives.
I laughed and looked at Alex in disbelief.
You're kidding, right? Nope. I expected an hour of Jim chewing asses out, and if anyone dared to speak up, fired. All that shit. Instead, he brings in all of them and then makes everyone watch that stupid thing. What did he tell them afterward? Colin asked while laughing. That he hoped it wasted their time as much as they wasted his time when he was doing their jobs on Saturday. Then he chewed into them a bit, but ended it on some sweet note about appreciating everything they do. It was pretty good, tactic-wise, but it wasn't typical Jim. Well then, I laughed. Maybe I'll make a few friends at the office from the upper floors. Alex smirked. Nah, he shook his head. The only friends you need on those floors, the only two who are worth a damn, are Jimmy and me. All right, enough bullshitting. We're wasting Avery's waves, Jake said. Are you waiting on it to die down some? Just trying to pick the one that's not going to kill me. It's been 10 years. 10 years is nothing, Colin said. You've got this. Pick your wave and we'll watch for anyone trying to drop in on you. All right, I said, watching the sets that were rolling in. I laid on the board and started paddling with the water rolling nicely with me. The wave was setting up, and as it began to crest, I forced everything from my arms and was half thrilled and half surprised when I hopped directly onto my feet. The shorter the board, the more the work, so I had to be quick to get my feet settled and balanced as I dropped down onto the wave. The drop was a good 6 feet, and my stomach felt it. I lost focus with the excitement of getting up on the board for the first time in years and getting it right. The curl was on my ass now, and I was about to get rolled. Fuck. I bailed before I got buried, diving off the board and going with the undercurrent. I popped up as soon as another wave broke right behind the one that almost kicked my ass. I started aggressively paddling out, knowing I was in what I called the fucked zone, and instantly ducked another breaking wave. Thank God I was a runner, because otherwise, there's no way in hell I would have had the stamina for this. Almost, Jake called out. Going for more? I smiled, sitting on the board. This feels like reuniting with an old friend. Can't leave her just yet. Colin laughed. Flex would marry you here and now after saying that shit. Flex? Our Tahitian surfer buddy. The dude is badass. He surfs all over the world. Got it, I said. Yeah, don't fuck with the Polynesian surfers. They are seriously one with the water. Speaking of which, Alex looked back. Setting up well again for you. Better take it before Jakey or Call start getting greedy. Good point, I said. I turned, feeling the exhilarating sensation of the board being pushed by the water. This one was more aggressive, and I had to kick up my paddling with the current a notch. Once I found the break, I popped up, faster this time, dropped down and focused on enjoying the ride this time instead of the fact that I could get up. I leaned back some and carved the water. Nice fucking board. And rode next to the wall as the wave curled over me. The familiar sound it made, like banging on a hollow pipe, surrounded me. Now it was time to stay ahead of the water that was on my ass. I put more pressure on my front foot, crouched down, and sped up the board. It felt like such a rush, needing to beat the powerful water that was crashing in on itself behind me. Come on, I thought, crouching more, knowing I was inches ahead of where the water was crashing. Now it was just me and the wave I chose. Nothing else mattered but beating this. I was only zeroed in on outrunning the tunnel. Once I made it through, I instinctively threw both hands in the air, and before I ended up sinking in the whitewash, I cut back on the shoulder of the wave and dropped down, paddling out some and kissing the board. Fucking hell, I heard one of the guys say as I paddled over to them. Jake met me with a high five, and I grinned. Wow, guess that makes two of us who still have it after all these years, I said, looking for Addie on the shore. I smiled when I saw her holding onto Jim's hand and jumping up and down. So sweet that he had her watch me, I said, mainly to myself. You killed that, Colin said. Are you taking another? I brushed water over my forehead and face. I'm not conditioned to sit out and surf all day. Just needed to beat the hell out of a wave and feel victorious for a second. You looked great, Jake said. Tell Ash I'm riding one more, then I'll be in behind you. That afternoon, we were all relaxed and sat around, talking about random shit. Addie stole Jim away from me more than once, obsessed with her sandcastles and digging for treasures that she and Jim were using great imaginations to find. While they were occupied, it gave me time to get to know Ash more, and it didn't take long to feel like we connected really well on a friendship level. She told me about the struggle of losing her mom to cancer, almost losing her dad, and how Jake was pretty much her saving grace. Their story was beautiful, and I could definitely relate to her about finding herself, virtually overnight, in a relationship with a gazillionaire. Neither of us came from a champagne and caviar background, so it was nice to bond over that. I didn't go into great detail about my life history. God only knew that my past wasn't something I liked to drop on people, and that was more to save them from feeling uncomfortable. Most people didn't know how to react, and I didn't want the pity anyway. I only gave the highlight reels of how I was a runaway after being stuck in a shitty foster home, rebelled outrageously, and practically lived in the ocean for years in Santa Cruz. Even if I didn't think it was a depressing subject, the truth was that I wasn't very comfortable opening up to people. I guess that's what happens after being on your own for so long. Maybe it was out of fear of judgment, or perhaps it was self-protection to avoid talking about the trauma of it all. But either way, that was all I was comfortable sharing for now. As I listened to Ash talk about her mother, my heart went out to her. Ash had had a close relationship with her mother, and she gave up college and all of her young adult prospects to take care of her while she was dying. I always imagined there was a special place in heaven for people who sacrifice so much to care for other people. That kind of sacrifice wasn't something I'd ever experienced, certainly not for my mother, so I couldn't relate to Ash's experiences in that way, but listening to her story gave me a look into what kind of person she was. I knew instantly that people like her were rare, and it didn't surprise me one bit that Jim's brother didn't want to let her go. After hearing her story and the story of how Jake and Ash got together, watching them interact reaffirmed to me that love truly could conquer all. I smiled at how corny that phrase could sound. I'd heard it a million times, but I never believed it. Not until now. Not until I felt myself growing wildly in love with this man who treated my daughter as if she were his own. I desperately wanted to hang on to this forever, but I had to remain as level-headed as I could, and thank God for Jim's patience in that. It proved to me that the man cared for me, and Addie, on a level that I might never understand. "Colin," I heard Alex say as I lay on the lounge chair, eyes closed and soaking up the sun. "What's up with you today?" "What's that?" Colin said, close to where I was laying on my stomach, in and out of sleep since Jim was with Addie, and he insisted I relax while they help Ash bury Jacob. "You're quiet today and you hardly served. You okay?" It's nothing," he answered. "Still dealing with the bullshit of the company. That woman who took it over is like the devil in fucking stilettos. Evil as hell." I heard Alex laugh. "She's hot as hell." I leaned up on my elbows as the guys talked, watching the surf roll in. "Maybe that's the problem. Jim and I met with her more than once. She's a businesswoman. It's to be expected." I looked over at Colin, who was wearing his trendy shades and staring at Alex. "A businesswoman who treats me like a fucking dumbass because I'm not stepping into my dad's shoes. She can go to hell, and she's lucky I haven't used Jim's headhunters to replace her." Alex's eyes drifted toward mine, and he smiled. "Colin lost his dad pretty recently. His dad ran a similar company to Jim's. In fact, Colin's dad helped Jim deal with the loss of his father, Howard, and he helped Jim take over Mitchell and Associates as CEO. He was a no-bullshit kind of guy." He looked at Colin, who was smiling at the commotion of the others as they buried Jake in the sand. "Which is why he set her as his VP. I think you just have a little ego problem with her. Or is there more to your story with Tate?" "Yeah, no." Colin dismissed the question. I could tell the guys were holding back, and it cracked me up. They didn't know me, so the brakes were on. "Shit," Alex said, looking out to where Jim was, and I startled as Jake busted out of his sand burials grounds and acted like a monster coming for Addie. "Hey, Mitch." Jim's smile and laugh were contagious as Addie ran to him for protection, and he caught her from the sand monster, Jake. "What's up?" Jim said as Jake and Ash walked out to the shore.
Check out the bar. It looks like more sea scum washed up on the shore.
Jim's eyebrows pulled together behind the silver frames of his aviators, forcing me to look into the mob of people at the oceanside bar.
Hey, Avery,
I heard Jim say, his voice lighter than expected.
Mama! Mom!
Addison said in my face now that I had turned and sat up. What, kiddo? I said, accepting her puckered lips for a kiss. You having fun?
So much fun,
she said, balling her hands into fists. Then the look came as soon as the tall man's shadow showed up.
Guess what, Mama? Guess what I know?
Addie,
Jim said in some funny voice I'd never heard him use before.
She might not like it.
Like what? What are you two up to? Addie leaned toward my ear and whispered.
Jim likes you, Mama.
He's going to be my friend too? I dropped my legs over the edge of the lounge chair where Jim sat next to me. Hey, I thought he was Mitch. I laughed, looking at Jim.
Turns out I'm Jim. Jim's cooler because he surfs,
Jim said as he ran his hand over my warm back, my insides tingling with the few times I'd been touched by him today. How did we manage that one? I asked as Addie left me and walked over to where Colin was now at her service, pulling a juice box from the ice chest for her. Addie had 4 gorgeous men at her service all day, and it was only 2 in the afternoon.
Jake started the rumor, and it took off.
I laughed and was shocked when Jim's lips captured mine, his hand cupping my side, bringing me against his warm, firm body.
I love you,
he whispered, and it sent a shiver down my spine.
So much.
He finished with a discreet kiss to my forehead. I looked into the dark frames of his sunglasses through mine. Me too. You've been unbelievable today with Addie. All of you have been.
She's a spark of energy that we all needed after this long week. I have a question, though,
he said, and he looked at me as if he were scared out of his mind. I'll answer it if you tell me what the hell is at the bar. I was going to head up with Ash and see if they had some ice cream or nachos or something. Jim eyed the bar.
Some chick I hooked up with a while ago. Everyone hated her. I was too stupid to see why. She leeched on and was one of the ones who joined forces and tried to ruin Jake's life.
He smirked at me.
Like Alex said, sea scum. She's probably trolling the area for some poor soul who can't see through her Chanel sunglasses.
He grinned.
My wallet's over there. Take it and get whatever you want. They have awesome margaritas if you want to pair that up with your nachos.
That sounds refreshing.
Hell,
Jake said, walking towards the cooler, cracking open a bottle of water.
It's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
What was your question before?
What do you think about me putting on Addie's wetsuit and life vest and letting her ride the board some?
You're not taking her out deep, are you? He rolled his bottom lip into his teeth.
Would you get pissed if I coerced the guys to follow me out after she's played on it some and learned to balance on her knees, and we rode that longboard in together?
You're out of your fucking head.
The rip currents aren't bad,
he said, like he was a kid himself. I looked out at the water. He was right. The currents were mellow, and the waves were breaking long and nicely for a simple ride in. If he had the guys out there with him, I knew they'd spot him with Addie. The longboard had more surface and was much easier to stay on because of that. I glanced around, seeing that the lifeguards were on deck as well, which was good. She had a life jacket and would be surrounded by 4 experienced surfers and lifeguards too. How about this? I started. Why don't you clear it with the lifeguards in the tower? They see the breaks farther out. If they think it's okay for you to act like some Hawaiian, bringing his kid out to surf on the same board as him, then I'll be okay with the idea. Everyone has to be out there, though.
You want to join us?
He asked. I'll stand on shore with my phone set to 911 in case it all goes south.
All right.
Jim kissed my temple.
Oh, and yes, Addie asked me if I had a crush on you.
Your answer? I laughed.
I said that I had the biggest crush ever.
You both are too much. I kissed the warm skin of his shoulder. I need to spray Addie down with more sunscreen and put it on her face.
I'll get the wetsuits.
After you talk to the lifeguards. I smiled at him. After everything had been cleared with the lifeguards, the 4 men walked out to the water with Addie, her personal bodyguards, and Ash and I walked up through the gated area where you could drink on the beach. I ordered the loaded nachos and a margarita and got Ash her ginger ale, leaving Jim's wallet back at the beach site. Excellent of him to offer, but I had to pay for something. "Is this a pregnancy craving?" I asked with a grin, handing her the drink. She sipped it and smiled. "I guess so. I've found myself loving it lately. We have a whole ice chest full of it, so I don't know why I ordered one." I held my plastic cup up to hers. "It just wouldn't taste the same if you brought the drink to the bar." I glanced out at the ocean and laughed, seeing Jim pulling Addie around on the massive-ass longboard that was brought out. "Damn, that thing is huge." Ash chuckled. "I learned on that," she said. "Then, apparently, I became a natural and played on it all day." "How'd you like it?" "You were right about missing an old friend by being out there with the water. I only had a day out and had the time of my life. Something about the force of the water pushing that board, it's awesome." I watched her run her hand over her stomach. But this little treasure decided to butt in and slow it all down. "Wait until you first meet that little treasure," I said with a smile, looking out at Addie. "You'll wonder how you ever lived without your child all these years." "Excuse me, is that you, Ashley Taylor?" I heard a woman ask. I turned and almost jumped when I saw large glasses, a big-as-fuck sun hat, and bright red lipstick. Her dark lenses hid her eyes, and I couldn't help but wonder what her makeup looked like under the shades. Her sheer leopard print cover-up was over a black swimsuit with a matching leopard print belt. I couldn't stop staring. This was more than I'd ever seen on a beach before. Her long porcelain legs were held up by strappy stilettos. Talk about extra. This woman was doing the most. What the fucking hell, I thought, leaning back so Ash could have a conversation with this lady. "It's Ashley Mitchell now, Lillian," Ash said politely, but with some irritation in her voice, too. "Shocked to see you out today." "Yeah," she said, her dark bug-eye glasses looking in my direction. "Who's your friend?" She leaned against the bar while I took another sip of my margarita. Or should I ask it differently? Who's Jim's new friend? "Oh, for fuck's sake," I said in a low voice, not in the mood for some rich snob to mess up the beautiful day I was having. "I'm Avery." I turned back to look at Jim, and Addie was following all his rules as I'd instructed her to do. "Someone has quite the mouth," she said, trying to get into my peripheral. "What do you want, Lillian? I can't imagine why you have the nerve to speak to me at all after what you've pulled." Ash said. "Well," she cleared her throat, "I noticed Jim with that child. I had no idea he had a child." I pinched my lips and was so annoyed with this woman's fake-as-fuck snob tone that I was ready to abandon my nachos at this point. "That child is mine, lady," I said, intently focused on Jim and Addie. "Anything else?" "Unbelievable," she said. I didn't know." "There's a lot of things you don't know, Lillian," Ash said, "like when to stay the hell out of people's business." "I'm just wondering now if that child is the reason Jim broke it off with me." I pulled off my sunglasses and looked at the woman with disbelief. "Are you serious? I just met you and I can point out a few reasons why he might have broken it off with you that have nothing to do with my child. The first of which is the fact that you're at the beach, dressed up like you're about to step onto a runway for Fashion Week," I said, reaching my limits when I probably shouldn't have been. This woman was annoying as fuck. "God, lady, what do you want?" I asked her directly. "You heard my question. And you heard Avery's response. Since Avery doesn't know you as I do, my super sweet ex-boss." Ash's voice dripped with sarcasm and irritation. "The fact that you're a shady snake who reveled in the destruction of his brother's life and career doesn't exactly shoot you up on the marriage proposal list. Get a clue and stop living in the past. And, speaking of putting things in the past," I stood and Ash followed and I grabbed my nachos. "Have a good one." "She's a heartless bitch," Ash said as we walked away, leaving the woman standing there speechless. How fucking weird do you have to be her? Jim must have been super desperate to have that woman around. Ash laughed. I think I speak for everyone when I say that Jim befriending her was a massive mistake. There's something about her and even Jake's crazy ex before me. They give the lovely women who have money a bad reputation. Well, if Jim was in that no gold diggers allowed club, he was certainly blind to how fake that broad is. I laughed. Ash and I sat on the edge of the lounge chairs, and I almost dropped my nachos when the men were lying on their boards and paddling out. Good God, I'm going to have a heart attack, I said. No kidding. Hold on, little Addie, Ash said as we both watched them paddle out to deeper waters. I glanced over to both lifeguard towers, the guards leaning on the rail of their tower, eyes concealed behind sunglasses, but watching the guys. The water was moving and breaking so smoothly that I chilled out a bit. Jim had this. I watched him surf earlier, and Addie was perfectly positioned on the front of the longboard. Her hands gripped each side, and she sat perfectly still, but molded against her ankles. I looked out farther to where the guys were spotting Jim for the wave to take so that Jim could focus on Addie. Fucking hell. This was the coolest thing in the world, but scarier than shit. The waves are breaking nicely. Clean breaks, Avery. Fucking breathe. I set my nachos to the side and stood. Ash walked down to the shoreline where kids were playing like normal children on boogie boards, but not my kid. My kid was out with an even bigger kid about to fucking surf. I watched intently, seeing Jake's hand go up. They were taking the set. Jim started paddling well with the push of the wave, and Addie's smile was brighter than I'd ever seen it. Her body was secure on the board while the wave started to crest. A 2-foot wave, I think. It wasn't a significant drop, just a wave to get Jim up on the board and steer it in while the water pushed him in. It broke into the foam, pushing the board after Jim got up. Addie stayed down while they both surfed the wave in together. I clapped and cheered from the shore, proud that Addie didn't let my cheering them on distract her. She was in her own world, surfing with Jim. It was so damn beautiful. They'd survived. Addie was one with the board, hunched on her knees, and I could tell Jim had to have researched this shit to make sure he got Addie out surfing. Damn it! I didn't even record this. Got it for ya, Ash said. Look at the guys. She laughed, holding her phone up and getting this on video. This is the sweetest thing in the world, I said, watching Jake, Alex, and Colin diving off their boards and screwing off with the small waves. You did it! I held my hands up and did a little happy dance for Addie while Jim jumped off the board and ruffled her hair. Again? He held his hand out for permission. I gave him the thumbs up. They had this. Addie was responsible and following the rules, so I could trust this now. Jesus Christ. The 4 guys came in telling Addie's fish stories for her. My child was stealing everyone's hearts today. I watched in humor as Jim and Addie took the waves as best buddies would. It went on like this for about 20 minutes until I heard a commotion coming from behind. Avery! I heard Derek's voice growl. What the hell? I said, my heart beating so fast I thought I might pass out. Derek? I asked, seeing him storm onto the beach like a lunatic. How the fuck did you know where to find me? Cell phone tracker, bitch. Addie has the phone I bought her. I don't need to wonder where my daughter is when she's out with you. Hey, I heard Jake say, why don't you take your shit back home, man? He walked in front of me, guarding me against Derek. My first instinct was to fight Derek angrily, but the humiliation of him coming here like this, in front of Jim and his friends and family, made me freeze up. I couldn't fucking believe he'd planted a phone in Addie's backpack to track us down. I wanted to scream at him and freak the fuck out, but I crumbled. Addie was going to see all of this too. My full-blown dysfunctional life was on blast and nothing good was going to come from what was about to happen. Get the fuck out of my way, Derek said. Why is that motherfucker in the water with my daughter? Fuck you, Avery. You're high, I heard Colin say. I helplessly sank into my chair as Jim came to shore right when hell was beginning to break loose. The next thing I knew, the guys were holding off my high-as-could-be train wreck of an ex, while the lifeguards and the beach patrol couldn't get here fast enough.
"Fuck you,"
Derek said as I held Addie, and tears streamed down my face.
"Addie, you're fucking coming with me right now,"
he barked, then looked at Jim. I held my hands over Addie's, not able to fucking think while I watched this disaster take place in front of God and everybody. I prayed that the beach patrol or the goddamn lifeguards would just haul his ass away. I held Addie tightly, and for the first time in my life, I sobbed while holding my daughter. Oh my God, I couldn't pull it together if I tried. Derek was a fucking nightmare who would never leave us alone. Never. He wasn't a human being. He was a lunatic whose brain was fueled by drugs, and he was screaming and trying to engage Jim in a fight. And all while other families and their kids watched with fear for what might happen next. I couldn't hide any of it from Addison. Me breaking down, her dad acting like a crazed maniac. I couldn't hide any of it. It didn't take but a few seconds for Addie to start crying. "Come here, baby," I said, and then I pulled her in and held my little girl as tightly as I could, trying to shield her from watching the disaster unfold.
Chapter 34. Jim. I couldn't get Addie and me out of the water fast enough when I saw the commotion on the shore. I couldn't fucking believe that Derek had found Avery at the beach of all places. Addie had buried her face in my neck after she screamed, watching her dad acting like a messed-up madman. Addison ran to her mom for protection after I'd set her down on the sand. There was no time to console either one of them, just a mutual nod from Ash to let me know she'd care for the two while I tried to shut down this situation that was beginning to draw a crowd. "Fuck you," Derek said after Colin and Alex darted off to grab the beach patrol before this lunatic hurt himself or someone else. "Fucking my girl, trying to kill my fucking kid," he spat while I stepped over to him. "You need to calm down," I said, in the firmest voice I could, given how pissed I was. I looked at Jake. "Don't touch him." I knew this loser was looking for a fight, and what better place than in front of people with all their cell phones capturing the entire thing. "Just try to fucking touch me," Derek challenged, and then the dipshit stepped forward and took a swing at where I stood. I reflexively blocked it with my elbow, hearing the crack when Derek's fist made contact. The prick dropped while the fucking audience instinctively gasped. I leaned over and extended my hand. "Get the hell up," I said in a growl. "You broke my hand, asshole." "You broke your own hand on his elbow," Jake said with restraint. I could tell my brother was holding back like never before. We both knew the consequences of reacting to a dirtbag like Derek. After law enforcement showed up, Beach Patrol took reports, 2 lifeguards on quads and 1 lifeguard truck rolled up, and then the show was over, for now. That little motherfucker was heading to jail in the back of the patrol car, and I had no idea how Avery and Addie were doing. "How the fuck did that son of a bitch find us here?" I barked to Jake in a low voice, leaving the scene after pressing charges and giving my statement. I left Jake and knelt in front of where Avery was sobbing in her hands. "Hey, sweetheart," I said softly, Addison leaving Ash's arms and clinging on to me. "Look at me, Avery." Her eyes were swollen from crying. The fucker finally broke her into a position where she wasn't fighting back. I even had his daughter clinging on to me for security. "Let's get you 2 out of here," I said. They cleared the area. "Give me the keys to your car." Avery sniffed. "I'm so sorry." She looked at me, then reached for Addison. "Baby, I'm so sorry you saw that." "Mommy, Daddy scared me." "I know, honey," she said, holding her tight. While Avery consoled Addison, I worked to get us the hell out of here. "Jake, I need someone to drive my Bronco back to my place," I said. "Can you guys get the boards and all of this packed up? We'll just meet up there." "I've got the Bronco," Colin said. "I rode here with Jake and Ash this morning." He glanced around and everyone was more solemn with the fact that my 2 girls were fucking traumatized by a selfish and high-as-fuck bastard who'd tracked them down. "We'll see you at the house." "Beach house?" Alex said. "Right," I nodded. I was direct, and my only focus was on Avery and Addie. I peeled off my wetsuit while Avery peeled Addie out of hers and put on her cover-up. I hoisted Addison into my arms, and while Jake handed me my wallet, Ash gave Avery her bag.
"We've got this," Ash smiled. "It's going to be okay."
I nodded and smiled at my sister and then took Avery's hand in my free one. Once we were in the car, I tried to tease Addie while locking her into her car seat, but it was painfully obvious that she was not in the mood for fun and games. She was rattled. I couldn't believe anyone could do that to their child, especially this sweet little girl. I set my phone to connect to Avery's car, knowing shit could go any direction once I got moving down the highway.
"I'm scared of vacation,"
Addie said as I saw tears streaming down Avery's cheeks again. I reached for Avery's hand while exiting the parking lot. "It's over now, sweetheart. We're going to my house on the beach now, just as we planned," I said, seeing tears welling up in her frightened eyes.
"No,"
Addie said in a whimper, her eyes spilling out tears as she covered her tiny face.
"I don't want the beach."
"Okay." I rubbed Avery's arm. I needed her with me right now. I didn't want either of them to be alone. "Why don't we
"Just take us home,"
Avery said, trying to breathe it out. "Why don't I take you to my place in the hills instead? It seemed to help you the last time."
"That's fine,"
she said. I glanced back, and Addie was staring blankly out of the window, sniveling. I had no idea how to console her. All I wanted was to find that motherfucker and beat the shit out of him for hurting these two sweet girls. The two most important people in my fucking life. I called out from my phone to dial Jacob. "Jake," I said when he answered. "Change of plans. We're heading to my place in the hills." I looked at Avery. "You guys can do whatever."
"It's okay if they come. I'd actually like the company,"
Avery managed, to my surprise. "All right. Let everyone know we're meeting up at my place. Swing through a drive-thru and load up on burgers and shakes," I said, going for what I believed was comfort food. "You're asking a cardiovascular doctor to—" "Jacob, please," I cut him off. "You know what I'm asking you to do. Grab the Happy Meals, too." "Ash," I said, knowing I was in earshot of her.
"Yeah, Jim," she said. "We're switching out cars at the house, and we'll handle the food."
"Thanks." After the call ended and we were cruising through my shortcut from Malibu up through the hills, I saw that Addie was sound asleep, and Avery's head was resting against the headrest. I went ahead and pressed charges, I said in a soft voice. "You won't be seeing him for a while after he violated the terms of his probation," I said, reaching for her hand as her leg bounced nervously where she sat.
"You didn't need to do that,"
she said solemnly. What the fuck? The hell I didn't, I thought. Her response hit me sideways, but I wasn't willing to argue back at this point. That asshole needed to be behind bars or in a rehab center before ever being in the presence of the child again after his behavior today. "You sure you're okay with everyone at the house?" "It can be just us three," I said, feeling her turn her hand up to intertwine her fingers with mine.
"I'm fine with it," she shook her head. "Good God. What must they think of your girlfriend now?"
She laughed in disgust. "What I think," I smiled, glancing to my left, changing lanes and getting the horsepower out of this car that I fucking needed right now.
"And what do you think?"
Her humor was non-existent, and for a good reason. "The guys and I would love to kick his ass." I kept my voice low so as to not wake Addison, who slept with a frown on her face. Simple as that.
"It's my fault."
Avery shook her head.
"I swear, fuck,"
she said, looking out her window. "What's your fault? You didn't tell him where you were going, did you?" I asked, partially wondering since she didn't seem happy that I'd pressed charges against the fucker.
"Fuck no,"
she said numbly.
"Never.
Her voice cracked, and I brought the back of her hand that I held to my lips. "How did he know where to find you?"
"He put a new phone with a tracker on it in Addie's backpack. All I did was take out Pup, her stuffed animal, last night. I guess I should have gone through the thing."
"Jesus," I said, gripping her hand tighter. "This is not your fault. That guy has serious issues. There's no way anyone would anticipate a fucked up tactic like that." I glanced over at her tears. "Hey, it's over. He's back where he needs to be. We were all pretty much ready to pack it up anyway. Take a breath, sweetheart. We'll get home, and Jake and Ash will bring in the food to put a smile back on my woman's face. Sounds good, she sighed. So, no running to the cemetery then? I teased, thanking God that she was settled down and out of that same zone she was in the night we left Addie when Derek had pulled his shit in front of me. I can't believe Addie saw all of that. She's never seen him pull something like this. I've always sheltered her from it. We'll make sure she's okay. If we're all swimming in the pool with her, we'll make it fun tonight. We rolled into the place before anyone else. Addie was still sound asleep, and unfortunately I had no room set up for her in this damn house. I had Avery follow me to one of the rooms on the first floor, Addie drooling adorably with creases in her cheeks from sleeping so hard on the ride up to the house. Do you think she'll be okay in here? I asked. I have the glass doors on all floors open for whenever she wakes up. That way we'll be able to hear her. She's fine, Avery said, brushing the hair from Addie's forehead and offering her a small and raggedy gray stuffed animal. Must be Pup, I thought with a smile of adoration. I heard Jake come in and left Addie and Avery in the bottom room. It was the one closest to the open glass door, where I'd had the security company set the motion sensors for anything that would walk out to the pool area. Pool's closed? You're such a fucking asshole sometimes. My brother nudged me and grinned, testing the waters in his own way. How are the girls? He asked as I grabbed bags of food from Ash. What the hell, man? I shook my head while Ash laughed along with me. Did you buy out the entire restaurant? Jake acts like I've never asked for a McDonald's cheeseburger before, Ash said with a wink to her husband. No tomatoes, I know, he smirked at her. Oh my God, I heard Avery say, her voice light with humor. First of all, McDonald's doesn't put tomatoes on their cheeseburgers unless you ask for them. And second, what army are we feeding with all this food? Ash shook her head. I tried to order, but Jake wanted to prove he was a fast food champion or something. Poor girl taking his order probably quit her job tonight after that. I looked at Ash's humored expression as she leaned into Avery at her side and hugged her. You wear the pants in that relationship, I teased. How the hell did you allow this dipshit to ruin some girl's day? She was laughing too hard, Jake arched an eyebrow. I tried to get assistance, but some gorgeous brunette in my car was laughing so damn hard she couldn't help, which made it all worse. Avery started laughing as we set all the food on my counters. How unacceptable, Ash said, countering Jake, going to my fridge and pulling out a beer for himself, me, and Avery. Jake grabbed the ginger ale I had on hand for whenever the two showed up, and he handed it to Ash while Avery came to my side. I could feel all her energy had been drained, so I held her close after twisting the cap off her beer and handing it to her. Jake took a sip of his beer. The experience could have been so enticing, yet here we are. He held out his hands to what easily looked like 20 fucking bags of food. The poor girl is most likely still frazzled. I looked at Avery's gleaming eyes as we watched Jake and Ash play out their excuses for ordering everything on the menu. Well, I can say this. My little girl is going to wake up and think she's in heaven when she sees all of these happy meals. Thank God, Jake smiled at Avery. I ordered different types of each meal to make sure she got the toy she wanted. I almost choked on the drink of beer I'd just taken. Jacob Allen Mitchell, fuck me to hell. Jake's eyes zeroed in on me. James Howard Mitchell, you will go to hell if you ever drop my middle name in conversation again. Who the hell are you, Dad? I tried to tell him that there were only 3 toys and that you could actually request them. Ash laughed again. Did you now? Jake walked over to Ash. The only way I'm going to stop this laughing of yours is by kissing your little lips. You're a heart surgeon, right? Avery said, amused by their interaction. Ash lost it again, and Jake couldn't answer before Colin and Alex walked in. What in God's name? Colin said, eyeing my kitchen island that was lined with bags of food. So the cardiologist wants to kill all of us tonight then? Trying to experiment on us? I was thinking the same. You missed his lame-ass excuses for ordering all this shit, I said. Guess so. Alex pulled a burger out of the bag and started in. I'm not complaining. I'm starving. I was watching Avery more than anything as Colin started going through all the bags. Avery, what's on the menu tonight? In Palm Springs, it was nearly everything at the table. He glanced back and smiled. Seems like Jake caught on when I told him Jim's girl could throw it down better than he does. Avery shook her head and stepped forward.
I'm glad my appetite can enhance conversations, she said, pulling out a burger.
Hey, Colin said, leaning back against the counter. When your best friend is a doctor and all you do is share reports of that? All fucking night, Jake said, bringing his arm around Ash. Then we talk about crazy shit like my brother dating a woman who could eat an entire buffalo. Buffalo? Jesus Christ, I laughed. Avery and I are heading up to the top. Addie is asleep. Grab your dinner, compliments of Jake, and we'll hang up there and let Addison sleep. The outdoor fridge stocked up there, brother? Colin asked. Yep, I said as Avery moved toward Ash, who asked how she and Addie were doing. Let's head up. I have the motion alarms on to the pool in case Addison wakes up while we're up there. Nice. Sound the fucking sirens when the poor kid wakes up in some strange place, Alex said, trailing everyone with me. Avery, I said before we headed up, do you want to change? Even I wanted to get the fucking salt off me. Avery, looking gorgeous in her crochet cover-up dress, stopped and laughed. Yeah, actually I do. Go get cleaned up. Jake and I jumped in a quick shower before heading up. It helped give us both a second wind, Ash said. We'll watch out for Addie. Take your time. I followed Avery into the bathroom and turned on the water. You don't mind if I join you, do you? If you didn't, I would think you were kicking my ass to the curb after everything. That shitstorm wasn't your fault. You need to get that out of your head, I said, helping her out of her swimsuit. I imagined us seeing each other in a position like this. I ran my hand over her ass after she turned and pulled the Velcro open on my board shorts and dropped them. Like what? She taunted, and my Avery was back without reservation. Well, for starters, I would have sand in my ass. Let's get in the shower. I kissed her lips gently. Allow me to clean this salt and sand off, and then I'll be washing you up. Avery was in before me and turned back to me with a few pumps of my cleanser. How about I help get the sand out? I jumped when her hands moved under my balls and up my ass. I reached for the wall. I have to admit, I cringed. There is nothing sexual about this for me. I bit my bottom lip while Avery laughed. How so? She asked, kissing my side. It feels like you're rubbing sandpaper on my balls and up my crack. I laughed when her eyes met mine. Avery's head fell back in laughter. Oh shit, she said, her hands wrapping around my waist. I'm so sorry. You should have rinsed off first. I chuckled and walked over to the area where I could get this damn sand off my body and appreciate my woman's hands all over me. I'd waited all fucking week for her, to touch her, to see her eyes in euphoria. I wasn't sure that would happen in this shower with everyone here, and my concern about Addie waking up in a strange house. The door was locked, of course, and once again I was following Avery's lead, but it still had me a little unsettled. The shower wouldn't be about me. It would be about bringing Avery whatever she wanted, anything. That's all I wanted, to see Avery's eyes glistening while she climaxed, her hands gripping my hair and begging me for whatever she wanted. It's all I'd longed for all damn week. Maybe this would be an excellent start for removing Derek's bullshit from our day. Hopefully, anyway. I could tell this shit was still sitting with her, and I wanted nothing more than to take it all away.
Chapter 35. Avery. Addie was still sound asleep when Jim and I got out of the shower that had lasted for too long. This man had done everything right from the start of the day up until now. That shower was exactly what I'd been longing for since he and I were in the elevator. The water rained down on both of us, and it fueled me to beg him for more than what he'd already offered. His lust and desperation drove him to pick me up and place my back against the steamy shower walls. His face was perfect as the shower ran over both of us, like rain, and his eyes were swirling with more desire than I'd ever seen from him. Feeling his large cock pry into my sex threw my heart out of rhythm, and then he was thrusting, wild and deep, My forearms rested on his shoulders while my forehead leaned against his teeth softly nipping against my cheek. That's when this miracle of me coming without any assistance from my clit rushed him fast, making the sensation of my orgasm feel like I'd warmed up for this raging ball of energy that was barreling down and exploding around the large cock that filled me up. I called out his name as the orgasm pressed on. My head was against the shower as Jim kept pumping harder and harder. Jim kissed my neck, and then I felt goosebumps cover his shoulders as he grunted with his release that must have felt as intense as mine. That was confirmed after we were dressed in lounge clothes, and his lips captured mine one more time before leaving the room. I was fully satiated, and probably should have started using this with Jim for my new way of getting my tightened nerves unwound. I tried not to beat myself up for taking this time to enjoy myself when I knew Addie could wake up, but Ash had promised to keep watch and make sure Addie was okay while I was in the shower. I knew I needed to relax and stop feeling guilty at every turn when it came to Addie also. I had to start focusing on making sure I was mentally healthy and okay if I wanted Addie to follow in suit. I sank against Jim's side as we all sat around the gas-lit fire pit on Jim's comfortable outdoor couches. I found myself lost in the view. This was glorious, and at this rate, Addison was well on her way to sleeping through the night.
"She's lost in the view,"
I heard a humored voice say. I snapped back to see Jake with Ash on the sofa to mine and Jim's right. Jake sat in conversation with Colin, who sat across from Jim and me, and both of them fiddled with their beer bottles, having some conversation about their hospital. Alex had his feet kicked up on the sofa to my left, taking a drink of his beer, and I was brought back to reality and the fact that I'd been zoned out. "I'm sorry, this day has seriously kicked my ass," I said as Jim rubbed my arm.
"Nothing to apologize for, gorgeous,"
Jim said, sipping his beer.
"You want another?"
Alex nodded toward my warm, half-drunk beer bottle. "I'm good. I probably shouldn't have had this after the bullshit with Derek today," I said, catching everyone's attention. "I'm so sorry that asshole showed up like that. So humiliating. I don't even know what to say." Colin grinned from across me, taking a drink.
"If you want to say anything at all, say that we can go kick his ass if he ever gets out of jail and fucks with you or your daughter like that again."
"Funny," I said.
"This is the shit you have to put up with?"
Jake asked sympathetically. "It's a nightmare, to say the least," I said, looking at Jim's somewhat peaceful expression.
"He's a fucking roach who never goes the hell away or leaves Avery alone. Always with the aggression and harassment," Jim added. "He was locked up last week, and then today we're greeted with this high-on-life personality at the beach. I guess some people don't know when to quit."
"No shit," I said. "It's like the bastard has a get-out-of-jail-free card. He tracked us down by slipping a phone in Addie's backpack. Who does that?"
"Forgive me if I'm overstepping here," Colin interjected. "How in the hell do you not have a restraining order against his ass by now?"
"Long story," I shrugged. "I try to fight my hardest for Addie, but I always seem to lose that battle. I know it would be the same in court. I just do my best to keep Addie protected from it all," I said, and felt Jim's posture stiffen as he sat up some. I know Jim wanted me to fight Derek in court. Now that he was growing attached to Addie, I had a feeling that he and I were going to butt heads on this topic. Unfortunately, I wasn't strolling around with the cleanest of records. Derek knew he had shit on me, and that's why he always threw it in my face. It was a battle I was scared as fuck to fight. "How do you think Addie will do?" Ash asked. "Has she ever seen him act out like he did today?" "Never," I said, feeling a knot form in the pit of my stomach. "I keep it all from her. I have no idea what she'll be like when she wakes up. For her to beg to leave her vacation." I felt tears again, knowing my baby girl had been fucking traumatized by her father. "It will sit with her." "Well," Ash smiled at me as Jim leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees, looking at his sister-in-law. "She is young, but she's got strength in her spirit, strength like her mom. Don't be hard on yourself. If I can suggest anything, it would be for you to let her talk about it and be honest with her if she has questions. Children don't need the gory details, especially children her age. But it's also not your responsibility to cover for him. You can be honest with her without laying down all of his misdeeds. Ash was onto something. I'd always made excuses for Derek for the sake of making Addie think everything was okay. You might be right about that. She saw the real side of her dad today, the side we hide from her. Maybe she needs to know he's sick. Jim's eyes were on me now. What the fuck was going through his mind? That's a good starting point, Jim finally said in a softer tone than I would have expected from his expression. Then get the guy some help, Alex said. If you're not going to fight for custody for whatever reasons, do some sort of intervention or something like that. Jake laughed. I'll toast to that. He raised his beer as Colin clinked his bottle against it with a laugh. Who is going to sit around the living room and guilt-trip that little shit? You? Alex rolled his eyes. Jake chuckled. I'll come up with some sad fucking story about how he and I could have been such great friends. The master manipulator taking out an addict manipulator? Alex laughed. That would turn into a bad Jerry Springer episode like what happened today at the beach, I said, feeling myself getting pissed all over again. Speaking of disgruntled people, Jim said, leaning back, I had a nurse file a complaint against your ass. I looked at the two doctors, whose faces grew serious pretty quickly. Who now? Jake asked and took a large gulp of his beer. I'm getting so fucking sick and tired of this shit. It's against Colin, Jim said. Please, God, tell me you're not fucking around in that damn hospital. What? That shit is so far in the past, like internship days. Who the fuck had something to say about me? Everyone knows I'm the cool one. When did this shit happen? 8 in the evening, I got the email. Cindy Blackwell feels as though your language is uncouth and bedside manner entirely irresponsible. Cindy Blackwell? Jake laughed. Sweet Jesus, that woman will be the death of you. She's as bad as that old bat, Nurse Jackie. Get her off his ward, Jim. I've run into her during my rounds a few times. She's fucking toxic, man. She sits with nurses and makes up stories and gossip. Do you know what the bottom line is, Jim? She despises how young I am. That's it. She doesn't give a fuck about my success rates or the fact I'm a goddamn prodigy. She can say whatever she wants, but I'm fucking fantastic at what I do. Despite people like her who are continually finding something negative to say. You don't get to fuck around and make it to where I am, being able to do what I can. Negative ass hag. She acts like she's a fucking prison warden. I'm sick of this shit. Holy shit, this just escalated. Colin had always seemed so relaxed, but it was apparent that this woman had struck a chord with him. Chill out, Alex laughed. She's already being dealt with. Colin picked up a closed beer and tossed it to Jim. You're an asshole, you know that? Making us sweat for your amusement. Jake shook his head. You do realize we run on 0 sleep, right? Jim chuckled. I couldn't resist. You two get worked up so easily. It's highly enjoyable to watch. You can say that again, Alex said. Ash and I sat and watched the men bantering with smiles on our faces. These guys had such good energy. We all sat around until about 11, and when it was time for everyone to leave, Jim took the extra bags of too much food and forced everyone out of the door with them. We stood and held each other in silence after the house grew quiet before I checked on Addie. She stirred, and then her head popped up. She instantly started crying, and I just held her. Addie, baby, I said softly. We're at Jim's house high up in the hills. He has lots of Happy Meals for you to choose from. Addie started to wake up more and then looked at me. Daddy hurt Jim. Daddy hurt himself too. I pulled back. Addie, look at me, I said, her face somber. Were you scared today? Yes, she said, rubbing her eyes. Daddy was so mad. I know. Daddy was mad because I have a crush on Jim. Addie looked over my shoulder and then at me. But why? It's confusing, isn't it? Yes, she said. Daddy will be going away for a while. I think he needs some help to be a happy daddy, don't you? Yes. Then we will make sure he gets happy and know he is at a place that might make him learn that he did a bad thing today. I said, hoping I was saying the right things and not making anything worse.
Yes, Papa will be mad.
Papa will be mad, I agreed.
I'm hungry.
Jim seemed satisfied now that Addison was eating and content. I had no idea if my conversation with her helped or not. Hopefully it worked to give her mind a little peace. We all were invited into Jim's oversized bed after Addie and Jim reunited and told their fun stories from surfing together. A scene I would never let leave my mind. A man whose heart was where a dad's heart should be. It was heavenly to see, and my heart swelled with love for him. Jim lay next to me, and we both smiled over at Addie, who lay on the other side of me, watching the flat screen on the wall in his room. I was growing tired, and the shows Jim bought for Addie to live stream would keep her up until tomorrow if we didn't turn them off. Addie, let's get under the covers and try to sleep. We'll play in the pool tomorrow. I'll even have some more toys brought in for you, Jim said.
Okay,
she said, and then the lights dimmed. As I tried to doze off, Addie started getting restless. Addie, I said, try to sleep. Bad idea, keeping her knocked out since 5 and expecting her to go back to sleep in a new place.
I'm trying hard, Mommy.
Do you need to sleep in your own bed? I asked, knowing Addie wasn't used to sharing a bed, and this whole situation could be keeping her awake.
I'm a little scared,
she said meekly. I'm not turning those shows back on, I said.
Jim?
Addie sat up and turned to him.
Can you read me a story like my papa does?
Whoa, this is new. No one took the place of her papa, reading her stories before bed. Jim smiled at her. I'm afraid I don't have any books with me unless you brought some.
Use your imagination,
she chuckled.
Like in the car. You told me about the little girl who was tough on the farm. Remember, silly?
Of course. All right, Jim said, looking at me for help. I lay flat on my back, my head propped up by pillows, shrugged and smiled. You're on your own, I mouthed to him as Addie laid down again. Jim propped himself up on his elbow, looking at Addie on the other side of me as she waited eagerly for his story. So, that little youngster... Jim smiled at Addie, who started giggling. She decided to take that nice farmer and his wife up on their offer.
Those silly boys, right? She's gonna win,
Addie said. God only knew what story Jim was telling, but she was on the same page as he was, so I wouldn't dare interrupt to ask questions. I was intrigued by their interaction. Jim was positively a different person at this moment. He sat up, telling her the story, and she looked at him as if I didn't even exist between them. It was like they were instantly in their own world. Well, she can't just go in and win. She's got to think really smart, he said. Those boys, you see, they love poking fun at. He stopped, looking thoughtfully at Addie. What was her name again?
It's your story, you know.
Right, I most certainly do. Little Sally. She was oh so sick and tired of the boys poking fun at her, so instead of poking fun back at them, she decided she would be smart when they all helped Mr. Jones the farmer. Mrs. Jones, however, promised delicious muffins for all of the children.
Oh, no.
Addie ducked and hung on to the last word.
Sally's going to want to eat the muffins now.
She sure does want a muffin, Jim played back. But she needs to work hard for that muffin, and she knows it. She can't be tempted, or the little boys that like to poke fun. Jim arched his eyebrow at Addie. They'll plant the seeds in their rows, and little Sally won't plant anything at all.
No, Sally has to work. She's planting seeds, Jim. She is, right?
Of course she is. Jim grew serious. Now, she plugged her nose so she couldn't smell those delicious muffins coming from Mrs. Jones' kitchen. I think Mrs. Jones was sneaky, trying to see who would leave the rows they promised to plant to come for her muffins.
Then they wouldn't work,
Addie said. Maybe, maybe not, Jim said. Sally focused on her row, one long line in a mound to where she could take her little hand to shovel and scoop her seeds in. She looked over at the boys, and they were a little way ahead of her.
It's because she smelled those darn muffins,
Addie said. That's right, but, Jim eyed her. She was determined to plant her seeds and think of nothing but her reward at the end, so she planted 3 seeds in a hole at a time, just like Mr. Jones had instructed. In fact, she was actually having some fun now. She was not thinking about anything except what it would be like when her seeds grew into sprouts, and that special day Mr. Jones had promised in the beginning when she could come back and help him pick the corn she helped grow.
And eat it.
And eat it. Jim smirked at me as I watched them with adoration. Anyway, he grew serious again. While she was focused, suddenly, her piggy tail was pulled. He said, reaching over me and pulling on one of Addie's piggy tails that I'd put in her hair after her bath. Addie giggled and hid her hair from his hand.
"Those rotten boys did that,"
she said in a low voice to match Jim's. Well, one surely did, and Sally stood up, forgetting about planting seeds when she got upset that he'd pulled her hair. "Don't do that, Jake," she said to the boy.
"Jake?"
Addie asked.
"Like your brother? That Jake?"
Jim chuckled. Just like him, being a bit ornery, but always having fun. Now then, Jake took a bite of his delicious muffin, and instead of wanting the muffin, Sally looked over at his row. He didn't finish planting. "You were supposed to finish first, mister," she said to him. Jake looked at Sally and said, "I'm done. I have my muffin. I'm going home."
"Well, that's not fair."
"Not fair to Mr. Jones, nope," Jim said. So now Sally ignored that Jake was going home and even that he'd pulled on her piggy tail. Instead, she worked harder and even faster now.
"Oh, wow,"
Addie said. When suddenly, Jim's eyes opened wide. She was pushed down in the dirt.
No, not fair, Jim,"
Addie said, ordering Jim in the right direction of the story. "Well, it didn't hurt, Sally. It was just a little nudge is all," he said. So she looked over, and there was silly old Colin. He was smiling and eating a muffin.
"Ugh, Colin,"
Addie said with exasperation.
"Colin, like our surfing friend, right?"
"Pretty close." Jim laughed, his eyes mischievous. So Sally looked at Colin's row. "You didn't finish your work," she said. "You can't eat that." Jim mimicked the cutest voice for Sally. "Oh, Sally, we want to play. Come play with us."
"She has to work."
Addie was catching on to Jim's story, and if this interaction could have filled my heart with any more joy, it would have burst wide open. That's right. So Sally got up, brushed off her little overalls, and let Colin run off with Jake to go and play. Now she was working really hard, was almost done. And then there was Alex.
"Oh no, Jim. Not Alex from the surfing too. He's so nice."
Yeah, he's nice, but that didn't stop him from eating a muffin before he was finished working. He decided to eat that muffin while Sally ignored him. Then Sally finally finished, and when she got up, Alex laughed that she was last, and he followed her into the house when she went to get her muffin. When she walked in, she looked all around, but there were no muffins anywhere to be found.
"What?"
Addie gasped. "Yep, you heard me right," Jim sighed. It felt like all her hard work, no cheating like those rascals had got her nothing. No food, nothing. Not that warm, buttery muffin she'd been smelling, and her stomach wanted so badly now.
"This is such a sad story, Jim."
"It's not over yet. Do you think Sally would give up so easily?" Jim asked.
"No."
Addie became more intrigued. That's right. Sally kept looking, and then Mrs. Jones walked out with a basket filled, almost overflowing with muffins, all kinds of different flavors, too.
"Oh, wow,"
Addie said. Then Mrs. Jones said, "Thank you, little Miss Sally. You worked hard to help Mr. Jones and me today. You didn't give up, even when the sun was warm and the muffins smelled yummy. This is for you to take home to eat for you and your family," Jim said in a funny old woman's voice.
"What did Alex say? He was there too."
Addie reminded him, her eyelids getting heavy as she struggled to stay with the story. Alex was not happy that he learned a tough lesson that day. He knew that he didn't work as hard as Sally had, and even though Alex got a muffin, he wasn't rewarded for his full day's work. So he got to watch Sally achieve a goal and go home happy with a full basket of food. Sally was so happy when she figured out that she may have been a bit slow, but she never gave up. She got her piggy tail pulled, and she'd gotten pushed down, and of course she had little Alex laughing at her and watching to see how it would all end for her. But both of those little ones learned their lessons that day. Work hard, get up, and keep going, no matter what happens, and there will be a reward at the end. Before Jim had reached the end of his thought, Addie was breathing heavily. I made sure the blankets were tucked around her securely, and then I lay on my back and brought my hand to Jim's cheek. I think she crashed once she knew little Sally was taking home the bacon in your life lesson story for children, I whispered. Jim leaned over and kissed my lips. Muffins, he corrected me. And yes, all she needed was a little happily ever after with food, of course. Now she's out like a light. This story will stick with her, you know. So, Jake, Alex, and Colin will love you for making them the rascals in your silly story. Jim laughed and ran his hand over my hair. Will she sleep well in here tonight? I'd hate to move her. I think she might have the best sleep in her life, I said. You really are the best man. I love you, and love that you obviously aren't a rascal like the others, eh? Jim smirked. I never made it into the story. I was back at home working with the mules. I covered my laugh. You are such a nut. I rubbed his chest. I love this. I love us. Me too, more than you know, he said. I am so tired. Do I need to tell you a story too? He chuckled, and I could see his eyes were tired. You just did. The happily ever after part with food is all I needed to hear. Jim snuggled around me, and as we fell asleep, I couldn't stop thanking God that Addie and I had found someone so remarkable. Chapter 36. Avery. I woke up to an empty bed, wondering where Addie and Jim were. I was sure that if Addie had had a rough morning, still thinking about her dad, then Jim would have woken me up. Addie slept soundly last night, and even though I should have been knocked the hell out, I slept with one eye open, my mind still trying to settle down. I heard giggling coming from downstairs, so I got up, pulled down my tank, and readjusted my comfy shorts. I walked out onto Jim's luxurious balcony and looked down at the pool. It was more like a fucking patio out here than a balcony. It was arranged with large pots with palms in them, another fire pit, expensive outdoor furniture, and beautiful rugs to tie it all together. This view went on for eternity, and it was magnificent. I redirected my attention when I heard Addie squeal, but I saw no waves in the infinity pool below. Where the hell are they? What time is it? I thought, happy and fulfilled with this gorgeous new day. I was leaving the garbage of yesterday's hell in the past and not letting it ruin this. I walked downstairs and into the kitchen to see Addie sitting on the counter and stirring what looked to be green pancake mix while Jim was cooking at her side.
Mommy!
Addie wiggled her legs.
We making green eggs. Look!
Green eggs and ham, huh? I laughed and kissed her forehead before I wrapped up my arms around Jim as he intently worked his stovetop like a master of culinary. Good morning, handsome. He leaned his head over, and I gave him a peck on the cheek.
Ew, Mom, that's gross.
She giggled, stirring her green scrambled eggs.
Green eggs and ham,
she teased at Jim. I will not eat them, Jim I am, he said with a laugh.
Jim said this is so gross,
she said in her adorable little Shirley Temple voice.
You will eat them, yes you will.
She was so animated and happy that I couldn't help but smile. The coffee's fresh, Ave, he said, pointing tongs in the direction of his coffee mugs and French press. I poured myself a cup and leaned against the counter, watching the two. I have to say, I like it when you call me that. Jim smirked. I like it when you call me Jim, he said with a sexy wink.
Yes, his name is Jim now, Mom,
Addie confirmed. Got it. And Jim is not eating his own food?
The only green things Jim eats are vegetables, he said, sliding the ham off the griddle and onto a plate.
Now that's gross,
Addie said. That's healthy, little missy,
Jim teased, taking the bowl of scrambled green eggs from her.
Even my doctor says so.
Doctors. Ugh.
Addie dramatically sighed as she watched Jim cooking her eggs. Oh, I said, sipping more coffee. You don't like doctors?
They boring, Mama,
Addie answered me. Jim smirked.
You know, my brother is a doctor, and my friend is one too.
No way, mister,
she said in a playful voice.
Yes way,
he said, looking at her.
And Jake and Colin might cry when they find out that you think they are boring.
Oh,
Addie cringed, crinkling her nose.
They're my friends,
she said thoughtfully. They are fun, I added with a smile. And they are doctors. They save lives, Addie.
Okay, she sighed. But I'm not eating veggies. I don't care how much they love me,
she said, her eyebrows raised to emphasize how serious she was about the subject. What if Colin and Jake say you should so you can grow big and strong? I asked, while Jim held back his laughter.
And get big muscles like Jim's? She asked.
Addie was stating the obvious. The guy was wearing a t-shirt, and the poor shirt sleeves struggled not to burst against his massive biceps. How much did this man work out? And how did he find the time? He might have had some good genetics, but to get this, he had to have been working overtime. At least that's what I guessed. Who was I kidding? I didn't give a shit how he got it. It was lovely to enjoy it.
Yep,
Jim said, spooning the green scrambled eggs onto a platter.
I have to eat my veggies, so...
He turned to her and gripped her calf, to which she squealed.
I can get big, strong legs.
He poked her nose.
Smell food better.
And he squeezed her while pulling her off the counter.
And pick up little ones like you.
Addie ran over to me, and I hugged her while Jim went into his zone and started plating dishes. His consisted of ham and fruit, and after I gave him a nod of being okay to eat my green eggs, he served up mine and Addison's on his white square plates.
Jim, you have to try them. You have to try green eggs,
Addison said, her little hands holding onto the counter watching him. He took all 3 plates, balancing one in the bend of his arm.
I will not eat them here,
he said, setting my plate at the table facing the view and pool.
I will not eat them there,
he said, setting Addie's plate in front of her.
I simply will not eat them anywhere.
Jim sat as I poured Addie orange juice from the carafe on the table, and she took the glass.
You are ruining the story, Jim,
she said, sipping her juice.
He does eat them in the end.
She poked her fork into her fluffy green eggs.
And he loves them.
She took a bite and then moaned and gave Jim a thumbs up and a brisk nod. I looked at Jim as he teased Addie by forking a piece of cantaloupe and eating it. You don't like the eggs because they're green? I asked. He swallowed and shook his head.
Nope,
he said in the playful tone he'd used with Addison.
Jim's crazy. Green eggs are my new favorite,
Addison said. I took a bite. This guy could fucking cook. The eggs were seasoned deliciously, were fluffy, and could melt in your mouth. These are so good, I said. Are you role-playing Addie's favorite book or just suddenly not eating eggs?
I prefer them over easy.
He leaned over and snuck a kiss after I licked my lips.
With eggs, I'm quite picky.
Well, the book shows green eggs, over easy, not scrambled, so you cheated. I smiled at him. He smirked. Shh. That morning, we toured Jim's house, Addie leading the way as I explained that it was another cool vacation home that Jim had brought us to. She was attaching quickly and already not wanting to leave. She had no idea how badly I wanted to stay here forever, too, but I kept reminding myself that Jim and I were taking it slow. At least I thought we were. That afternoon, we played in the water, Jim throwing Addie over his shoulders and teaching her diving maneuvers. Now Addie's new favorite thing to do was dive in the water and swim to Jim's arms. Their laughs, the random kisses I got when they both approached me on my floating lounge. I could die right here and now. This was the most content I'd ever felt. It was as though we were the last 3 people on Earth. Addie chose to lay next to Jim in the shade when we got out of the water, and I laid down on a lounge chair watching as Addie fell fast asleep. Jim and Addie were stretched out on one of Jim's outdoor queen-size chaise lounges. I was so relaxed that I closed my eyes and let the warm sun soothe my entire body and soul. This was paradise. After about 30 minutes or so of closing my eyes, I reopened them to peek over at Jim. His eyes were hidden behind his dark aviator sunglasses, and his lips were twisted into a look of concentration while he stared intently at his laptop. Hard at work, I see. I playfully nudged his side with my toe. He grinned. Just handling this last issue so I can enjoy my girls and turn it all off as I should have before, he said while I eased myself off my chair and squeezed onto his and Addie's lounge, where he was propped up on huge pillows. This has been such an awesome afternoon, I said. Makes the horrors of yesterday go away. How was Addie when she woke up this morning? I asked as he shut the laptop and tossed it off like it didn't cost the $4,000 that little logo made it worth. I didn't even hear either of you get up. I smiled at him. He brought his arms around me. I sort of had to switch some gears. Mental ones with her, he said, kissing my temple. But all is well now, I think. What do you mean? Why didn't you wake me up? I asked. There was no reason to wake you up. I don't know. Addie said she wished I was her real dad. He said carefully. Oh, shit, I said. Well, I don't blame her. I actually like that she wants that. You have no idea how much I loved hearing it, but I also know what's going on with her real dad, he said. It's got to be very confusing for her. I know, I sighed. What did you do with that phone he planted? Is it still with you? He asked, his voice growing serious. I threw the damn thing in the first trash can I could find at the beach. That motherfucker can go find it on his own if he wants it back. Why won't you get full custody of her? He asked. I mean, you know the reasons. I already told you. I didn't like where this conversation was headed, and yet I felt like I knew it was coming. You did tell me your reasons. I just don't think I understand them, he said. I pulled away from him, feeling defensive. I'm not risking her being taken away. I won't do it. Jim's lips tightened, and he shook his head. How the hell did he even get out of jail? His parents most likely gave in, like the suckers they are, too worried about him being in jail, and bailed him out. Unreal. He shook his head in disgust. And the phone? I'm fairly sure the idiot's credit is shot. His parents probably got it for Addie. They worry. Come on, Avery. He leaned up. This is not fucking healthy for you. My daughter being as happy as I can make her is what's healthy for me. I was starting to reel. Why did this have to come up now, after the peaceful day we were having? You think yesterday fulfilled that dream of her happiness? He said in a quiet voice. I instantly started to flare up at him. Of course not, I snapped. But ripping her away from her grandparents isn't going to make her feel any better. You have no idea. If I get full custody of Addie, she'll never see them again. How the fuck so? Jim was getting pissed, but his voice stayed steady and low. Avery, how do you not see that she can't be around that dick again until he gets help? She loves her papa and grandma, and he lives with them. If I get full custody, they don't ever see her because that's his residence. Why haven't they kicked his ass out? How old is he? He asked. 35, I answered. Still living at home. My brother is fucking chief of cardiology at 35. I'm 2 years older than Derek, and I run a successful business after busting my ass to get there, and this piece of shit lives at home? His eyebrows rose while I stared at him, livid, pissed he was going off on me about Derek's bullshit as if I hadn't lived with it every single day for years.
He fucking lives at home with a nice truck. Then he bullies your ass around like he did yesterday. Can't give two fucks about the way it traumatizes his daughter. It makes no sense to me. None.
That last part was Jim, and that CEO tone I'd heard him use when he started commanding shit. I was furious, and I didn't know exactly why. Was I angry at Jim for making it sound like I didn't have my daughter's well-being in mind? Or was I mad at myself because he had witnessed enough to draw that conclusion? "You don't fucking understand," I said, trying to keep it together. He shook his head, and I could tell he was not happy with that answer. "No, Avery, I don't fucking understand. I imagine that after yesterday, you would want nothing more than to ensure he never comes around you or that precious little girl again. I can't take—" "I get it," he said, getting up. "One thing I despise is excuses. I am not programmed to accept them, I guess. Jesus Christ, I can't even handle them from my team members, let alone when it comes to the two people I care for most, and the one person who can do something about it, but she won't. This is my child and my life. I'm doing the best I can with it." I shot back angrily, following him away from where Addie was asleep. My defense mechanisms were in full swing. How dare he or anyone say anything to me about caring for my child? "You don't know how much she loves Larry and Annette. Then her grandparents need to stop bringing that fuck up around the granddaughter who loves them so much," he said, hands in his pockets and staring past me. "It's all fucked up, Avery. I know that. I know how hard this must be for you. Addicts like him mess everything up. I see where this dick is fucking over you and Addie, and I'm telling you, you are the only one who can end it." I crossed my arms. "I'm doing everything I can, Jim." My voice cracked as I tried desperately to hold back my anger and my tears. "I think I've been doing it well, too, since way before you came around. Addie and I are happy. Derek does this shit, and then it just goes away."
"Ave,"
his voice lowered with pity.
"you have to see through this bullshit somehow. If not for you and the two breakdowns I've witnessed that scumbag force you into, then for your daughter. I need to know you're going to take the help I promised you in Palm Springs to get that fucker out of your life."
He ran a hand through his hair when the door chime audibly alerted him on the outdoor intercom, and Jake's voice came through, announcing that he and Ash were here with more pool toys. The problem with what Jim expected of me was that I wasn't brave enough to use the lawyers he would hire to help me gain custody of my daughter. Jim didn't know the details of my dark history, my jail time, me being a user, and that being the reason why I ended up with Derek in the first place. How could I ever expect someone like Jim to understand?
Chapter 37. Jim. I might have overstepped my bounds in my conversation with Avery by the pool that morning, but I couldn't help it. I loved her and Addie too, and so this Derek asshole ignited a rage within me that was hard to explain. He brought out feelings inside me that only one other person had, my mother. Living with an addict was detrimental to my brother and me in so many ways, and the last thing I wanted was for Addie to have even a sliver of the childhood I'd experienced. The more I thought about Avery and Addie's situation, the more unanswered questions were brought to my mind. Would my mother have cheated on my dad if she weren't using drugs? Would she have given half a damn about her two little boys if she weren't a selfish addict? Would it have all been so different if she weren't so consumed with her self-destructive habits? It didn't matter now. I couldn't change the past, but I could help shift Avery and Addie's future. Avery and I sat at a quiet corner booth in a diner, not having said much since our disagreement from earlier. She and Ash had dropped off Addie at the church to practice singing for her Christmas program earlier in the afternoon, so Avery and I hadn't had a chance to finish our conversation. If I was honest, I wasn't sure what else to say, and from Avery's lack of engagement on the topic, I assumed she felt the same way.
"Jim,"
Avery interrupted my thoughts.
"are you still with me?"
"Sorry. There's a lot of shit on my mind," I answered truthfully.
"Well, we have about 20 minutes before I have to leave to pick up Addie from her singing practice."
She grabbed the check off the table and smiled at me.
"This one is on me."
No, you don't have to do that," I insisted as Avery stood up.
"I know I don't. Be right back."
she said with a wink as she walked up to the register. I placed my elbows on the table, folded my hands together, and watched her handle the transaction. She was such a strong, capable woman, and maybe that was why I couldn't fucking understand why she was cowering in this aspect of her life when it mattered the most. Why would she be so intimidated by such a small, insignificant, manipulative man? I had no control over Avery's decisions, and I definitely couldn't understand them, but I wasn't the type of person who was capable of backing down, especially when it came to something important to me. Avery was an attentive and doting mother, making her behavior when it came to this toxic man utterly baffling. Why not pluck the weed out from its root and be done with it? Why not set custody in stone and demand he gets help? Why all of the enabling? There was no excuse for his behavior, in my opinion. No amount of guilt or whatever the fuck Avery was dealing with would make me bring that child around that man if it were up to me. I don't give a shit if Addie's grandparents were Santa and Mrs. Claus. There's no fucking way I would want her in that environment with an unstable drug addict. I took one last drink of my iced tea and stood with a forced smile. I had to clear my head. I was on the brink of having to fly to London for work, and I didn't want to leave my girls like this. We walked to our cars, which were parked next to each other in the back of the gated parking lot. I leaned against mine, wishing we'd had more quality time together. I despised the tension between us. Avery studied me after I pulled on my sunglasses, and she crossed her arms. "You're pissed off at me, aren't you?" she questioned with a snarky grin. "Not pissed, gorgeous." I reached for her hand and pulled her to where I reclined against the passenger side of my car. I went to kiss her, but she covered my mouth before it reached her lips. She giggled, and it instantly lightened the mood. Maybe this potential of having to fly to London was partly to blame for my attitude. "Yes," she said as I kissed the palm of her soft hand. "You're pissed. You hardly said a word at dinner." "I'm sorry if my temperament made you uncomfortable. I never want to make you feel that way, no matter what is on my mind." She smiled, leaning against me, her arms stretched over each of my shoulders. "It's okay." I missed her perfume, her kiss, her ass, where my hands instantly went. I missed her so much and couldn't lose her. Fuck that miserable prick for being a thorn in my side, and me not being able to do a damn thing about it. I ran my hands up her back, feeling her warm skin through her light shirt. "I'm having a pretty hard time not throwing you into the back seat of your car and fucking you here and now," I teased, tickling her neck with my tongue and lips now. "That doesn't sound half bad to me." She ran her fingers through my hair. "But I can only imagine what it would look like if we got caught doing that." I smiled against her flesh. "And with a car seat in the back, no less." I brought my face back to meet her brilliant blue eyes. "At least they wouldn't question we'd be needing another one in 9 months?" Avery shook her head. "You're impossible." I chewed on my bottom lip. "You've seen me on my phone and doing emails since this morning. It's because my London offices are trying to send me into an early grave, and now I'm dealing with something." "Spit it out," she said. "I know this coming weekend is supposed to be our weekend together, given you're having Addie stay with her grandparents. But I may have to fly to London on Friday. I'm trying to bust this shit out with every resource I have available, but I don't know if I'll be able to get out of this one so easily." She smiled. "I can survive a weekend without you." "I may be there through the entire week after," I said. "It all depends on the hotel chain we're working with. I'm certain if I don't meet face-to-face with the owner whining and dining and shit like that, we'll lose the damn deal." "Hey now. Will you be finding another wife to help you pass the time?" She arched her eyebrow at me. I laughed. "I'll be staying in the city, and the first chance I get, I'm flying home," I said. Avery's cell phone alarm went off. "That's my timer. I had a feeling I'd get caught up with you and forget to pick my little Christmas angel up from practice." I stood and brought her in, holding her tightly against me. "I love you." "Well, if you can manage," she said. "Meet me for lunch tomorrow." "I'm stacked in, gorgeous," I said. "Trust me, I'm doing everything I can to get out of flying to London." "I know I gave you shit for being chained to work, but I do get it. I am still here, and Addie will still be here. Women have their men traveling for work all the time.
Don't start slacking on your job just because you're dating some crazy hot chick with dazzling eyes, Mr. Mitchell. You have it all nailed down, don't you? I'm at peace with it. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if your elite sexy ass had to take your private jet to Dubai for some business conference too. She laughed, and then after a small kiss, she turned to get into her driver's seat. Despite the low points, I had a fantastic weekend, Jim. Thank you so much for everything. Addie loved it, and so did I. I love making my ladies happy, I said, relieved we ended our weekend on a high note. I waved her off after she blew me a kiss and then floored it in the open parking lot, most likely just to taunt me with the reminder of her lead foot. After a painstaking week of nonstop work, Thursday night was when I knew I had to fucking fly to London for sure. This deal had me by the balls in the worst way. It didn't matter that I'd busted my ass all week, missing out on so many opportunities to see Avery. This trip couldn't be avoided. Friday morning, I called Avery to give her the news. It was bad enough that I'd sacrificed so many lunches and dinners that we could have shared all week. Now that was all for nothing. I'm getting ready for work, she said. I'm guessing this is the call that we're not seeing each other this weekend? Yes. I'm so sorry. I tried everything, really, I said as I buckled into the leather captain's chair on the company's jet. Next weekend, perhaps we can try out the beach thing again? You might need dry suits instead of wetsuits this time. It's going to be chilly next weekend, since we're heading into fall. Those are the best waves, I said with a smile. Yeah, Addie isn't going near those. What if Addie and I watched her badass mom enjoy them instead? Are you already at the airport? Damn, you're leaving early. You must have been up since 3 a.m. She laughed into the phone. Oh, hold up. That's Larry calling me, she said before clicking over. I watched the tarmac as the plane backed out. Alex sitting across from me finishing up whatever call he was on before we took off. I did not want to leave, but I knew I'd be more focused once we were in the air and Alex and I would start going through numbers and marketing pitches for the chain we were busting our asses to secure. Jim, she said in a softer voice when she resumed our call. Are you still there? Yeah, we're slowly backing out. Everything good? Listen. Her voice became stern. I'm never going to hide shit like this from you, but don't lose it when I tell you I've got this and can handle it, okay? I rubbed my forehead. Go on, I said, knowing this was about Derek and praying with all that I was that she was about to tell me she was keeping Addie this weekend if that fucker was out again. Derek's at the house. He's out. I'm fucking pissed about it too, but Larry and Annette said they'd be the first to call the cops on his ass if he so much as touches anything to get high around Addie. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced the rage into my balled-up fists. I won't even ask how he was released, I said as calmly as I could. You feel comfortable with Addison around him after he scared the fuck out of her last weekend? I'm leaving this up to Addie. If she doesn't want to go, then she stays with me. Jesus, Avery, she's a 3-year-old child, I said, beside myself that Avery was handling this situation in this way. It was as though the beach incident had never fucking happened. You have to make this decision for her, I pleaded. Avery, I know how to deal with my daughter and Derek, goddammit. Please don't do this again. Addie will tell me if she doesn't want to go. Okay, I said, my jaw so tight I felt a spasm in both cheeks. You have Jake and Ash's numbers, right? I'll even have Colin text his number to you. Slow down, she said. I don't need you trying to protect me from London. I'm sorry you've seen this dick bring me to my limits, and I'm sorry you've even had to meet him, but this isn't new for me. I'll be fine. You'll be fine, and so will Addison when he's out of your life. He's a loose cannon. How can you trust her around that asshole? Because I've dealt with this for 3 fucking years, Jim, she said. And yes, I have Jake and Ash's numbers. Ash invited me over this weekend. That'll be fun for you too, I said, completely at a loss for words. Did I need to shut up and find my place? Should I keep pressuring Avery, expecting a different result when she had so obviously made up her mind and didn't want to hear my point of view?
What the fuck was I supposed to do? I was trying to give her my best advice from the eyes of someone who wasn't twisted up in this toxic situation, but she didn't want to hear it. Hey, I've got to go. The plane is on the runway. I'll try to call when we land. Okay, be safe. We both love you. Jesus, stabbed me in my fucking tortured heart. And you, I managed. And after ending the call, I threw my cell against the leather sofa across from me like a pissed-off teenager. My God, Alex said. You've been in dick mode all week, and now the cell phone is on the receiving end of your bullshit? What the hell is going on with you? That piece of shit is out of jail and Avery's still going to take Addison to his parents' place tonight. I leaned back, the G-forces of the plane pinning me into my seat. Are you joking? Alex said. She needs to bury that little bastard with your lawyers. Do you think she might be bothered by you hiring the lawyers, not her? No. I shook my head and stared at him with an expression that probably looked as pathetic as I felt. She's fucking scared of him. That fucker has her right where he wants her, and she doesn't see it. Damn, Alex said. How is it that the addicts managed to take down everyone with them? A question for the interventionist that I'm confident the family will never ask for. How can no one see that this fuck-up is either going to end up dead or taking them all down with him? I ticked each of my fingers against my thumb one by one, staring out the window at the clouds we were climbing into. I don't fucking know where my place is in all of this. All you can do is support her. Hang in there, no matter how shitty it gets. She'll eventually see it, but you have to let it play out. I know it's hard standing by while a child is involved, but you know how messy families can be. It's never black and white. I worry for that little girl more than I have a right to, I guess. Avery's a mom. They have better intuitions than guys. He smiled. She's also tough as fucking nails. I fear for that dickhead if he fucks with that little girl and scares her again. She is leaving it up to the 3-year-old to decide whether or not she wants to be a...
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Dad. Avery isn't stupid. I know you're frustrated by her decision-making, but it is indeed her decision to make. Children's instincts are good too, you know. If Addie doesn't want to see that fuckhead, then you have nothing to worry about. He smiled and reclined in his chair. Speaking of children's instincts, my God, you'd think she was yours and Avery's daughter, not the other dude's. I stood while the plane started to level out. I'm getting a bourbon before we open these computers. What are you having? I'm determined to drink all of the special scotch Jakey boy had stocked on the plane before he flies again. That is a trip I do not wish to be a part of. I laughed. I knew I should stay in my lane and let Avery handle the Derek situation the best she knew how, but I had so many feelings about everything, and none of them were good. I could only hope I stayed busy enough in London not to drive myself crazy. Chapter 38. Jim. The week in London was nothing compared to the 3 weeks that followed it. Avery and I had stayed in better contact than the week before I left for the UK. However, we were in this stalled-out zone, one could say, with her ex. He hadn't been off the rails entirely since that day at the beach, but I wasn't a fool to think he was clean and sober. People with addictions, like his, didn't walk away from daily use without rehab. No fucking way. Was I still irritated that Avery wasn't pursuing his ass in courts? Fuck yes. It was making me miserable seeing her acting like someone who was backed into a corner. What was bothering me most was the feeling that this dirtbag was a heartbeat away from another bender. It was only a matter of time. Avery and I had a friction point in our relationship because of him, and it was driving me insane that we couldn't see eye to eye on this issue. She seemed closed off to hearing my advice, and I was not going to lose her over this asshole, so I was pushing it all down. The 2 weeks I'd spent with Addie and Avery since Derek's beach blowout episode were the highlights to the past month. I was officially in over my head with stories of Sally and the 3 little rascals, and Addie wasn't letting these made-up characters leave anytime soon. Avery gave me the okay to renovate one of my rooms for Addie to use when they stayed the night, so the previous Saturday we had a shopping experience, to say the least. Since Avery and Ash had become a lot closer in the last month, Clay and Joe even came along, making it an all-hands-on-deck situation. Addie was as adorable as ever, gripping my hand as she put the master of design Clay in his place while picking out her favorite color for everything: purple. I laughed as I looked around and realized that all of these grown adults had bent over backward doing whatever this little girl wanted, and she ate it up that whole day. Now here we were, dropping off Addie with her grandparents for the weekend again. I'd been dreading this all week long. Avery had asked me earlier in the week if I would like to come along to meet Larry and Annette, in the hopes that it might ease my mind about Addie staying here. I appreciated Avery's gesture, knowing her heart was in the right place, and I hoped I could make some kind of sense out of Avery's rationale after meeting them. "Hey, daydreamer, are you coming?" Avery asked, letting Addie out of her car seat in the back of my 2-door Bentley while I sat in the driver's seat, zoned out. "Just thinking about tonight, Ave," I said, getting out of the car, peeling off my suit jacket and draping it over my seat. Avery's hand grabbed mine as Larry led us into the house, and we walked into the quaint but nicely arranged living room. Larry closed the door and followed us in, greeting me and shaking my hand. "I'm Larry," he said. "It's nice to finally meet the man who Papa's little peep talks about all the time." He chuckled. "She's the best," I managed, studying the casually dressed man. His clean goatee and graying hair made him look well put together and made me question why in the fucking world he hadn't kicked his adult addict kid out of the house yet. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Jim." "Have a seat," Larry said. I sat on the other end of the sofa from Larry, noticing his television was turned to some boxing documentary. "Hey there," a woman said as she popped her head into the room from around the corner. She smiled, but it was painfully evident that she was worn down. She was either overworked or just fucking done with life. "I'm Annie." I heard Addison and Avery in the back of the small house, Avery seemingly getting Addison in the bath. "Avery, I can give her a bath," Anne said, walking down a hall that was lined with family pictures from across the decades. "Don't worry about it," I heard Avery say. "Go back to baking whatever you're spoiling Addie with tonight." "You ever see this guy fight before?" Larry asked, pointing at his television after tossing some peanuts into his mouth and casually leaning back on the sofa. I crossed my ankle over my knee and loosened my stiff position. "No," I said, studying the black and white highlight reel of 2 boxers. "That's Sugar Ray Robinson," he said with a knowing laugh. "He's a bit before my time, I guess," I answered. Boxing had never been a sport I'd regularly watched, so I had nothing to contribute to this conversation. "Do you realize this guy fought over 215 times?" he asked with a laugh. "With only 2 losses and 1 draw. "Holy cow," I said, refraining from cursing. "Are you kidding me?" I was no expert, but that sounded like a hell of a record. "When this guy turned pro in 1940, he was 85-0 with 69 knockouts. "Dang, man," I said. "He was only 19 years old." Larry laughed again, casually having more peanuts. "This guy knocked out more people before he was 19 years old than most fighters in their whole career." "That's pretty incredible. What was his professional record?" He looked at me and his forehead creased in humor. 128-1-2, he prattled off. The guy actually retired in 2 weight classes, then came out of retirement and took another damn title," he said with a laugh. I was settling in some with the man and understanding why Addie enjoyed his company. He was more likable than I'd imagined. I could see why Addie's relationship with her grandparents was so crucial to Avery, especially since she didn't have much in the way of a family of her own. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before I saw a shadow making its way down the hall. Derek stopped into the living room, gave me a nod, and took the recliner situated next to his dad. "Best fighter right there," Derek said, reclining and eyeing the television. "What's up, Jim?" he asked. "Nice suit. I've got some expensive ones like that, too." Larry was silent as he looked over at Derek. "You just now waking up?" he asked. "What time you get in last night, bud?" Fucking bud, I thought, growing more irritated every second, seeing this idiot wearing his hoodie and sagging jeans. "Late, but I was at Rick's place." "Rick?" Larry asked. "Is that the guy who owns that dealership?" Derek eyed me, smiled, then looked at his dad. "Yep," he said. "They got some badass trucks that came in this week." "No kidding," Larry said dismissively. Unlike Derek's father, I wasn't dismissing shit at this point. The fucker had been out all goddamn night and was just now waking up. Rick my ass. Derek's bullshit may have manipulated this family, but where he'd lost Larry's attention, he'd gained mine. "Yeah, they're pretty legit, like the truck I got." "What's the name of the dealership?" I questioned, knowing my company had acquired a few in Anaheim years ago, seeing their potential in this location. "Rendell's," Derek said, our eyes locking. "Why?" he asked, settling into his chair like the dick he was. "You interested in trading in your $1 million Aston Martin for a nice truck?" "I don't think so," I answered. "Rick Rendell. I've met that man," I said as Larry looked back and forth between Derek and me as the tension in the room grew. "Old man Rendell, you mean?" Derek asked. "No, we acquired that dealership and another few years back. Interesting that you know Rick," I said. What I wanted to say was that I knew Rick had a family, and the multiple times we'd met over dinners, this man never once struck me as the type to hang out with the piece of shit that was now trying to stare my ass down. "Well, that's my boy," Derek said. "Nice," I responded. And then Avery walked out with Addison running to her papa first and then me, not to the prick who started to argue with Avery about what time we got there even though he was asleep when we did. "You ready to have fun with your papa this weekend?" I asked Addie. "Lots of fun." "Get over here and come say hi to your daddy," Derek said, leaning forward in his recliner. "Hey, Dad," Addie said, then looked at me. "Bye, Jim." I watched how the once calm atmosphere of the room became more and more toxic after Derek had entered it. Avery was going over last-minute details about picking Addie up on Sunday while Addison walked to her papa, who focused on her stuffed pup and a book she brought with her. I stood, knowing we were about to leave, and once farewells were given, Avery and I walked out, leaving Addie in the care of her grandpa. Her dad, however, apparently couldn't give a shit about his daughter being there since he felt the urge to follow Avery and me out to my car. "What are you doing, Derek? Go back inside," Avery ordered him while I pointedly ignored him. "You know my boy, eh?" Derek said, lighting a cigarette. "I know enough," I answered, opening Avery's door for her and making sure Derek didn't feel inclined to charge the car and start ordering her around again. "Enough? What the fuck does that mean?" he asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. "You trying to make my dad question me about being out all night?" "I was just wondering if you were talking about the same person who owned the business I acquired a few years back," I said, walking toward my side of the car. "You don't know dick." This motherfucker had no idea how thin the thread was that was keeping me together. "If that's what you want to assume, then I'll allow that," I said, holding back. "Oh, you'll allow it," he mocked. "Just let him go, Jim," Avery snapped. I sat in the car, disturbed that this unstable motherfucker was going back into that house with Addie, pissed off that I was leaving with Avery. Fuck this whole situation. I fired up the car and looked at her while Derek wandered around the back of the house. "That jerk-off is too angry for us to leave Addie here, Avery," I said in a low voice. "Jim, drive the damn car. If you haven't caught on to the fact that he hates you yet, I don't know what will help you figure out why he's pissed." I clamped my mouth shut and drove the fuck out of there. "You haven't spoken since we left Larry and Annette's," Avery said a few blocks from my house. "Sorry. I'm just struggling with all of this, Avery," I finally said as I pulled in. She nodded as she unbuckled and we both entered the house, kicking off our shoes by the front door. And I threw my suit coat over the back of a chair while she set her bag down. After I'd poured myself a bourbon and Avery had poured herself a glass of wine, we sat on my sofa. "Jim," she ran her hand over the vest I still wore. "Tonight was weird. I'm sorry about that." "Don't be sorry, Ave," I said, kissing her head. "Jesus, I don't know what to ask you to be at this point." She sat up. "What does that mean?" "Larry," I said, looking at her sharp eyes, feeling her defense mechanisms coming up around her. "He's a nice man, although when Derek came out, after just fucking waking up from his long night out, he only mildly questioned him and then ignored it. It was almost like he didn't want to start shit with him." "No one wants to engage Derek's bullshit," Avery said. "It's not right, Avery," I said, leaning my elbows on my knees, holding my glass of bourbon with both hands. "How can any of you not see this?" I looked back at her. "I know you're not afraid of that little shit, so why, fucking tell me, here and now, why won't you protect your daughter from him?" "Fucking hell, Jim," she sighed. "You knew this was the bullshit side of my life when you signed up for it, and now, fuck, you're trying to—" "Help you?" I interrupted. "How is it that I'm the bad guy in this situation?" "I never said that, did I?" "You're defending this dirtbag by not allowing me to help you. You get so fucking angry every time I ask why you won't fight for custody of Addie. How is it that I'm not okay with leaving her anywhere near that house with that fucker and you are?" "Because I know Larry and Annette," Avery said. "I know they won't let my daughter get hurt no matter how badly Derek behaves." "Behaves? That's the fucking word for what he does now?" "Wrong choice of words. Jesus Christ," she said and rubbed her forehead. "I can't do this." She stood up. "I can't fucking do this with you, Jim." "Damn it." I stood and brought her into my arms, and then lifted her chin, bringing her eyes to meet mine. "I don't want to do this either. I want to help, but I have no idea where my place is in any of this anymore. I don't need you trying to step in and control this. This is how it's been for a long time. Larry loves Addie as much as you, Jim. She's the light in the darkness that Derek puts him and Annette through. You have to know he won't let anything happen to her. I know this because I know them." I couldn't pretend to understand why Avery was so sure about Derek's parents. It all seemed so dysfunctional. I sighed and pulled her in and held her tightly. "I hate this," I said. "It brings up shitty memories of my mom's addiction and Jake and me being left with that woman. Maybe I feel that is what's happening to Addison when we drop her off anywhere around that prick." Avery's tense muscles loosened, and she returned my hug. "I'm sorry you have to deal with any of this." "Stop fucking apologizing," I said. "You have to stop apologizing for something you can fix." "I know," she conceded. The rest of our night was not what I'd imagined it would be. It seemed that we'd been heading this direction since the beach incident. I couldn't fix anything or help anyone. I had no say in this, and every time I opened my mouth, all I did was push Avery away. For the first time in my life, I was fucking stumped. The weekend ironed itself out in its own way. Avery seemed always to wake up happier and healthier than the day before. I opted to shut my fucking mouth about the whole thing so we could enjoy each other before heading back to work and having to squeeze in time together during the work week. We enjoyed a full day on Sunday, Clay coming over and putting the final touches on the transformed room that I couldn't wait for Addie to see. Now it was Monday again, and time for another hectic week. "Hey," Alex said, nodding back at Summer dismissively. "Everything okay?" I asked, eyeing the papers Alex held. Alex pinched his lips and looked past me and out my windows as he sat across from my desk. "Alex," I said. Did you and Summer finally call it quits? What the hell is his problem? Alex rubbed his forehead, then cleared his throat. This was my responsibility and I was going to handle it. Am I firing you today? I smirked. Funny, he said. Jim, save the drama and suspense, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Here are the reports from the investigation that's been ongoing since that lady in the preschool gave Avery and Addie shit, he said, holding a stack of papers. I've been getting reports for the last month when they started in on investigations in all departments. What are those papers? The ones we have to terminate immediately. They never passed background checks, but they were hired anyway. The investigators were looking into it and they pointed out that we need to tighten up the system we're using or use a new process. We have to fire around 18 people today because of this fucking mistake, he said. Being that it was our mistake in one way or another, we misled these employees. We'll send them with a severance package, I said. I don't want the reputation for throwing people out on the street. That's not the issue. Okay, so what then? Fuck, he didn't look well. Avery. Your Avery was one of them. What? Why? Because of something stupid? Maybe we ought to look into these cases then. I don't want people fired over nonsense. Alex leaned forward and slid the papers that he'd been holding across my desk. I felt the blood leave my face when I read Avery's report. All this time, I'd been made to feel like the bad guy. Maybe I was willfully blind. All I knew was that the reality of the situation was something I wasn't prepared to see.
Chapter 39. Avery. I had just finished my lunch and sat at my desk when Stephanie walked up with her usual solemn, Avery fucked up look. I swiveled in my chair to face her, just about to hit send on a text to Jim, saying that I'd missed him at lunch today. I'd actually thought for a second that he was going to show up, since this was the first time he hadn't sent out a buffet of food for me to enjoy in his absence. The poor man was probably hung up with something, and I couldn't blame him at all for getting distracted. Mr. Mitchell has requested that you meet with him in his office, she said. I believe you know your way to the executive elevators? I eyed Alyssa's smile and refrained from the one I was about to display. Yes, I answered. I'll be back soon. Get it, girl, Amir whispered, Jim being the constant topic of conversation between all three of us at lunch. I never blamed them for their curiosity. I'd want to know more about the elusive man who ran the company if I were lunch pals with his girlfriend, too. I rode the elevator to the top floors, the elevator that reminded me of Jim and me nearly going for it, and I got an exciting swirl in my stomach, knowing I was going to see him. Who the hell knew what he was up to, but I wasn't going to complain. Maybe this was a new effort to see each other during the work week. Perhaps he was going to make good on his funny little promises of wanting to fuck me in his office after he uninstalled the cameras in them. I'm here for Mr. Mitchell, I said to Summer, Jim's secretary and Alex's girl. She was intently typing before she looked up at me and then stood. Follow me, she said. I trailed her into Jim's office as she announced me, and then she quickly rushed past me again, closing the door behind her. I almost said a joke about her leaving like something was on fire, but as soon as I locked eyes with Jim, sitting behind his imposing desk, his icy glare sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Jim? I questioned. Avery, he answered, his voice low and emotionless. What's going on? I asked. Since the debacle of the preschool situation, I had the company perform background investigations on all departments. He started. Oh no, not this. Oh my God. My heart was pounding so hard that I was surprised I could still hear him speaking. The reports of those employees who did not pass the background checks made it to my desk today, he finished. I felt my stomach drop. I'd never thought that I had anything to hide from this man, and never did so intentionally per se. But the shame that flooded through me at what I knew he'd seen was paralyzing me. I suppose I'm here because of that? Yes, Jim said coldly. Among learning why you're not eligible to work at this company, he sat back in his chair.
I've also discovered why I've looked like the asshole in our relationship for this entire last month."
"What the fuck does that mean?" I snapped back.
"It means that after discovering the reasons you failed background, I also found out that you've withheld pretty serious information from me. Information that leads me to believe these are the reasons you are so defensive of your ex and completely argumentative when I've asked you on numerous occasions to open up and explain why you feared taking him to court."
He cocked his head to the side.
"I guess I was the fool in this relationship this whole time."
"You..." I paused, my defenses shooting up around me and my heart pounding with rage at his accusatory demeanor. "Jim, you were never the fool." I tried not to shout. "This shit is in my past. I should have..."
"Past or not, Avery, you brought it to the present, and you keep it with you. You won't fight for your daughter because of this?"
He glanced down at the paper that I knew revealed my messed up past to him. The felony DUIs, possession of controlled substances, and God knew what else between all of the charges that had actually stuck and the ones that had been thrown out or expunged over the years. It was all the horrible shit that stained my life, and that I had moved on from years ago, and it was sitting on his desk.
"You made me out to be the sucker in all of this, knowing these were the reasons you won't protect your daughter from that man. You listened to me go on and on about my mother for months, and you never said a word."
"I have my own reasons for that. It was never your place to tell me how to take care of my daughter in the first place."
"I won't listen to you standing there and trying to spin this into being my fault. You have proven that you have no respect for me whatsoever, despite everything I've done to be there for you. I don't know how many times I asked you why you cowered to that son of a bitch, and you never trusted me enough to tell me the whole truth about your past. Complete fucking addict behavior, hiding everything from people who care about you."
"Fuck you! Don't you dare try to use the mistakes I've made against me," I barked, his dark expressions not shaking me. "And you demand my respect? You're not my fucking husband. You were my boyfriend."
"It doesn't matter, does it? Not anymore, anyway. I can't trust someone who is willing to lie by omission straight to my face multiple times. Even when I opened up to you, stating I would never lose you and would fight for you, you knew the entire time that you had no intention of ever doing anything. And you didn't say a word. I've been driving myself crazy for over a fucking month, walking on eggshells around you, holding back everything I had to say so as not to upset you or interfere with your parenting decisions. Little did I know why you were making such horrible, codependent, and enabling ones. You're so fucking willing to hide in your secrets that you put your daughter through this? It's fucking sick, Avery."
"Walking on eggshells? Fucking please. I won't listen to this shit from you. You were born with a silver fucking spoon in your mouth. You don't understand what it's like to have nothing and no one and still, somehow, manage to straighten yourself out, pick up the pieces and keep going."
"I understand enough to know you'll never do the right thing for your daughter,"
he said in a voice so lethal that if I were standing next to him, I would have slapped him across the face. "I'm going to pack up my shit and be out of your company and out of your life. I'll leave the keys to your goddamn charity car at my desk."
"The car is yours," he said. "I don't want the thing."
"I'm sorry you feel this way about everything, but I couldn't tell you. I wasn't ready." I managed. As much as the defensive part of me felt that I didn't owe him any explanations, something inside me knew this was all wrong.
"You would never be ready. If you couldn't be ready for your daughter, what makes me think there would have ever come a day that you trusted me enough to tell me the truth, to tell me everything? Instead, you allowed me to beg and argue with you about it constantly. It's not in my character to take a step back, but I did so because I loved you, and look at how that gets reciprocated. It's been a lie since the beginning, in my opinion. I will not be with someone who hides things from me, especially when they should have known I was there to help."
His words searing through me, and I was so fucking angry I could have thrown the chair across the room as he spoke. Inside, I felt like there was a demon, hearing a priest speaking Latin in an exorcism. Jim was right to be so angry with me, but my fucking defense mechanisms wouldn't allow me to back down. I should have spoken up and told him that things weren't as they seemed, and I didn't consciously do anything deceptive, or that I loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone, and I would do whatever it took to earn his trust back. But I couldn't say it. I couldn't say anything that would have been redemptive. The demon inside me didn't want to, and the part of me that loved him didn't feel like I deserved it. What did I care anyway? This wouldn't be the first time someone abandoned me when shit got hard. Stand in line with your disappointment, Mr. fucking Mitchell. Well, I didn't need your help, I said. I don't need anyone's fucking help to raise my daughter. I've done it this long without you. Do what you need to do, he said. His tone was dismissive, his posture stiff, and it was evident that I was his worst enemy. That was written all over his face. Is that your paper or mine? I asked, ready to walk out of this place and Jim's life without batting an eye. The copy is yours if you want it. I don't care to ever look at it again. Do what you will with your life. You have it all figured out, right? Goodbye, I said, spinning around and walking out the door, feeling absolutely nothing. Total numbness. There was nothing left to say. This ended the way everything else in my life did. Horribly. The real fool in this situation was me, because for a while now I'd believed this life was something real. What an idiot I'd been to think anyone on the outside could understand my life. Chapter 40. Avery. It had been a month since I'd heard from or seen Jim. Luckily, I managed to find a decent-paying job as a receptionist at a dentist office in Anaheim, and since I'd opted for a month-to-month contract with the apartment I'd rented near Jim's office, it wasn't a problem to move out and rent a new place, a much smaller studio apartment, not too far from my new job. Addie wasn't thrilled about leaving her preschool or moving away from Jim, but she adjusted quickly and was excited to be able to see her papa more often. Larry and Annette were both retired, so it was convenient for them to watch Addie on the 3 days a week that she didn't attend her preschool. Many times, Addie had questioned not seeing Jim after we moved. Being a 3-year-old, I didn't want to saddle her with the details, so I explained that since we moved, Jim lived too far away, and that was why we didn't get to see him. Luckily, her papa was there, as he always was when my life seemed to crumble, so he filled the gap, thank God. Even though I cut off all contact with Jim, I was still in regular contact with Ash. We chatted about how her pregnancy was going and how busy her gallery had been lately, and we had the inevitable conversation about Jim and me. Ash wasn't judgmental of any aspect of my situation, from my past issues all the way up to Derek. I told her what Brittany had said to me after the breakup, and what seemed to be 100% accurate. Jim or no Jim, I needed to deal with my Derek issues. The way I saw it was the way it always had been. Derek was the root of every problem in my life or any other life that he touched with his addict bullshit. I was made out to be the bad guy in Jim's eyes because of that piece of shit. Larry and Annette had been turned into horrible enablers because of their son's manipulative personality. It was fucked up all the way around, and the source of all the chaos was always fucking Derek. Ash listened to everything I had to say, and she convinced me to go to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting to hear stories from people who'd lived through similar situations and managed to get sober. I knew that a lot of my defensiveness came from a place of knowing I wasn't able to share my experiences with anyone who could relate. Perhaps this might change that. All I knew was that it couldn't hurt to see. I pulled my hair into a ponytail and fastened my hoop earrings before I headed down the outdoor steps of my apartment to where Ash waited for me in her car. I walked by my Aston Martin and couldn't help but laugh at how fucking stupid it looked there, entirely out of place. It was a stark reminder of the image of mine and Jim's relationship. What a fucking joke. "Hey, Ash," I said, sliding into the passenger seat of a brand new Mercedes, happier to see her glowing and pregnant self than I thought I'd be. "Hey, you. It feels like it's been forever, right?" she chirped. "You hungry?" She grinned, remembering how well I loved food more than anything. I already stuffed myself before I got ready. Didn't want to risk there not being any snacks. I laughed. "Look at you. It's almost baby time, huh? I should probably say how glorious it is to be pregnant, but I am ready to have this little man out of me." "I feel you on that," I said as we left the apartment complex and headed toward the freeway. "You should have let me drive. Jesus, I'm sorry I didn't think of how uncomfortable this stage of pregnancy is. She arched an eyebrow at me. Hence the reason Jake insisted on buying me this car. I swear I don't adjust to such expensive things very easily. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it wholeheartedly, but good grief with that man sometimes. I laughed. So, have you two picked out a name yet? We're still officially undecided, she shrugged. Although I think we are going to go with John. She looked over her shoulder and accelerated onto the freeway to merge into the second lane. That was Colin's dad's name. He passed away not too long ago, and he was like a father to Jacob and Jim. He was there for both of the guys when they lost Howard. She smiled at me. In case you somehow manage to run into Colin, don't tell him. Jake wants to surprise him and Jim. He can be such a big goofball sometimes. I don't think I'll be running into Colin anytime soon, so don't worry. That's such a sweet thing to do, naming your son after him, I said, and then I took notice of how slow we were driving. I thought this place was about 20 minutes away, I said, wondering why the hell we were driving so slowly. Are you getting off somewhere? Oh my God, not you two, Ash said with a laugh. Jake despises how slowly I drive on the freeway. I think I'm perfectly safe, don't you? I chewed on my lip. Well, I know I drive a little too fast, so maybe I'm not the one to judge you. But if we have a ways to go on the freeway... I scanned around, looking over my shoulder and at her. Her hands were at 10 and 2, and she cracked me up with how she looked driving. It was like this was her first time out, and I was the driving instructor who was going to determine whether or not she was getting her license. We're fine here. Next time I am driving, I teased. So your stepmom, Carmen, suggested this meeting? How do you think it's going to go down? I'm feeling kind of nervous. Carmen told me that one of her nursing friends started going to AA after getting out of a relationship with an addict. She had major codependency issues and some addictive behaviors of her own, so she ended up at a meeting because she didn't have anyone else to talk to who could understand what she was going through. After seeing the bullshit Derek pulled on you at the beach and then hearing your story, I couldn't help but think of this. Well, I'm glad you suggested it, because I don't think I would have ever thought about it. Let's see what it's about, she said encouragingly. You never know when wisdom is going to decide to smack you upside the head. Ash couldn't have steered me in a better direction with the suggestion of AA, and she and I started to come to these meetings every Friday night. I felt terrible that she was continuing to drive all the way here to do this with me, but Addie got to see her on a few occasions, and my little girl loved that. Coming to these meetings was oddly comforting to me. It made me feel a lot less alone in the world. People had it so much worse than me, more than I would have never imagined. And I was reminded of that tonight when Sharon spoke. I felt my stomach drop like I was on a roller coaster and tears well up in my eyes. She was speaking directly to my hardened heart and soul with her realization that even though she'd stopped using, she was still sick. Sick because of the addict. Sick because she was always making excuses to enable her husband and not leave. Her codependency and enabling resulted in her children becoming addicts also, something that she'd thought she worked so hard to prevent. Her entire life had been one long, miserable fight. I was in tears when she finished speaking, realizing that I was sick like she was. I'd stopped abusing drugs many years ago, but I never stopped hiding and making excuses. I didn't see it before, but my choices made me as much of an enabler to Derek as his parents were. You doing okay, Ave? Ash asked as we got into her car. She could see I'd been crying since we listened to Sharon's story, and I could only imagine what was going through her head. I smiled through my tears. I think I had a breakthrough, I said with a certain amount of surprise in my voice. It's only the beginning, I know, but I get it now. At least I think I do. Sharon's story was heartbreaking, she said, rubbing my arm. May I ask what part of her story got through to you? I saw your entire demeanor change when she was speaking. Week after week, I've listened to these people share their stories. My whole life, I felt like I was dealt the shittiest hand possible, and since we've been coming here, part of me feels like I've softened up a bit, knowing that there's always someone who has it worse. I tried to organize my thoughts as they flooded into my mind. It was like a dam of information had burst. Don't get me wrong, I take no pleasure in hearing the horrible things these people have had to endure. You don't even need to say that. I know you don't, Ash said. It's just that, well, I've been using the pain of my past as a barrier, I think. I know that sounds strange. I shook my head, thinking that I probably sounded like a rambling idiot. It's not easy for me to admit this, but I think that I've probably spent my entire life being the victim. God, I fucking hate that word. Victim. If I'm honest about it, I've used that word as a justification for me not to share my life with people. It's the dark cloud that follows me everywhere, but it's there because I let it be there. I rested my head against the headrest. I lost Jim because of it. I was too fucking stubborn to open up all the way. I hid my dirty, dark secrets, allowing Derek to get away with whatever he wanted. My enabling cost me the most important relationship I've ever had. I started sobbing, and Ash leaned over and rubbed my back as I cried into my hands, the gravity of my actions slamming down onto me like a ton of bricks. It wasn't just about Jim. It was about my entire life. I'd always blamed my upbringing and young adult life for being the reason why my life always seemed to turn out wrong, not realizing that I was feeding it. I'd been self-sabotaging for as long as I could remember, and now it felt like everything was coming into focus so suddenly that it made my head spin. I finally took a deep breath and sat back in my seat. I need to eat or something. Ash laughed as she pointed at a Denny's across the street. Breakfast for dinner is always a good idea. After filling myself up on pancakes and sausage, we sat at our table, and I fidgeted with my coffee cup quietly. You know, when Sharon was talking, my heart broke for why she finally gave up, hoping it would make up for the past of everything that went bad. I know, I said, curious as to what had struck a chord with Ash. After my dad had his heart attack, I did a pretty quick downward spiral. I was an absolute mess, thinking about losing him after I'd lost my mother. Jake tried to help in the beginning, but I instantly snapped at him and pushed him away. I was so frightened of losing everyone that I subconsciously tried to push them away. It sounds so ridiculous, right? She took a sip of her milkshake and shrugged her shoulders. My point is that we are all such complex individuals, and I think there is so much going on under the surface, driving us to do things without us realizing it. The fact that you can see where you've used the victim role as a crutch, knowingly or not, is crucial because now you can try to control it instead of letting it control you. It's all about choices and taking back your power. You drive your life doesn't drive you. I grinned. I like that. Taking back my power. I feel like a weight has been lifted. When Sharon said it was forgiveness that helped her take her life back, that the things that happened to her weren't her fault, that really hit home. Ash reached across the table for my hand. Avery, have you felt that what happened to you since you were a little girl was your fault? My mom overdosing and screwing men? I mean, why would you do that if you loved your child and wanted them around? My grandma killed herself after I moved in. Was it because I reminded her of her daughter? Or was it just the burden of having to take care of me? Either way, she killed herself all the same. And then, of course, there were all the foster parents. We were burdens to them, and they never let us forget it in more ways than one. They just wanted the money. I rubbed my hand over the back of my neck as I spoke, knowing that talking about it would only help me find a place for my feelings. No one ever told me any of those things weren't my fault, so I guess it never occurred to me that maybe they weren't. By the time I stopped running away and found a good family who cared about me, I was too far down the rabbit hole for any of it to mean anything to me. I placed my elbows on the table and gripped my forehead. I guess the weight of that made me feel kind of worthless. Maybe it's easy to keep making fucked up choices when your self-worth is non-existent. That's why I ended up hooking up with Derek against everyone's advice. After getting pregnant and all that, I just felt like I'd made my bed and now it was time to lie in it. I realize now that couldn't have been further from reality. It seemed so clear to me at this moment. Ash and I just stared at each other and laughed with my newfound realization. I knew I had a very long road ahead of me, but at least I understood now. What are you going to do now? she asked, stealing the thought from my head. Derek is the most toxic thing in my life, I answered her as I sank back against the booth. In Addison's life. I have to get him out of it, just like Jim was saying all along. I shook my head, loving that man for trying so hard and wishing I had been smart enough to listen to him. I have to find a way to sell my car, I said. I have no idea where to start, but I'm going for it. I've had an irrational fear, planted by Derek, that the court system would take Addison from me if I ever went after him. He says I'm no better than he is in the court's eyes, but I don't believe that. I can't believe that if for no other reason than the fact that my record is old and his is fresh and still racking up charges regularly. You have no reason to be afraid that she'll be taken from you. None. I can't believe he made you think you were no better than he is after everything he's done, she said sympathetically. I wish I'd picked up on this earlier. I wouldn't have listened, I answered her truthfully. It's why I walked out on Jim and never looked back. He tried helping. I shut him out for it. Out of curiosity, why are you selling the car? That car has to be worth a lot of money, I said. I can get a retainer on a lawyer and another regular car to get Addie and me around. In his own way, I smiled, hoping one day Jim would know that he did help me. Jim helped pay for the lawyers. You're going for it then? She smiled. My sponsor, Javier, told me about lawyers who help people in my position. Call Javier tonight then, and if there's anything Jake and I can do to support you or help you in any way, you know we'll be there. Would you mind asking Jake if he knows anyone who can help me sell a luxury vehicle? I'd really appreciate that help. She smiled. Done. And if you can't find another, trust me, Jake's as much a car enthusiast as Jim is. We have a Range Rover that we never drive. Why don't we trade the cars out? Jake will sell yours for you, and you can use ours until you find something else. She eyed me. You're going hard and fast. You need to be sure you're ready for this. I know what I need the most, and that's to get that addict away from my daughter. If he doesn't want help, he can destroy his life, not hers. Let's get out of here, Ash said with a smile, grabbing the ticket. Dinner's on me, sweetie. The next month went by slowly and roughly, but it was steady. By the time I got the money to retain a lawyer and begin the custody battle for Addie, Derek had rolled his truck in the canyons and was in critical condition for over a week. I never went to see him in the hospital. I only got reports from Larry and Annette. I was still throwing everything I had into getting custody of Addie, and I was determined to win this case no matter what. The week after Derek was released, I went over to his house to talk to him about custody, but I didn't want to go alone, so I asked Javier to go with me, needing the support from my sponsor, and he was more than happy to come along. Addie played in the backyard with her papa while I got real with Derek. You won't see her again until the court custody battle is over, I said. I'm done having her around someone who is constantly putting her safety in danger, Derek. That will never happen again.
No, I get it, he said. You need help, Derek, Javier said gently. There's a program, but you have to be willing to commit yourself and leave it all behind. Leave it all behind? Derek laughed. What does that mean? I'm clean now. A brush with death will sober you up, but you have way too many triggers and enablers here. Look at me giving addiction advice. Who would have seen that one coming? You'll learn more if you really want to get sober. You have to do it for you, though, not for anyone else. What about us? The family you and I started. We lost that a long time ago, I said. You have to remove that idea from your mind. We can never be a family, Derek, I said firmly. I'm not in love with you. I never really was. Your feelings for me aren't love either. They're codependent. You have to make this decision for yourself, but I will get custody of our daughter no matter what. Never in my life would I have imagined Derek agreeing to this, but I think he'd hit his bottom, and he knew that he couldn't continue in this way. He gave me full legal and physical custody of Addie, and he agreed to pack up his things and head to a 90-day recovery program in Florida. I was finally free of all the chaos that I'd helped create in my life. I would continue my healing and keep taking things day by day, but my black cloud had dissipated, and I was determined to let the sun keep shining down on me.
Chapter 41. Jim. I strummed my fingers on my desk, studying numbers on my computer screen. We had to make changes for sure. I wasn't going to grow this business by taking on anyone and everyone who wanted an opportunity these days. In my board meeting this afternoon, I hoped that I'd gotten that message across to everyone in my acquisitions team, who'd been headhunting like we were trying to buy up every last business on the entire globe. Jimmy, I heard Colin's voice call out when Summer announced him into my office. I glanced up, needing to give my eyes a break from the list of businesses I was going to send to Alex. I needed a fresh set of eyes and more information before I decided whether or not we needed to pull back on investing. "How's the brain surgeon this fine afternoon?" I asked, leaning back in my chair and happily greeting the man who sat across from me. "Better than your sorry ass." He crossed his leg over the other and reclined back. "How long have you been staring at that computer?" "I think you know the answer to that. Alex most likely wants to kick my ass, though." I chuckled, resting my chin on my fist. "Well, I'm only here to ensure this damn documentary for the neuroscience wing at St. John's is finally in my past, but if he wants to kick your ass, I might stay to watch that," he joked. "What's going on with you?" "We lost our deal to fucking Bracken a week or so ago, and ever since, it's had me thinking that we need to slow down. We're turning into fucking sharks, feeding on chum in the water these days. I'm not going to lose my grip on this company by expanding too hard and too fast." "And so he's doing hard cutbacks." Alex walked into the room holding papers in his hand. I knew he was here to argue about what I'd emailed him. "What the hell is this, man?" "That was faster than I imagined." I grinned at him as he sat next to Colin across from my desk. Colin laughed. "Here we go. We're not dropping anyone, but cutbacks, yes," I said to Alex, ignoring Colin. "We're just trimming the fat." "This is because you lost to Bracken, isn't it?" "Partially. But I couldn't have won that battle no matter how hard I tried. We need to take a step back some." I nodded at the spreadsheet he held in his hand from the data I'd sent him. "Those businesses are not developing as well as we thought they would. We'll be throwing money away soon enough." "Kicking some businesses out of the nest and letting them learn to fly on their own, eh?" Colin chimed in. Alex glanced up from the paper and looked at me. "Some of these poor little birdies won't figure it out before they hit bottom." "I'm not that big of an asshole, despite what most people believe, Alex," I said. "I'm not dropping anyone. We'll cut back, and either they'll work harder to increase growth or they can find a new company that is more suited to help them." "I get it," Alex nodded in agreement. "Some of these have lost buyers' interest, and some are flat out bad with reviews." "The hotel chain with multiple bedbug complaints?" I sighed. "I'm not dying on that hill. This is why we need to either be more invested or pull back completely. We can only help so much. They need to be willing to do the rest." "It's pretty much 5 o'clock, Colin said. "I left the office early to ensure my shit was done and over." He glanced over at the spreadsheets Alex held. "Unless I'm on your little black list and have to learn to fly on my own." "You're good. When we go to launch, I have a feeling this will be the best introduction to medical science since Jake's Heart Institute. Having cameras in the room while he instructs on his surgeries, it's Jakey's dream come true." I smiled at Colin's remark. "If we can get you to do the same, I have a feeling St. John's will officially be on the map." "Slow down, cowboy. I thought you were taking things slow." Colin laughed, standing up and walking over to my office fridge and pulling out a bottle of water. "Speaking of which, now that we have your complete attention, you realize that if you back out on Saturday, Jake's going to wipe the floor with your ass, right?" "Fuck," I said, rubbing my forehead. I had planned to go through more. "A man who despises excuses," Alex leaned back in his chair across from me, "is about to drop one on his poor brother. It's the only thing Jake wants to get out of his way before little Junior gets here in 2 weeks. Hasn't he considered the fact that our lame-ass bike ride up to Big Sur is potentially dangerous for a soon-to-be father?" "Oh, hell," Colin said, taking another drink of his bottled water. "You know," he looked over at Alex, I'm confident Jake hasn't considered the death rates of taking his street bike up the coast with his brother and friends. I'm serious, I said. We did that shit before Jake was about to have a kid. I'm pretty sure Ash would like to. Save it, Jim, Alex said. Don't go into the dangers of taking out our street bikes. I think we should focus more on the dangers of you being glued to work and hardly even going out with us at all for over a month now. Jesus. Yeah, I said, not daring to allow the topic of Avery to come up. Everyone had left it alone, and that's exactly how I wanted it. What time and where are we meeting up? Jake's house at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Colin stood. I'll see you there. I feel like I haven't slept in weeks with all these lined-up surgeries and neurology consultations. It seems like I've been busier this month than I was during my entire residency. You look like hell, I smiled as I stood and started to pack my shit into my bag. I just didn't want to insult you after you drove all this way to make sure I wasn't lying when I texted you that your documentary was good. I don't trust texts, he smirked. A chick tried to dump me over a text. And when I went to see her, she said she didn't mean it. What the hell? Alex laughed. Dead serious, Colin said, turning to leave. I told her that maybe she didn't mean it then, but I meant it now. Anyway, I'm out, he said, waving and leaving my office the way he'd waltzed in. Cool as a cucumber. That was Colin. See you, Col, I said, knowing my friend was probably exhausted from work. I felt bad that he had to drive here to confirm that he was good to go with his part on the new wing of the hospital. My work was hard, but I wasn't saving and changing lives the way Colin was. You enjoy the guys tomorrow, Alex sighed as he stood. I've got to meet Colin's worst enemy. I frowned. You're kidding. Tell me you're making the mistake of hooking up with her, or otherwise I'm going to assume it's because she's a bitch who's overstepped her bounds with my VP. It was my idea, dipshit, he said. Since you and Avery split, I haven't had time for jack shit outside of this place. I have to go over the final numbers for the quarter with her. It's not that big of a deal. I just didn't want to drop it on Colin after he showed up tonight, looking tired as fuck. Now I'm definitely sucked into this bike ride. I scratched my forehead. What are best friends for? He laughed, then left my office. I had been running hard, and so was almost everyone else around me these days. I knew precisely why Colin had driven up here, too. These guys hadn't seen me as much because I'd been buried in work, and I knew what they were thinking. It was because of Avery. Sadly, throwing myself into work was the best healing remedy for the pain in my chest. I was so madly in love with that woman. I still couldn't imagine myself without her, but I couldn't imagine myself with a woman like her, either. Fucking lies and secrets. It's all our relationship added up to be. And that was what cut me the deepest. If Avery had loved me as she said she did, I wouldn't have been left in the dark with her past. Maybe a fast and adrenaline-filled ride up the coast on my street bike would do me good. We took off from Jake's house bright and early, and the love for being on the bike, especially riding up the coast, was coursing through me. There was something about controlling all this horsepower, bringing it and me through the turns, laying it over hard, and finding the apex to where I pulled smoothly out of the turns. It was fucking magical, and made me return to my carefree days when I did this all the time with my brother Colin and Alex. Pacific Coast Highway wound through the side of the cliffs above the ocean, and with the tight curves and the sea below us, it was my favorite place to be on the bike, especially on this particular ride farther north to Big Sur. After arriving and having lunch at our favorite diner, all of us still acting like adrenaline junkies from the ride up the coast, we walked across the street and sat at a bench near a vista point, seeing the waves crash below us. Damn, Colin said, leaning his elbows back to the table behind him and stretching out his legs. It's almost like you can appreciate the ocean more from this vantage point. What? You'd rather be up here with waves violently crashing the shore instead of checking out the ladies on the shoreline? I asked, sitting on the table and using the seat to prop up my feet. You must have lost your mind somewhere back there. Jake sat on the far corner of the long picnic bench, sitting and leaning against the table with his legs stretched out and crossed. Being on a bike for hours made one's body beg to stretch out after all that crouching. My brother shook his head and pulled off his square aviator glasses. "You are kidding, right?" he asked me. "You do know what time of the year this is, don't you?" Colin laughed while I stared out at the ocean. "Right. My God, November came out of nowhere," I said. "You're going to miss the birth of your nephew if you don't get your head out of that company and come up for some air," Jake said. "It's fucking ridiculous. What is that place to you now? A hellish cocoon that you hide in since you and Avery called it quits?" "Assume what you want about that job, Jacob," I said. "I knew your sorry ass would bring it up eventually. And how I'm the dick in the equation?" "What the hell is wrong with you?" Jake stood up. "This isn't about Avery, Jim. It's about my fucking brother. Before her, you were a control freak workaholic." He walked toward where he faced me, both of us escalating in our irritation. "And after her, you're right back to the grind, huh?" "You have no idea." "Right," Jake snapped, cutting me off. "Let me guess. I have no fucking idea what it takes to run the goddamn company," he mocked me in some fucked up tone. "No, Dad, I don't. I don't want to fucking know either. What I do know is that when you were with that woman, the whole damn place didn't fall apart, did it? It still fucking ran like the well-oiled machine it is." "Why are you bringing this shit up?" I asked, pissed off and ready to blow up. "Because we finally had you back. Fuck, we actually had you back better than we ever had you before. And now it's this shit again." "Say what you want, Jake," I answered. "Leave Avery out of it. You're the one who showed me through Avery that you could have a relationship outside of that fucking place. Now it's over and you're buried in it again." "You'll never understand." "You know what? Fuck you, Jimmy," he said, angrier than I'd ever seen my brother. "I can't ever have a normal conversation with you. After all these years, you still use this fucking bullshit CEO tone with me. Fuck that. I don't work for you. I want my goddamn brother, for fuck's sake. I want my kid to have his uncle. You're so buried in that place that I'm pretty fucking sure you'll just have your secretary send cards." "Oh, calm down, Jake. Jesus Christ," I said. "You make no sense." "Maybe not to you," he answered. "All right," Colin interrupted. "Fucking enough between you two." He exhaled while Jake threw his hands up and walked away in frustration. "Fuck," I said, annoyed with my brother, watching as he walked down the coastline from where we were, calming down. "Is he that wound up that I'm working again?" I leaned my elbows on my knees. If I'd known Avery and our breakup would turn my brother against me, I would have never gone down that road in the first place. "It's not that," Colin said, turning some to face me. "What happened between you and Avery exactly? Was she hiding shit from you? Did you even give her a chance to speak her side of the story of her background check? I haven't been able to get past that. Jim and Avery split over a background check. It's more complicated than that. She made me look like a jackass for an entire month, shutting me down when I'd question why she wouldn't take her ex to court. Poor Addie." I exhaled, feeling the anger over the idea of it all again. That little girl has no one to protect her from her loser of a father. I fucking hate addicts. And Avery was in his corner the entire time. I glanced over at Colin. All because she was just like him. It would have been nice if that part of her life had come up in conversation. Would you have kicked her ass to the curb if it had? Her charges were so fucking long ago, and she's clearly pulled herself out of living that kind of life. I ran my hand through my hair and looked out at the ocean. I would have never broken it off over her past, Colin, I said. It wasn't about that, not entirely anyway. It was mainly the fact that she was still enabling this bullshit because of her past. I know all too well how fucked up it is to enable an addict like that. Much less bring an innocent kid around that shit and making excuses for doing so as if you aren't hiding from your secrets. It fucking reminds me of our mom. Jake wants to stomp off like that after I've done nothing but carry the weight of what that woman did to us. I shielded him from everything, and then I took Dad's seat in the company so Jake didn't feel the pressure. He has no idea how much I love his stupid ass, and I hate that work might do exactly what he said, and I end up having some weird, distant relationship with my nephew. you do let that place swallow you up. Jake's right about that. You also know you can run that company and still be present like you were when you were with Avery, Colin said. Listen, we've grown up together, and I know for a fact that you still struggle with hating your mom for what she did to you. Don't sit here and tell me I shouldn't hate that bitch, I said. Your hatred for the woman is being projected. His voice was low and sympathetic. No room for error, he said with a smile. It's the rule Jacob and I live by as surgeons. We have to or we lose a patient. You, however, live by that rule harder than anyone I've ever seen in my life. It's all stemming from the bullshit you're carrying around with you because of what your mom did. You project all your shit onto something else. You can't hold down a goddamn relationship, even when it's a fucking stupid mistake like you made with Julia or Lillian. Mostly a good one like you had with Avery. No room for error? I softened up some. Well, in Julia or Lillian's cases, those women were the epitome of the word error. He laughed. I'm not shitting you, though. You have deep-seated issues, and they're fucking with you big time. Even if I agreed that you might be correct that I don't give anyone a chance, perhaps in Avery's case specifically, I don't know. It was like as soon as I found everything out, all I saw was my mom, someone who was okay to put her child in danger to cover her secrets. It's just, I don't know, it's a lot. That's when therapy comes in, my man, Colin said. I work arm in arm with therapists, and I know they can help you get all this scarred up shit out of your system. You need to talk to someone, though. You have to let go of this hatred for your mom. And if I can't, I asked him, knowing he was right, even though I wished I could tell him he was full of shit. There was no denying what he was saying was accurate. Then what? You lose Avery for good, even after she was brave enough to get help and try to fix herself, Jacob said. What are you talking about? I asked, pulling off my sunglasses and looking at him as he approached. She went to rehab? Was she using? This is what I'm fucking talking about. Colin stood and stretched. Look at you jumping to accusations. He snapped his fingers. And just like that, too. She didn't go to rehab, you dick, Jake answered. She and Ash have gotten pretty close since you broke up. Carmen had a friend in nursing who went through a similar situation as Avery did, so she started going to AA meetings to be surrounded by people with similar experiences who could show their support and encourage her. They've been going to meetings every Friday for weeks, and Ash said that Avery's done some intense work on herself as a result. She even decided to sell that Aston Martin to pay for lawyers so she can get custody of Addison. Say what you will, but she's taking care of herself and doing the work that needs to be done. And she's doing it for herself, which is more than I can say for most people in her situation. My lips were suddenly dry. It never even crossed my mind that she would change anything, let alone face her problems and fight to do what's right. I'd slammed the door on her and our relationship the second I saw that report. I'd lumped her into my mom's category and threw away the key. Colin's revelation to me that I projected my issues onto others was slapping me in the face at this very moment. Wow, I looked at Colin. You were fucking right. Both of you. I guess Mom took away my ability to believe people can be redeemed, huh? I was half joking, but if I was honest, part of me felt like I might spontaneously cry, and I think the guys could tell. That's why you need therapy, Jake said thoughtfully. That's what you gotta fix, Jimmy, Colin said. I've got some friends that you can reach out to. You just need to learn to let the fucking hate go, man. Once you get some help, maybe you won't blow up your next relationship, Jake said with a shrug. Well, I smiled at both Colin and Jake. Glad this bike ride turned into a gym therapy session for us. You're lucky you have Colin, Jake smiled. I couldn't give a fuck before he started talking sense into your stubborn ass. Let's go before I decide to throw you over the cliff as my therapy, I said. Let's do it, Colin agreed. I knew the work that I needed to do wasn't going to be easy, but I needed to let go of the resentment I held toward my mother. She'd made horrible decisions, but she didn't control my life anymore. As much as I hated her for what she'd done to my father, brother, and me, I needed to forgive her. Forgiving someone who never bothered to apologize is not the easiest thing to do, but I knew I was doing it for me, not her. My therapist told me to write a letter to my mother, and when I was done, light it on fire and let my feelings go with my words. I didn't feel some kind of weight being lifted from my shoulders or anything by doing the deed, but I can say with certainty that I felt lighter somehow. I guess it was put to the test when I came to the hospital for the birth of my nephew, and I saw Avery in passing. I didn't see the addict, the liar, or the one who'd hurt me by keeping her secrets from me. I saw a woman whose face and bright blue eyes had always spoken to my soul. She looked healthier and happier than I'd ever seen her, and even though she was no longer mine, knowing she was in a good place made me feel extremely content. I wanted to stop her and talk, but what would have come of that if I had? Would we have tried this thing again? I knew she was working on herself, and I didn't want to get in the way of that. More than that, I knew I still had a lot of work to do on myself. I was still a fucking workaholic, and those issues almost had my therapist ready to put me in a straitjacket. I had a long road to travel, unraveling years of issues, and there's no way I'd bring Avery or Addie back into my life until I figured out how to live it better without needing Avery to be the one to help. This was all on me, and for the first time in my life, I was the one working on fixing myself.
Chapter 42. Avery. Who would have imagined how freeing and marvelous life could be when leaving one's guilt and burdens of their past in the damn past? It wasn't an easy road, but what helped was staying in contact with Javier and Ash during the rough times. Once I started down the road to forgiveness, dismantling my defenses wasn't always easy. At times I found myself feeling alone and even a bit depressed. As strange as it sounded, I'd grown used to the chaos, and sometimes it felt like I didn't know what to do with myself without it. That was my dysfunction. I hadn't been addicted to drugs for a long time, but I had been addicted to the chaos and the fight to survive. Now things were different, and I was learning how to enjoy the peace that my second chance had gifted me. Derek had completed his 90-day rehab, but against the advice of his counselors, he decided to move back home to his parents' house instead of staying in Florida and moving into a sober living facility. His relapse followed shortly after he arrived in Southern California. When Derek had initially gone to Florida, Javier had encouraged Larry and Annette to attend counseling for families of addicts to learn how to stop their cycle of codependency and enabling, but they chose not to participate. After Derek's relapse, however, they changed their tune. Derek had his sponsors, and they managed to persuade him to go back to Florida and stay there, and they convinced Larry and Annette to get help that they needed too. Derek was addicted to drugs, and they were addicted to Derek. It was a horrible cycle, and it needed to be broken. Addie and I were moving through life, one happy meal at a time. Her uplifted spirits and constant storytelling kept me going through the tough times as well. She was the reason we spent nearly every other weekend with Jake and Ash. I still couldn't believe that handsome little son of theirs. Little John had big blue eyes, a head full of dark black hair, and he was already crawling at 6 months old. The day that sweet little chubby cherub was born was the first time I saw Jim again. We shared a glance and a smile, and that was it. We left and continued going our separate ways. I wouldn't lie and say I felt nothing, or that I was okay with him walking away. Letting him go again without so much as a conversation was the hardest damn thing I'd done since getting on this new road to recovery. As much as I wanted to regret what had happened between us, me losing the best thing that ever happened to me, I wouldn't. I couldn't regret what I'd done, and I wouldn't make any excuses for it. If it never happened, I would have never realized that I needed help. I would have never sought help and started working on myself. So as much as I could have wallowed in self-pity or cast blame, I wouldn't. He was the best thing that had ever happened to me for many reasons, but mainly for leading me to find the road of self-love. I knew now that it was impossible to love someone without genuinely loving yourself first, and he'd given me that gift. For the first time in my life, I could honestly say that I loved myself, and that was worth more to me than anything. The other gift he'd given me was Ash. I was sitting next to Colin in the backseat of Jake's Range Rover, heading with Jake and Ash to the yacht to celebrate her birthday. We were close to the port where the boat was docked, waiting for us to board. Springtime on the ocean? I knew this was going to be exciting. Ash's dad and stepmom were caring for the kids at Jake and Ash's beach house so the grown-ups could enjoy this 3-day event. Jacob Mitchell! Ash reached over and gripped his arm as he turned into the parking area, and I saw their massive-ass boat lit up like fucking Christmas. Why the hell does the boat look like Jim has been hosting clients on it? Jake took her hand and kissed the back of it. They're your clients, Angel, he said. Now we mustn't be rude to everyone who has come to celebrate April 14th, the very day the world was blessed when you entered it. Good God, Colin said, eyeing me with a smirk. You two should just keep this damn yacht excursion to yourselves. Spare us the sappy BS, Jakey. I'm sure you and Avery are so devastated that your single butts might run into a lovely single man or woman, too. He teased, with a wink through the rearview mirror. Damn it, I said as Jake parked the car. My secret is out now. I'm not here to celebrate Ash's big day. I was only showing up for dudes and booze. Same here, Colin said. Well, the booze part anyway. These guys aren't my type. He laughed. Well, you two might be spending it that way. Ash looked back at us. If Jake invited my gallery clients, I might not even see him tonight. Oh, you'll see me. Even if I have to steal away the birthday girl. All right, kids, let's get it started, he said, and that's when I was swept up into a tornado of bliss and craziness. The yacht was luxurious beyond my wildest dreams. The party crew and catering were out of this world, and I ate more than my share. After moving through crowds of people and meeting Ash's clients, I was ready to give myself a break and have a martini. It was empty at the bar area, everyone hanging out in their own crowds, enjoying the music, the dancing, and the enchanting atmosphere after the boat took off a couple of hours ago, cruising through the bay. Even at the bar, situated under the overhead deck, the cool breeze blew through and kissed at my face. I loved the salty air, and this martini was adding to my relaxation. Excuse me, ma'am. I popped the olive in my mouth after cracking some lame joke to the bartender, and I turned to the man at my left. Sir, I said, seeing Jim's brilliant green eyes, spellbound by his presence. Does your husband approve of you, sitting here at the bar all by yourself? I eyed him as he sipped his bourbon. His expression was light and happy. I thought I'd never see that look again. Why would my husband disapprove? I asked, playing along like I would have when we were in England. I hadn't seen him in so long that I didn't know if we were still the same people anymore, but I wanted to talk with him, laugh with him, more than anything. Well, you're dressed as if you're here and single. He nodded to where everyone was dancing and enjoying the night out to sea. And there's plenty of men out there, eyeing you in this stunning dress you're wearing. I looked in the direction he looked, and then my eyes met his playful ones. Interesting. To answer your question, though, I'm not quite sure what my husband would think. I shrugged. I haven't seen him in many, many months. Months? Jim's eyes widened as he sat next to me at the bar. What the hell happened? Long-distance relationship? It all started on our honeymoon. I waved the bartender over and ordered another martini. We got all caught up in this Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn love story, stayed at an amazing castle, and who would have thought we'd turn into the pair? The modern-day version, of course. I see you still have your head, so maybe you're trying to say that he's the one who got his head cut off? Alas, no, I sighed. Anne Boleyn had a few secrets that she chose not to divulge to her beloved Henry. You know, past misdeeds. It turns out that Anne and I had that in common, and we were too stupid to speak up. He eyed me. I do recall that King was extremely hurt,
and his rage, perhaps his madness of insecurities and his own personal demons, led him to do the worst thing possible to his wife. Could it be possible that your husband did the same?
I'm not sure. Just as Anne wasn't sure what the hell was going on in Henry's mind when he had her executed.
Do you believe the Queen was innocent?
I believe the Queen had no other choice in her mind than to keep things from Henry. Unlike that Queen, however, I didn't have people plotting to get my head lopped off. He smirked.
This is a sad story. Does it also have a sad ending? I mean, for you and your husband, that you haven't seen for months.
Not necessarily. I took a sip of my martini. I don't know about my husband, but like Anne being stuck up in that tower, I sort of went through my own darkness when I learned how very wrong I was to my husband. I wanted to continue to hate everyone and everything for it all going to hell, but it took losing my husband to gain my knowledge that he'd been right about a lot of things. I was just too blind to see it.
Jim's face grew serious. I believe this is the part where you can no longer compare yourself to Anne Boleyn and the Mad King who had her killed.
No, I said, curious and smiling at him.
Well, perhaps your husband was mad like that king, dealing with his own shit, but he got the hell over it, and it took him seeing his beautiful wife again to help him realize he had to have her back in his life. The Mad King never changed, he smirked. This is where your story should have a better ending, I would assume.
I felt my heart beating, as it always had when I was at a loss for words with Jim. This beautiful face and his mesmerizing eyes. I would hope that, since I still have my head, it does end happily. His forehead creased while he laughed.
I've missed the hell out of you. I'm not here to ask you to take me back, but I have to have you in my life again.
If you're not here to ask me back into your life, sir. I reached for his hand that held his bourbon, and he turned his hand up to hold mine. Then why in the hell are you here? Jim pulled me against him.
Jesus, I don't know where to start, but I think I need to start by telling you that I am so sorry. Whether or not you can ever forgive me for the things I've done and said, I want you to know that I love you, Avery.
I framed his face with my hands, gently kissed his soft lips, and I smiled into his searching eyes. I forgave you a long time ago, and more than that, I forgave myself for everything that caused me to hurt you.
You have no idea how happy it makes me to hear you say that,
he softly said.
I am just at a loss for words. You look more beautiful than ever.
If it helps you find some words, I'll say this. I never stopped loving you. Ever.
Chapter 43. Jim. Alex and I had been caught in a last-minute meeting, leaving us the last two to board the yacht before the thing set sail with more guests than I'd imagined Jake would have invited. These were Ash's friends and beloved clients, though. My sister-in-law was as passionate about her clients as Jake was about his heart patients, so I shouldn't have been surprised by the turnout. But I was stunned when I finally spotted Avery. As I stood in conversation with Jake, Ash, Colin, and Alex, my eyes drifted over to Avery, the most beautiful woman on the entire boat. She stood out in her blue strapless and form-fitting dress, and I could only imagine how her blue eyes sparkled under the light where she stood, talking to Clay and Joe. I could see how much happier she seemed all the way from here. She glowed radiantly, and I had to resist the urge to run over to her and scoop her into my arms. I wanted to wait for the perfect time before I approached her, and then, like a gift from heaven, she went to the bar. Alone. It was a do-or-die moment for me. I knew Avery was the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, but how did she feel about me after our last conversation? I had so many questions, and as soon as I spoke to her, it was like we'd never skipped a beat. I didn't know if I would ever be lucky enough to hear her tell me she loved me again, and when she did, she answered my prayers. I stole her away to a more private area of Jake's yacht, and we sat away from the noise. Jake and Ash smiled and nodded in approval when I looked to them to make sure they wouldn't bust my ass for leaving and taking Ash's friend with me as the night rolled on. So, that's what I've been up to since you last saw me and how I've dealt with all of those crippling issues, she said. I was so entranced by the way her blue eyes twinkled as she told me her story. Her beautiful smile and her scratchy voice were so sexy they had me silenced throughout most of our conversation. "You look so much happier," I said. Then I smiled and brought her hand to my lips from across the small table. "I can't even think." I laughed. "You look happier too." She used her free hand to trace her fingers across my forehead. "Your usual frown line is gone." She chuckled. "Believe it or not, I had my own shit to work out. Leave it to my brother and Colin to tell me I needed counseling." "No, really?" She pulled back and crossed her arms, staring at me with her adorable questioning look. "Working too much? Yeah, probably trying to break you up with that damn phone you dumped me for, I'm sure." She laughed, and all I could do was smile and look at her like some fucking idiot. "Actually, that's partially true," I smirked. I'd reignited the old flame of being married to my work after we split up. I sighed and looked deeply into her eyes. "It turns out that I brought a lot of hatred into my life and kept it there due to my mom's addictions. Letting that all go, plus no longer hiding in work, feeling like I had to fix anything and everything, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. It definitely took some time in therapy to get me to forgive that woman." "Holy shit," she said. "I would have never imagined." "You and me both. However, it was why I was such an unapproachable dick to you when I found out about the background check. I'm so sorry for the way I handled all of that." "Don't be," she smiled. "It's all in the past. I let it go a long time ago." "I can tell." I pinched my lips together. "Because I truly don't deserve this second chance with you." "Yes, you do. We both deserve what we want most in life. I say that assuming I am what you want most in life," she said playfully. "You have no idea how accurate those words are." I stood. Do you? I stopped talking and ran my hands through my hair. Fuck, I can't think straight. She rose and wrapped her arms around my waist. "Jim, it's still me. Stop being so damn nervous." "What do you think about a change of scenery? I have a room to myself," I said, holding her. "Perhaps you'd like to join me in the spa on the balcony in my suite?" "There's a fucking spa on your balcony?" she asked with wide eyes. "I would have to see this to believe it." She stood up on her toes and her lips met my chin, sending an electric charge through me. "Not kidding. Jake went all out on this goddamn boat." I texted Jake letting him know that Avery and I were going to call it a night, and I had a request sent to the galley to deliver food to my quarters. It was still my Avery, right? She was probably starving. "All the food you could possibly want will be delivered shortly," I said, looking back at her trailing me down the spiral staircase. "Better than flowers, right?" "Damn right," she said with a laugh. When we got into my room, Avery and I laughed when we spotted her duffel on my bed. "Jake thinks of it all, doesn't he?" I said. "I would have never guessed, but I am also willing to bet that after all these months, Ash and Jake have had some good pillow talk about us. They probably knew this was inevitable," she said. "I've missed you." She was so sincere that it stopped my thought process. Again. "Let's make the most of this 3-day boating experience, shall we?" I said. "Through those doors you can change into your swimsuit and meet me out in the spa." She chewed on her bottom lip, then took her bag back in the large bathroom area. Once we were out in the spa that overlooked the bay, Avery sat in front of me, leaning her head against my chest and rubbing her hands along my legs. "This is the most beautiful scene, sitting in a jacuzzi on a massive yacht, gazing at the lights on the shoreline. Fuck. This is the most amazing experience of my life." "And here I thought taking you to a castle was," I teased, finally loosening the fuck up. I'd been acting as though it was the first time we'd ever met. "Well," she turned her face up to bring her lips to where I could kiss them. "We didn't have the buffet there like we have here." I ran my hand over her belly. "I never believed I'd hold you again. I fantasized more than once about finding you and bringing you back into my life." "We're meeting again at the perfect time, I think," she said. Then she was the one who fulfilled my aching need to touch her again. Her hand came over mine, guiding it down into her bikini. "Are you sure you want—"
"I want what I've been fantasizing about since losing you," she said, her voice low as she slipped off her bikini bottoms. "That night you first made me come. Remember it?" she asked while her head rested further under my neck. "You think you can match that?"
"I can do much more than match that, gorgeous," I said, taking the strings of her top, untying them and kissing the back of her neck and over her shoulders. Damn, her moans. I fucking missed her moans more than I knew. "You're mine, Avery." "Prove it," she said while I covered her hardened nipple with my hand and used my other to gently massage her clit. I loved every part of this. Avery's ass pushing against my hard cock while I dipped my fingers into the warm pussy I longed to bury myself inside of again. "Fuck, Jim. Right there," she said. Avery loved it slow when I massaged this area, putting pressure at a certain point. I knew that once I brought my thumb into play and ran it in circles over her clit, I would have the woman coming in my hand. That was the only thing I wanted. "Oh, sweet Jesus," she groaned, her fingers digging into my legs like they did the first time we'd done this. "God, it's been too long." "I need to see your eyes, gorgeous. I need to see you come." She turned her head, and those glossy blue eyes were mine again. "Fuck yes," I said, caught up in this with her. "Let it go, Ave." My voice was low and breathless as I watched her ride out the orgasm. She dug her nails into my legs and her lips reached to mine, our tongues and mouths fighting aggressively for the reunion they longed for. After Avery came slowly down, my fingers slipped out of her and I held her, tasting her delicious kiss. I was in pain for her, for more. "I need all of you." I pulled away and Avery turned her body to face mine. "Now," I said, her lips and teeth running along my neck and chest. We were out of the spa and I was laying Avery on my bed. We were both wet, but I didn't care. I had a feeling this night was going to roll on until morning. Her legs parted for me while I stared at her beautiful pussy. "Fuck me, Jim," she said. "Deep." I was out of my shorts before I could say another word. "I can't promise I'll be gentle," I warned. "I don't want you to be," she said as I lined my cock up to her slick sex and began thrusting myself hard and deep into her. My elbows were firmly planted on each side of her head, and her hands covered my ass while I felt her warm, tight, and clenching pussy, pulling and accepting me with every thrust I used to bury myself deep into her. "Oh my God!" Avery dug her fingers into my lower back. Fuck, I loved to feel her do this. "Like that, Jim. Right there." Her breath caught when my tip ran deep into her. "I love you," she called out, and I held myself still, knowing her sounds and her tightening around my cock meant my girl was coming. I had this obsession of seeing her expressions when she climaxed, her face tightening, and then her biting her bottom lip while I felt her pulsating sex in a spasm around my cock. That was all it took, and then I came so fucking hard. Every last sensation of losing her, needing her, wanting this, and never believing I would have it again was all leaving me while I filled her with my cum. "You're mine," she said, running her hands up my back while I rested my forehead against hers and grinned. "Next time, I'm riding you." Imagining that, watching her full breasts bouncing for my viewing pleasure made me wish I could instantly recover. I thrust myself into her. "I look forward to your magical ways of getting my dick back in the game then," I said, then kissed her lips. "I fucking love you with all my heart, gorgeous. How about we do this all night? Why not 3 days? They won't miss us, will they?" I slid myself out of her and brought her naked body to lie on mine. Part of me believes this whole birthday party was more of a ruse to get us out to sea together for 3 days. I laughed and swept her hair out of her face. "If you're up for 3 days of this, you know I'm not arguing. We've got a lot of time to make up for. Avery and I did exactly that, made up for not seeing each other in far too long. One thing was certain, I had my girl back now. That's all that mattered. After the yacht docked in port, we followed Jake and Ash to their beach house to pick up Addie from Mark and Carmen, and I was positively the happiest man alive, knowing I had Avery back and I was about to reunite with the sweetest baby girl on the planet.
"Promise me you won't be as nervous with Addie as you were with me," Avery teased as we flew up the clear freeway following my speed demon brother.
I'm finally getting both of my girls back. You can't imagine how happy I am. I kissed her hand. So she thinks that you both just moved away from me?
"Yes," Avery said. "She just turned 4, so you'll hear all about that too. That, and I'm sure your little Susie stories will have to come back too."
It's Sally, and don't forget about the rascals, I corrected her with a smile. What if Addie does as well seeing me as you imagine, do you think we're moving it too fast if I moved you both in this week? I'm ready, Avery. I want you both forever, and I mean that.
"We're finally ready," she said. "I think between the sex, food, and our private therapeutic sessions on the yacht, I know I'm never letting you out of my life or sight again."
"Same here," I said, feeling more confident about this decision I'd wanted to act on for too long, even when we weren't ready. It might have seemed absurd to the outside world, but this was my woman, and I would be a fool if I let her go again, even if it was only to a different house. We've been apart long enough. When we got to the beach house, my nephew and Addie were playing in the gated room. I must have looked like a rude asshole to Carm and Mark, but I wanted to see Addie and John more than anything. Jake scooped up my nephew after the little guy gave me a kiss, and then Addie's eyes met mine, and her smile could have lit up a baseball stadium. God, I missed this little girl. That smile was the prelude to her hugging me tighter than ever before, and I picked her up and held her in my arms.
"I thought I'd never see you again, Jim," she said. "Mom sold my car, too."
I smiled. Her info dump was as adorable as she was. "We'll have to go find another one, won't we?" I said, Addie looking at her mom with the sass I missed so much.
"Yes, and a new house. Mom and I sleep in the same bed, but I don't like it when I can't stretch out good. She always says I steal the covers, but I don't know what she's talking about."
"Can't stretch out good means she can't lay like a starfish," Avery said with a laugh. "What if I told you I never wanted to lose you or your mom again?" I looked at Avery and she nodded. "What if I told you I want you to live in my house in a new room?"
"A new room? Like the one I picked out the decorations for before we moved away?"
she asked, her eyes wide. "Exactly like that," I said. "Just the way you wanted it." She choked my neck and squealed with excitement.
"I love it!"
"And more Sally stories, too?" I probably sounded like a damn fool, but I missed this little girl as much as I'd missed her mother.
"And those darn little rascals," she said with a crinkled-up nose.
"Yes," I laughed. "I think we're all set then. You're moving to your new house, and we'll never have to miss each other again." She pulled back and nodded. "Deal?"
"You got it, mister."
That's when I knew life would change forever. All I knew is that Avery, Addie, and I needed each other. They were my family. I had my life now, and it was finally complete. This was my final step in living the life I'd promised myself I would have after letting that demon of my past rule it for far too long. Those demons were gone, and they were replaced with my 2 beautiful souls of saving grace.
Chapter 44. Avery. It had been 5 months since Jim and I had reunited on Jake's yacht. One might have expected that reconnecting so quickly would have brought about some significant issues after so much time apart. Hell, if I were a betting woman, I would have put money on it. However, this was Jim, and he was different. Everything was different. He'd fallen out of my dreams, and after I'd worked out my issues, I was able to fully appreciate the gift that God had given Addie and me. Jim had guided me in fulfilling my new passion for helping people who'd gone through similar life experiences as me, and he helped me to revamp and expand a women's shelter and support center in Los Angeles. My heart was burdened to share my story and to help encourage others and give hope to those who'd been suffering silently with trauma. I was living proof that there was always hope. We all had a choice to change our lives and live it on our own terms. I needed others to know how necessary it is to forgive yourself, even when it's the hardest thing in the world to do. Nothing brought me greater happiness than helping others come to those realizations. On top of coming home every day to the most handsome and loving man in existence, and the wildest, sweetest daughter, I was living such a fulfilled life. I could never ask for anything more. Addie was back in preschool at Mitchell & Associates, which made it easy for me to pick her up after work. But my favorite was when Jim would surprise me by showing up with Addie at the Women's Center for our McDonald's date night. The man's generosity and love had me constantly on the verge of bursting with pride for the beautiful family we had become. It was meant to be. We were meant to be this family.
You realize you two have to pack sometime today, right?
Jim said, while he sat on the lounge chair next to where Addie and I played in the pool.
We get to fly high,
Addie squealed, floating over to the steps of the pool and climbing out. Jim tossed his laptop into the cushions next to him as Addie darted in his direction, soaking wet.
Hey!
He snatched her by the waist and threw her over his shoulder.
You are going to injure yourself greatly and spend your entire vacation in a hospital, little missy.
Addie, I said, my heart racing, while I stepped out of the pool. You are about to lose your pool privileges for a week if you don't stop running while you're wet. You know the rules.
Sorry, Mama,
she said as Jim pulled my wet daughter to his side, and she clung to him like a little monkey.
Sorry, Jim.
Apology accepted.
He grinned. I pulled Addie from his arms and set her feet on the ground. Listen up, kiddo, I said, eyeing her and Jim. You are way too spoiled, you know? Jim forgives you too easily when you're in trouble. I smirked at him when he bit his bottom lip. You're going to go into your room and start picking out some warm clothes for our trip. Got it?
Yes, Mama.
She sulked and turned back to Jim for some support. Jim quickly brought his attention to the sky, ignoring my daughter as she tried to tempt him to help her out of being scolded. Addie went into the house with her new pal, Frances, Jim's housemaid. I swear if it weren't for Frances, I'd lose half these battles of wills with Jim and Addie. The big bad CEO was the world's greatest softie when it came to Addison. Jim and I laughed when Frances started in on Addison, and Addie took the older woman's hand, listening quietly as she imparted her words of wisdom to back me up on Addie being safe at the pool. That night, after Addie was sound asleep in her room, Jim and I wound down our evening on the top deck of our home. I sat up from where I leaned against his shoulder and placed my wineglass on the table. Okay, I said, seeing Jim close his laptop and slouch against the sofa. All of the work stuff finalized?
I'm sorry I've been neglecting you today.
He ran his hands through his hair.
Since having you and Addie back in my life, bringing work home like this is the worst feeling ever.
I ran my hand over his leg. You're lucky that I can enjoy the breathtaking views from up here when you're working on your laptop at 10 at night. I smiled while he pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head.
Trust me, this will end. September can be a nightmare for me at times.
I'm not worried about it, I said, scooting closer to him and running my fingertips through his hair. Jim leaned closer to me, and I kissed his forehead.
Thank God for that.
There's something you and I should talk about, I said. My tone made Jim sit up straight, and his eyes met mine with concern. This spoiling stuff with Addie, we have to tone it down a little. It's starting to concern me.
What exactly has you concerned? He questioned. Me giving in to her so easily?
Well, you're a pushover with her, that's for sure. I laughed. I know there's got to be one in the parental role who has to be the mean one, the grown-up. I arched an eyebrow at his lightened expression. We both know that's me, but you're good with rules and mandating she follows them too. He pulled me onto his lap, and I straddled him. Then what has my beautiful lady so concerned? She's still the same child I adored from the first moment I met her. I just don't want her to live in a complete fantasy. I need her to learn that everything she has now, living here and in all this luxury, it doesn't come free. She needs to start to understand that you worked hard for it. I don't want too much to come so freely to her. Does that make sense? He licked his lips. I will always work to make you and Addie both the happiest women on the planet, yes. I will have you know that I let her in on how I run the business that provides for us, and so she's getting a good look at how to run a business like a true executive. Oh, really? I smoothed my hands over his shoulders. How exactly did you do that? I had her help me in the office the other day. What the hell? I laughed, imagining that. What happened? Why didn't you tell me? It was nothing. They were concerned about Addie's sneezing and running nose at the preschool. Didn't want to pass around a potential cold. Shit. Her allergies were bad last month, and I forgot to give her allergy meds. Was this when you texted me, asking which ones to buy for her? Correct, he answered. I knew it was allergies when they called me about her runny nose, so I walked down and asked if she'd like to work with me for the day while I sent for her allergy relief. That's the day you left work early and took her to go get ice cream, right? It was easy enough to have Alex handle the meeting I had scheduled, and I could just work from the house. You took her to get ice cream. I arched an eyebrow at him. Of course I did, he smiled. My sweet gal's allergy meds hadn't kicked in yet. He chewed on his bottom lip. You're doing a fine job of derailing my initial concern about her becoming too spoiled and not understanding how hard you worked for the beautiful home she has, amongst everything else. I want her to appreciate it all. Very well, then. He cleared his throat and feigned being serious. Before we left to get ice cream, I had about an hour's worth of work to finalize, so I put her to work as the CEO's best assistant. Right. And I'm sure your secretary and Alex both enjoyed having a kid up there bossing everyone around. Addie was an excellent help to us. I had her walking out a few portfolios this summer. We played a few pranks on Alex, too. He gave me that funny, handsome look whenever he was defending him and Addie. We pranked him only because it's Alex. And, hell, it was fun. He shrugged and smiled. Pranks? I sighed and laughed at his innocent expression. It kept her busy. The best was the paper airplane we made together. He laughed. It was actually important numbers on a term sheet I had printed out for him. I would have naturally walked that down to him in a portfolio, but watching Addie go through the perfect movements of gliding that sucker into his office was priceless. I'll have to have Summer text you the video she took of it. I started laughing. You two are trouble. Only when Mom's not there to bust us. He ran his hands up my thighs while bringing his lips to meet mine. Other than that, Mitchell & Associates vice president delighted in the paper airplane idea, until he unfolded the plane and saw the request for changes on the term sheet. I knew that would piss him off. He hates it when companies send shit back to us, requesting more addendums before signing. Even though I'm glad you found a fun way to deliver shitty news to Alex, I framed Jem's face with my hands. You and Addie can't be trusted sometimes. This story helps the point I'm trying to make. What's your point, Ave? He looked at me in confusion. So I've been thinking about this since we started planning this trip. Please don't get pissed off, but I'm a bit concerned about us taking your company's jet to England, I said. Do you believe it will crash? He looked at me with more confusion. That thing is a 787 Boeing. It's designed as nicely as Jake's yacht. Beds, rooms, everything is on that aircraft. More food than you and Addie could ask for as well. He laughed. Addison wouldn't even know how long she was on the nonstop flight to... I silenced him by pressing my lips against his. There. I ran my thumb across his bottom lip. Now let me finish. This is what I'm talking about. A private airplane. I've flown on your helicopters and one of the company jets already. They are beyond luxurious. I'm wondering if, for this trip, maybe we can book a regular flight for the three of us. Like, one I would have normally taken if I were bringing her out there myself. I hoped I was making sense. I knew Addie was only 4, but I wanted her to appreciate the life we'd been blessed with. I wanted her to know that real life didn't come so easily, and most people would never know the luxury we had access to. Jim was a brilliant businessman who'd worked his ass off to get where he was. Addie needed to have her feet planted on the ground so she didn't lose herself in having things that most kids her age could only dream of. If it weren't for Jim, she wouldn't have anything close to what she had now. I needed to make sure she appreciated all of it and never took it for granted. Jim studied me while I was silent.
Do you believe our lifestyle will turn her into a spoiled and unruly child?
It's not the lifestyle. I stopped myself and ran my hand over my forehead. I don't know how to put this. I just want a hint of normalcy for her.
That's perfectly understandable. Let's go for it with a commercial flight then.
Jim pulled out his phone and looked at me.
I'll see if we can get a last-minute flight out. First-class tickets will be more difficult to...
He paused and eyed me, chewing on my lip.
You want us in coach, don't you? The way we would fly if we were not wealthy, correct?
Would it be okay? You said work is finalized, except for a few things at your London headquarters when we first get in, and so you won't need the company plane for business stuff. I couldn't discern the look on his face. Was I being ridiculous?
It'll work fine.
He smiled and then started typing on his phone. Close to 5 minutes later, he chuckled and smiled at me.
We're booked out on the first flight in the morning.
My phone rang, and I looked and saw Ash was calling. Hey, I said, answering the call. You ready for the big trip tomorrow? I thought I'd throw in a quick goodbye. Sorry that it's so late. I'm excited. We're leaving first thing tomorrow morning now. First thing? She said. Hang on, here's Jake. You're on speakerphone. My kid's out of bed again.
How are the lovebirds faring?
Jake asked. Jem's excited to be flying commercial tomorrow, I said, smiling at Jem, who was sitting patiently while I put his brother on speakerphone. He's right here.
You're flying her out commercial?
He laughed.
And here I thought you were the charming prince. In fact, I am. Instead of the luxury jet, or first class for that matter, I'm riding with my ladies at the back of the plane. You're joking, right? You understand your long-ass legs won't fit in coach, correct? Hey, we're on a mission to show Addie that not everything is luxurious.
Jim insisted. Jake's laughter was making Jim laugh and making me feel like shit. Fuck, I said. I didn't think about you being cramped up on the plane.
Damn, I hope you got a layover or 3 before flying out of the States.
Jake said with another laugh.
Non-stop, Jim said. I'll survive it. It's a small sacrifice to make sure my girls are well taken care of. You'd better hope you got an aisle seat, brother. Avery,
Jake called out. Right here.
Video this shit for me, please.
After the long trip and seeing Jim do his best to seek comfort at the back of the plane, it was evident to me that I should have thought about the man's height before I started throwing around ideas. We were definitely going to fly back to the States in the company jet, since Alex was flying to London in it the next day. Now we were at the castle where Jim and I shared a lot of firsts. Addie loved the place more than I believed a child her age would. We explored the halls, played silly haunted castle games, Jim being the ghost and hiding all over to scare us. It was 4 days of picnics, walks, and us 3 being a family. The day had finally come when Jim had the stablemen arrive at the house, and his horses were brought up to his massive barn, a mansion for horses. I noted 7 horses were saddled, and I laughed when I looked at Jim carrying Addie down in the adorable riding outfit we bought for her in London.
You get to pick out the one you want to ride,
Jim said. Wait, I gripped his arm. You promised you were riding with her, and she was sitting in front of you.
I did, Mom, he answered. I'm just letting her pick her favorite.
We'll be lucky if I can remember how to ride from my teenage years, I said, feeling a bit nervous.
Lose that attitude,
Jim laughed.
Those horses are the most well-trained, best-behaved animals around. However, they'll feed off any fear you have, and you'll regret it later.
You're right. It took us a while, but we were now on our way. We rode at a slow pace through the massive amount of acreage at this place, and I basked in the contentment I felt, enjoying this peaceful ride through such beautiful terrain. I felt like we were the only 3 people in all of England. Once Jim saw that I was comfortable on my horse, we picked up our pace. As we trotted through the lush fields, I glanced over at Jim and Addie, and the sight alone made my heart smile with joy at the way they rode his horse together. Jim rode like a true equestrian, all while Addie beamed with pride as she sat safely in front of him. We rode for about an hour when I noticed that we'd circled back to where Jim and I had sat under a walnut tree, overlooking the hills that rolled on forever the first time we were here together. He dismounted, helped Addie down, and then I felt his hands on my hips as he guided me off my horse. "You see," Jim started, taking Addie's hand while I held on to his arm. "Your mom once wished we had time-traveling binoculars." He smirked at me and pointed toward the vast hills of England's stunning countryside.
"But why?"
Addie asked him.
"That's silly."
"Some might think so, but I thought it was a fantastic idea," Jim said, while he led us to the tree, and I smiled at the memory. "You see, your mother wished she could see back in time so she could witness the history of this beautiful land."
"The history?"
Addie's face scrunched up in question.
"Why, though?"
"Because Mommy loves the history of England," I said in an excited voice. "There's so many things that could have happened out there. With my time-traveling glasses, I could have seen when kings and queens rode horses like we did today. Wouldn't something like that be pretty cool?"
"That would be,"
she said with a look that made it clear she was humoring me. "But that's not all," Jim added. "If you could put on those glasses, you could see your mom sitting next to me at this tree. It's where I realized she was the most delightful woman I'd ever met," Jim said with a smile. "I wished I could marry her then and there." I looked at Jim in confusion. This was a beautiful side of the story I never got. Jim looked at me. "We were both chasing ghosts back then, in our own ways, of course. So asking you to marry me then, well, that just wasn't the right time." He walked over to me and took my hand in his. "But being here now is different. I had to sort out so many things to be able to appreciate the woman who had stolen my heart in a way no other woman could," he said. "Perhaps we had to go through the fire in order to purify our love for each other." I grinned. That's one way of putting it. Jim's solemn expression didn't waver. "Avery Gilbert, you have fascinated me from the first moment I laid eyes on you, and you have changed my life in ways I didn't know possible. I love you so deeply, and even more so than the first moment that I knew I wanted you in my life forever." I reached for my throat, almost about to choke on the lump that was suddenly there. Was he really doing this? "You bring me peace that I can't explain. You breathed life into me from the moment you sat next to me on that plane. You've given me everything and asked for nothing except for my love," he said. "Before you, I was on autopilot, going through the motions of life but never truly living it. I can't go another day without you understanding that you and Addie are the best part of my life, the part of my life that was missing. I humbly ask you to trust me and know that I will always love and protect you, and I promise to devote my life wholly to you and Addie above all things. Will you please bestow upon me the highest honor I'll ever achieve by becoming my wife?" "Oh, God," I said, tears pooling in my eyes. "Oh, my God." He pulled out a blue box and opened it. "If you'll have me, then I hope you'll enjoy this ring. One that I believe a king from long ago would have given the queen he loved so dearly." "Without sending her to that tower, of course." I laughed, cried, and then hugged him so tightly that I couldn't speak. "I think we both served our time in that tower when we were apart for far too long," he said, as I felt him laugh, and then I pulled back to lose myself in his shimmering eyes. "Yes, of course, yes," I said as Jim brushed the tears from my cheeks. "But are you sure? Marriage might make—" "What? Might make me the happiest and most complete man on the planet?" Jim said, and then silenced me with a small kiss. "I love you, Avery. There's no doubt in my mind." I watched as Jim turned and knelt as he had the first time he'd met Addie, bringing himself to her level. Addie was smiling, but I could tell she was confused.
You are my best girl, and the one I have the most fun with.
He brushed his finger over her nose.
I can't marry your mom unless I ask something pretty big of you as well.
How big?
Addie said.
Huge.
His eyes widened as he dramatized his answer.
Remember that one morning when you and I made green eggs and ham?
Yes.
She crinkled up her nose and laughed. He took her hands in his.
Do you remember what you told me you wished for me to be for you that morning?
Her lips twisted in thought, and my ugly cry was in full effect. Was Jim asking Addie for her approval too?
For you to be my real daddy, she said. When I say my prayers at night, I always ask for it to come true one day. Do you think it can?
I think it can,
Jim smiled.
In fact, that was the huge question I was going to ask. I wanted to know if you would still like me to be your daddy.
Addie's reaction was priceless as she hugged Jim, and then I heard her crying. I walked over to where Jim had swallowed her up in his arms. Addison, I said, rubbing her back. She looked at me through teary eyes and smiled, my own tears streaming down my face as I wiped hers away. These are happy tears, yes? I asked her.
Jim loves us both so much, she informed me, hugging me tightly. We can finally be a real family now. He asked, and we have to say yes, Mommy. He's the best daddy ever.
He certainly is, I said to her, then looked at Jim, and he smiled brilliantly.
I have something special for you too, Addie,
he said, pulling out another blue box.
It's a charm on a necklace. Its symbol means that I'll be your daddy forever. I'll always protect you, care for you, and love you more than you can ever know.
Oh my goodness,
she smiled at Jim.
Can I wear it forever too?
Jim grinned.
I truly hope you do,
he said, putting the necklace on her and smiling.
Forever.
I watched as Addie held the charm out that Jim had clasped around her neck. That's the infinity symbol, I said, still kneeling next to Jim. It means that Jim will love you longer than forever, that his love will never end.
Yes, and now you'll always know that I'll love you as my very own daughter for all of our forevers together. I'm just not sure if you said yes or not.
I watched Jim's forehead crinkle in humor.
Yes, forever, you, me, and Mommy.
She hugged him again.
Thank God they all said yes.
I heard Colin's voice and then turned to see the entire gang was here. The reason for the other saddled horses.
Sorry, but I figured I'd be fighting that damn horse for the rest of the night if Jim didn't get his words out.
Ash was running toward me, and we collided in a tight embrace. That was the most precious thing I've ever witnessed. She sniffed and stepped back. I videoed the entire thing, but started crying after you said yes. Then Jake rescued the video, so forgive my sobbing sounds.
She handed me the phone, so it's probably really going to suck for Jim to watch after mine and Colin's commentary.
Jake laughed.
I think it'll add to the moment nicely for you, though. Ash had no other option than to hand me the phone after she lost it completely once Jimmy proposed to Addie next.
Jake smiled and hugged me.
Welcome to the family, kid,
he said, then went toward where Ash was embracing Addie.
You sure you want in on a binding contract with this guy?
Alex smirked at me as Jim approached, and Addie was already showing her beautiful necklace to Ash, Jake, and Colin, proudly telling them that Jim was her dad now. The binding contract will be signed. I laughed, hugging Jim's best friend, then leaned into Jim as he brought his arm around me. The real question is, can all of you take us?
We accepted you both a long time ago,
Jake said as he rejoined us with a wink.
Hey, Addie,
he said, reaching for her.
Let's get out of here and let Mom and Dad look through their time-traveling glasses together. My horse is faster than Jim's anyway.
Yeah, he's sort of my dad now, Jake.
Jake chuckled.
Well then, that makes me your uncle. And I expect to hear Uncle Jake come out of that mouth next time.
They all rode off together, leaving Jim and me alone to soak up this treasured moment. We sat down next to the tree. God, I love you. I said, tearing up again. I'm at a loss for words. Jim brought his arm around me as we reclined against the tree.
So I planned that we'd take off for that little hotel we stayed at before. Then after a night alone, perhaps you and Ash will start in with the wedding arrangements.
It doesn't need to be anything fancy. I laughed.
Fantastic.
He kissed my temple.
Then when we're back in the States, we'll head to the first courthouse we see. The next monumental question I want you to consider heavily is solely up to you and what you believe is best for Addie.
What is it? My mind is still stuck on your amazing proposal.
Well, I was thinking, he said. You know how you got full custody of Addie after Derek got locked up again?
Kinda hard to forget when your kid's dad flunks out of rehab for the third time and then goes on a crime spree before getting sent to prison for the foreseeable future, don't you think? I said with a half laugh. I wished I could say things were going differently for Derek, and he was now the father he should have been. But the truth was that he was better off in prison, and that was precisely where he'd landed himself.
I think we all saw it coming from day one with that guy, he said. That's sort of what has me thinking. With me being surrounded by lawyers daily, I tend to overthink things sometimes, and I worry about things. What happens to Addie if something were to happen to you?
Jesus, I thought, almost in a panic. I'd never thought of anything like that before.
Well, I say all this because I want you to know that I would gladly adopt Addison after we're married.
I shot up and looked at Jim as if he were high or something. That is asking a lot of you. I mean, a lot.
Truthfully, I'd want it no other way. It doesn't change the way I love her or plan to care for her for the rest of her life, though. But it's asking you to trust me as her legal parent. Maybe it's a heavy thing to consider. I just want you to know that I'm all in, 1,000%.
You're the best thing to ever happen to both of us, I answered, turning to face him. I trust that we will be together forever. He pulled me into his arms.
Then it's all settled. He kissed my nose. You will soon be Mrs. Avery Mitchell, and our little wild child will be known to all as Addison Mitchell. Has a damn good ring to it, doesn't it?
I straddled him. What do you say we get these horses back to the house, say goodbye for the night, get in that car and blast up to that castle? Jim arched his eyebrow at me.
I think I should drive this time.
That's the thing about marriage, darling. I used the term we used when we were fake married on our last trip. What's yours is mine now.
Jim chuckled and nipped at my lips. Are you sure you want that pain-in-the-ass company? That's the downside of this marriage, you know. I get a sweet little girl as my daughter, and my gift to you is that damn company.
He laughed.
Still want everything that's mine?
I want the good times, the hard times, and the until death do us part times. I want you, and that's all that matters.
God, I love you. More than words, gorgeous, he said. I'm inclined to fulfill a wedding night wish out, here and right now.
Anybody around?
If they were,
he smirked as we lay back on the grass.
I think we'd scare them off.
Then hurry up and kiss me. I laughed. And that's when Jim and I took advantage of the gang taking off, so we could celebrate this event alone. I would never allow myself to forget this moment, this day that would change our lives forever. The way Jim's face was lit up with happiness the entire time. Dreams couldn't get better than what I had with this man. My life was fulfilled before this unexpected proposal to my daughter and me. Who would have imagined that after everything I'd been through in my crazy life, I'd be so utterly blessed to have this man as my husband, and more importantly, the new real father to my daughter. My life was abundantly full. Did I deserve it? Before I got help, I would have said no. But now that I was healthy in my heart and mind, my answer was yes. I deserved this happiness. My daughter deserved this family. And we were just getting started. This concludes Mr. Mitchell by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Sarah Puckett and Aidan Snow. Copyright 2020 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.